Chapter 2145. Lin Fei was determined to kill Battle Emperor Lu Xing. Although Light Battle Emperor was powerful, it didn't mean that Lin Fei was afraid. He had the invincible system, and his strength was constantly increasing. Plus, he had 18 clones. This was his greatest source of confidence. With the increase in strength, Lin Fei's combat strength increased by 10,000 miles every day. It was unbelievably monstrous. Light Battle Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. He had already warned Tian, but Tian still killed Lu Xing. This was simply challenging his authority. If you kill Lu Xing, this emperor will kill you. Light Battle Emperor's aura rose to the peak, and a bright light erupted, looking incomparably holy. In such a short time, Tian's combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Light Battle Emperor didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. He slashed Lu Xing apart, which was enough to put him in a very high position. It's still uncertain who will kill who. Lin Fei laughed. He was like a leopard, pouncing towards Light Battle Emperor. He raised his hand and slashed towards Light Battle Emperor's face. Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Battle Emperor didn't intervene. The gap between the two was not small. Nobody could imagine that 3 out of the 6 Battle Emperors of the human race were killed in one night. Dark Battle Emperor sighed, as if he was dreaming. Even if they didn't die now, it's hard to guarantee that they won't die in the hands of Tianmu in the future. Battle Emperor Dream Taper's beautiful eyes flashed. Dark Battle Emperor also sighed. If Lin Fei didn't kill them, then they would have ended up like this sooner or later. There would always be a winner and a loser. I wonder who will win. Lin Fei and Light Battle Emperor soon clashed. One saber art was ferocious and terrifying, and the other was Light Battle Emperor, who had a combat strength of 3 billion. He wore light battle armor and condensed light kingdom. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was the vanguard, and the 18 clones supported him. He launched a fierce attack. Light Battle Emperor, you will die today. Lin Fei slashed down with his saber. His strength instantly increased by a large amount from the original 2 for billion. From the original 2 for billion, it increased to 3 billion. War Emperor Meteor contributed 600 million strength to Lin Fei. Lin Fei's battle power instantly reached 3 billion. The Radiant Battle Emperor's attack was immediately broken. More than a dozen wounds appeared on his body, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Without a proxy, how can your battle prowess increase? The Radiant Battle Emperor's advantage was completely gone. Countless scars were left on his body. He could not understand it, no matter how he thought about it. Was he really going to lose? Explode. Lin Fei swung his saber again. A terrifying power instantly exploded out, turning into a massive shockwave that sent the Radiant Battle Emperor flying back and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. When his strength reached 3 billion, the power of Lin Fei's saber became extremely terrifying. The 18 clones caught up and left more than a dozen wounds on the Light Battle Emperor's body, some of which were serious. Almost half of its body was destroyed. Lin Fei took advantage of the situation and slashed out with a thunderous blade light. Sunlight illuminates. The Radiant Battle Emperor gritted his teeth and released a bright light. His vision was filled with white light. Is he trying to escape? The white light seemed to have been smashed by a sledgehammer, scattering in all directions. If it was someone else, they could only watch as the Radiant Battle Emperor left. It was a pity that such a move was useless against Lin Fei. Lin Fei flashed in a direction. He blocked in front of a white light. With a slash, the white light was destroyed and a figure fell out. It was the pale-faced Radiant Battle Emperor. I didn't expect that I, the Radiant Battle Emperor, would be defeated by you. The Radiant Battle Emperor never thought that he would be defeated so quickly. God Emperor Tian was simply the #1 nightmare in his heart. How long has it been? To think that God Emperor Tian grew to such a level. God Emperor Tian was simply the #1 nightmare in his heart. How long has it been? To think that God Emperor Tian grew so much stronger. God Emperor Tian was even stronger than him. He had even executed the Radiant Escape technique, but he was still found by God Emperor Tian. From the moment you had the intention to attack me, you have already sent yourself to death." Lin Fei's energy blade slashed over, causing the Radiant Battle Emperor's body to explode. Even with the output of 3 billion strength, Lin Fei was still not satisfied. To deal with the Heavenly Tao, he still had to increase his strength. Captive? Lin Fei was determined not to accept it. With the death of the Radiant Battle Emperor, Lin Fei was looking forward to how much strength he could gain. According to his observations during this period of time, the stronger the opponent's combat strength, the higher the chances of him gaining strength. Lin Fei was still looking forward to another 7 to 800 million strength. "Your Majesty is mighty." The Night Battle Emperor and Dream Taper Battle Emperor welcomed him. Their attitudes were completely different. Who would dare to believe that Lin Fei, whose combat strength was inferior to theirs a few days ago, had killed 4 battle emperors in the blink of an eye? His strength had even soared to a level where they had to look up to him. They were all glad that they had made the right choice. The Radiant Battle Emperor and the others are all dead. I will leave their cities to you. Lin Fei planned to strike while the iron was hot. He would head to the depths of the Tianyuan mountain range and kill the last 4 battle emperor beasts, raising his strength to a new height. The two of them were overwhelmed by the favor. Lin Fei turned around and left, leaving behind the two of them who were still in a daze. The space of the God Emperor Mountain has changed. Ding. Power extraction successful. Ding. Congratulations to player for gaining 800 million strength. When Lin Fei entered the high-level area of the Tianyuan mountain range, the long-awaited strength enhancement had finally arrived. A comfortable feeling engulfed his whole body. His combat strength had increased once again, reaching the level of 3.8 billion. Actually, Lin Fei could have taken a break. However, he had a feeling that the Sky Dragon would come out very soon. If he didn't get rid of the other battle emperors as soon as possible, it would be troublesome. The Heavenly Tao was a secret in Lin Fei's eyes. It was always good to increase his strength. Lin Fei even had a feeling that it wouldn't be difficult for him to increase his strength to 10 billion, as long as there were enough experts for him to kill. Could it be that God Emperor D. Tian has already grown to this level? The Heaven-Eye Battle Emperor had a trace of worry on his face. Just now, another rain of blood fell from the sky. Tonight, this was the 4th round. The Heaven-Eye Battle Emperor called the other 3 battle emperors over, preparing to gather their strength. "Big brother, how is this possible?" The Poison Demon Battle Emperor said in disdain. "God Emperor D. Tian might have used some tricks." Yes, I think so too," the Firebug Battle Emperor said. They had seen the situation a few days ago. God Emperor D. Tian wasn't as strong as they had imagined. If they had joined forces and attacked him at that time, killing God Emperor D. Tian wouldn't have been a problem. Chapter 2146. After his strength had improved, Lin Fei could completely ignore the dangers of Tianyuan mountain range. In the forest, a huge bird swooped down, the wind howling. Lin Fei did not even look at it. He punched the huge bird's head, which exploded like a watermelon. With a wave of his hand, he put away 3.8 billion power output. That's really cool. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Using space movement and the system's designated location, Lin Fei arrived in the depths of Tianyuan mountain range and saw a huge hidden palace. This palace has a bit of history. From Lin Fei's point of view, this place was extremely dangerous. If Lin Fei had dared to come here before his strength had improved greatly, he would have died a terrible death. Through the system, he discovered that there were many powerful sovereign beasts hidden around the palace. At the same time, there were some mutated sovereign beasts with a power output of more than 1 billion. There were about 20 to 30 of them, and the rest had a power output of 7 to 800 million. No wonder the human race's combat emperors dare not come here. Even if they come, they will die. Lin Fei lamented. Compared to the human race's painstaking cultivation, the sovereign beasts cultivated much faster. They had an innate advantage. At the same level, human experts were no match for the sovereign beasts. It's a pity that these sovereign beasts do not give me any experience points. Lin Fei shook his head and appeared in front of the palace. The hidden sovereign beasts rushed out one after another, covering the sky with attacks. At this moment, there were hundreds of attacks, enough to drown any expert. Lin Fei took out his energy saber and swung it horizontally. With a swing of the saber light, all the attacks were broken. Their attacks were fierce, but they were not strong enough. Lin Fei could break them with his current strength. Lin Fei stepped forward, using basic attacks such as horizontal slashes, straight thrusts, and horizontal slashes. Dozens of sovereign beasts were killed, and a stench of blood permeated the air. Ding! Obtained 10 million power bonus. Lin Fei continued to slash, killing sovereign beasts with each slash. Something unexpected happened. The system actually gave him a notification. Even Lin Fei was surprised that he had gained power bonus. That works too. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and immediately understood what was going on. He must have killed some mutated emperor beasts with a strength of 1 billion in the previous few slashes. After understanding this, Lin Fei was overjoyed. Even if it was a bonus of 10 million strength, it was still a bonus strength, and it could be accumulated. Tian God Emperor, how dare you come here? Outside the palace, Lin Fei slaughtered everything. One sovereign beast after another fell into a pool of blood. At the same time, angry roars came from within the palace, and a black swarm of venomous bugs appeared in front of Lin Fei. No matter who looked at these poisonous insects, they would definitely die. We'll feel the scalp numb. Explode. Lin Fei waved his hand and slashed out with his saber. The saber radiance exploded with a huge impact, shattering a large number of poisonous insects. Let's see how many poisonous insects you have. Lin Fei continued to slash out with his saber, unleashing saber radiance after saber radiance, crushing the poisonous insects one after another, preventing them from getting close. The one controlling the poisonous insects was none other than the fiery Bug War Emperor. He was an existence that was hard to deal with. Tian God Emperor, you actually dare to come again. Inside the palace, another two voices rang out. The Poison Demon War Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of black fog. The black fog turned into a giant scorpion that rushed towards Lin Fei. Poison Demon, let's each take a direction and kill Tian God Emperor. The fiery Bug War Emperor had never treated Tian God Emperor as an opponent. Even now, when he measured Tian God Emperor's strength, they were about the same. There was nothing to worry about. The moment the Poison Demon War Emperor appeared, the smile on the fiery Bug War Emperor's face widened. This time, Tian God Emperor still wants to make a comeback? Only the Heaven Eye War Emperor's eyes flickered. He felt that something was amiss. One with 6 billion points of strength, and the other with 7 billion points of strength. Truly powerful. What a pity, you guys are too full of yourselves. Lin Fei rejoiced that he didn't venture too deep back then. The Battle Emperor beasts in Tianyuan Mountain Range were indeed ridiculously powerful. They almost had the strength of a Radiance Battle Emperor. The two of them rushed over from the left and right respectively. The corners of Lin Fei's lips curled up. He was smiling very happily. More power. Die! As Lin Fei laughed, he slashed out with his energy saber. A saber strike with 8 billion points of strength. Even if it was the most ordinary saber strike, it would still be fatal. The fiery Bug War Emperor and the Poison Demon War Emperor instantly felt a sense of danger enveloping their hearts. When Lin Fei's saber slashed over, the expressions of the two of them changed drastically. Great danger, great terror. Tian, you dare to plot against us? Their voices stopped abruptly. The two battle emperors fell from the sky and heavily smashed onto the ground. They truly died with everlasting regret. In front of Lin Fei's tyrannical saber strike, the two of them were indeed sent to their deaths as they were killed in a single slash. No wonder the representative of the heavenly law would treat you as a great enemy. We have all underestimated you. Battle Emperor Heaven, I said indifferently. In fact, he was panicking in his heart. The might of that saber strike, be it in terms of strength or other aspects, was above his own. Even if it was him just now, it would be difficult for him to block the attack. The perfect trajectory was almost untraceable. Since you guys are working together with the Sky Dragon Emperor, you are my enemy. I have always been very ruthless towards my enemies. Lin Fei brandished his saber as 18 clones surrounded him. At this moment, Lin Fei had become an invincible existence. It would still be fine if there was only one clone. But now, there were 18 clones attacking at the same time. Their combat strength was exactly the same as the original body. Battle Emperor Heaven, I still had the intention to deal with them. At the same time, why do you have a bad feeling just now? It turned out that it was because of the dangerous aura from Tion Divine Emperor. When the 18 clones surrounded him, Battle Emperor Heaven, I coughed up blood. His body was riddled with thousands of bloody holes. One person wasn't scary, but when 18 of them attacked at the same time, it was unbelievably scary. In order to end the battle quickly, Lin Fei didn't give Battle Emperor Heaven any chance to resist. This was a boost in strength. In less than 20 breaths, Battle Emperor Heaven, I was killed. Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. This time, I should be able to break through to 5 billion strength. Lin Fei came to the palace and swept through the things they left behind. While sweeping through the things, Lin Fei also received a boost in strength. They were 500 million strength, 400 million strength, and the last 700 million strength. Lin Fei's combat strength increased from 8 billion to 4 billion. 4 billion strength. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles. Soon, Lin Fei also had a headache. I can't use the 18 clones so easily in the future. The consumption was too great. Lin Fei himself couldn't bear the consumption. Fortunately, after finishing them off, he could use the space of God Emperor Mountain. Chapter 2147. After taking care of the Deva, Battle Emperor, Lin Fei killed the remaining monarch beasts easily. In less than half an hour, all the powerful monarch beasts had been killed. As for the weaker ones, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with them. On the other hand, Hairball and her little brother Depeng continued to hunt the immortal beasts. It's all thanks to the Deva, Battle Emperor, that I didn't have to run back and forth. Lin Fei arrived at the depths of his lair. After the battle, Lin Fei had expended a lot of energy. He took out one energy cube after another to recover his energy reserves. Soon enough, he used up all the energy he had on hand. At the same time, he also used the heavenly crystal wall. Lin Fei had also recovered about 80% of his strength. Even though it was only 80% of his strength, it was still terrifying enough to wipe out all the experts in the Mountain of God Emperors. Killing the Deva Battle Emperor was equivalent to gaining control of the Mountain of God Emperors, such as the important Heaven Crystal Rampart. Master, I just found a good place. You should go and take a look. Lin Fei wasn't as worried anymore after recovering 80% of his strength. A good place. Lin Fei was intrigued. The Mountain of God Emperors was not as simple as it seemed to be to Lin Fei. Otherwise, the sacred leader of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't have sent his projection here. Even if Little Fiend didn't mention it, Lin Fei would have searched the entire Mountain of God Emperors, in the depths of his lair. Then, he set up a dense array of restrictive spells. At the same time, they were well hidden. Even Lin Fei was fooled. This is definitely a Grandmaster level restrictive array. Lin Fei used brute force to break through the restrictive arrays. In the face of the power of 4 billion, Lin Fei had become the king of destruction. Along the way, who knew how many restrictive arrays he had destroyed? This made Lin Fei even more excited to find out what was behind the restrictive arrays. I'm about to show my true colors. When the last restrictive array was broken, a stone door appeared in front of Lin Fei. The stone door exuded an ancient aura and seemed to have existed for a long time. Open. Lin Fei punched the stone door, shattering it into pieces. After confirming that there was no danger, he dashed in head first. The other side of the cave was filled with dense heavens will energy. At that moment, Lin Fei was in a huge cave. The cave was huge. It was man-made. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the huge body not far away. Is this the heaven's origin lode in its materialized state? In front of Lin Fei was a gigantic dragon that crawled on the ground with heaven's will energy circling around its body. At the same time, it turned into flowers, birds, and beasts, a nation of its own. The most inconceivable thing was that the giant dragon's entire body was pierced by 3 huge purple gold chains. It was firmly locked to the ground and could barely move. How can there be such an existence in the God Emperor Mountain? Lin Fei didn't get close, but the immense pressure also made him feel a great sense of danger. He threw an appraisal over. Heaven's Origin Dragon, transformed from the Heaven's Origin Lode, combat power of 50 billion, extremely dangerous. Seeing this, Lin Fei's pupils contracted. Damn, I thought I was already very powerful, but I didn't expect to see something even more powerful here. It actually reached 50 billion. Luckily, it's trapped by the purple gold chains. If it could break free, it would be an invincible existence in the God Emperor Mountain. Roar! Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. The Heaven's Origin Dragon seemed to have awakened. It looked at him coldly and breathed out dragon's breath. Lin Fei's body felt like it was shackled. He was shocked. At this moment, whether it was teleportation or anything else, it was completely useless. Invincible defense. Block it. The dragon's breath carried the might of thunder as it struck Lin Fei's body. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei vomited blood. This is too scary. It actually used up 50% of my Heaven's Will points. Lin Fei felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. If it wasn't for the invincible defense, Lin Fei had no doubt that this dragon's breath could kill him, and it would be dozens of times. After taking the attack head-on, Lin Fei took the opportunity to retreat. After coming out from the stone door, he used teleportation and arrived outside. His heart was still filled with lingering fear. I was so close to being killed. This was the most dangerous moment for Lin Fei. After staying in the sky for a long time, Lin Fei was completely sent down. It seemed like the purple gold chains had trapped the Heaven's Origin Dragon. Lin Fei had killed a few combat emperors, and his combat power had skyrocketed. He was indeed a little arrogant. He never thought that the God Emperor Mountain would have such a terrifying hidden place. Thinking about the mysteriousness of the God Emperor Mountain, Lin Fei no longer underestimated it. Open the remote image. Lin Fei didn't dare to go in again. He had used up 50% of his energy to block the attack. He didn't want to go in and be tortured again. Who knew if there would be such a good opportunity next time? As soon as the image was opened, the image of the cave appeared. The Heaven's Origin Dragon seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber again. F***CK, it can't be. Could it be that the Heaven's Origin Dragon attacked me because I went in? Lin Fei pondered. Since Combat Emperor Tian Mu and the others have set up layers of restrictions, there's no way they could block the Heaven's Origin Dragon's attack. Lin Fei didn't believe that Combat Emperor Tian Mu could block the attack. One dragon's breath was enough to kill him. Lin Fei survived because of his invincible defense, but what about Combat Emperor Tian Mu? I have to take a closer look. Although Lin Fei was wary of the Heaven's Origin Dragon, it didn't mean that he was afraid. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to make a new discovery, especially when he saw that existence. His eyes lit up, and he instantly understood many things. On the left side of the cave, there was a stone trough. Perhaps it was natural or some other reason. The stone trough wasn't very big, only about a meter wide. The stone trough was very ordinary. A crystal clear, white liquid was flowing in the stone trough. There wasn't a lot of liquid in the entire trough, but Lin Fei could tell that it was good stuff at first glance. He used his appraisal art on it, and he became excited when he saw the result. I got it. If it wasn't for this, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed that the leader of the sacred heaven in the world of the 33 sacred heavens cared so much about the Mount God Emperor. Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish. A drop of Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish that contains immense energy. Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish. Born of Heaven's Origin Spiritual Fish, it has infinite uses. Lin Fei was surprised to find that there was something at the bottom of the stone trough. It was the extremely rare Heaven's Origin spiritual fish. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to tell. After taking a closer look, he realized that the Heaven's Origin spiritual fish was very small. It was completely white, just like the color of spiritual liquid. This is really a great harvest. Chapter 2148. Mountain God Emperor's space changed. Following the fall of the 5 battle emperors in Tianyuan mountain range and the 4 human race battle emperors, everyone knew that Mountain God Emperor would be ruled by God Emperor Di Tian from now on. Battle Emperor Meng II and Dark Knight Battle Emperor quickly chose to submit to Lin Fei. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. In the face of death and life, it was normal to submit to someone stronger than oneself. Soon, they realized that the lord they submitted to was easier to get along with than they had imagined. For example, they built a huge palace named Invincible Palace according to his orders. Naturally, Lin Fei was too lazy to give it a name. Invincible Palace became the only force in Mountain God Emperor. Without the other Battle Emperors, Battle Emperor Ming II and Dark Knight Battle Emperor absorbed all the other forces and formed a huge force. Lin Fei became a hands-off boss. This made the two of them not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone was interested in power, but their lord wasn't that passionate about power. For example now, Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Another failure. Ever since he discovered this place, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. He had to get the good stuff out no matter what. Since then, Lin Fei started testing. Each time he went there, he would consume 50% of his Heaven's Mandate energy. Lin Fei wouldn't take the risk. He couldn't afford to suffer such a loss. Spatial movement and time slowing were useless now. The Heavenly Essence Dragon was strong enough to break these elemental powers. The last one was to use the system space to enter. It seemed like a good idea, but Lin Fei didn't dare to take the risk. Who knew if he would be attacked? What Lin Fei could do now was to accumulate Heaven's Mandate points. Although the good stuff was good, Lin Fei didn't want to take the risk to snatch it back. If he encountered an enemy, he might end up giving it to someone else. The enemy was naturally the Sky Dragon. Even until now, Lin Fei didn't think that the Sky Dragon would be hiding. It might be recovering its strength. Who knew how strong it would be after it recovered? Unless Lin Fei had accumulated enough destiny energy 4 or 5 times, he wouldn't be able to use it. Lin Fei wasn't going to take any more risks. A terrifying existence with a power output of 50 billion was lucky to have been trapped. Without any restraints, it wasn't invincible. Lin Fei was even more curious. Who on earth had the ability to trap the Heavenly Yuan Dragon, especially when it was alive? The other party's combat power might be at least twice that of the Heavenly Yuan Dragon. Because of this, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate him. This was Lin Fei's 93rd recent experiment. Without any confidence, Lin Fei began to test the Tianyuan Giant Dragon, preparing to find out a pattern. Who asked him to be so weak that he could not even withstand a single dragon breath from the other party? According to the system's analysis, if he wanted to block the Heavenly Dragon's attack, he would have to do so. It did not need to be too high, but it needed at least a power output of 30 billion, coupled with an invincible defense. Lin Fei could only laugh and cry as he shook his head. After all, the sealed world was a remote place with a large population but a limited number of experts. As for the Mountain God Emperor, the existences with a power output of 1 billion were all killed by Lin Fei. Unfortunately, there were no more. Lin Fei could only find a pattern now. Speaking of which, Lin Fei really did figure out the pattern. You should be able to analyze it now. After figuring out the pattern, Lin Fei naturally didn't need to worry. There was a little devil who would analyze it. As long as he did it enough times, the system would be able to find a solution. Lin Fei regretted killing the Celestial Battle Emperor too early. That fellow must have entered and was quite lucky. Obtaining the Spirit of Heaven Yuan, even if it was just 1 or 2 drops, was already very impressive. According to the analysis, Master still has hope of obtaining the Spirit of Heaven Yuan. Under Lin Fei's expectant gaze, the analysis was completed. Lin Fei wasted a lot of his subordinates just to find pattern. As long as there was hope, it was fine. Speak. The heavenly Yuan dragon is restricted. According to our analysis, it should fall into a deep slumber every once in a while. Although it's only for a short period of time, it's master's only chance. According to our data analysis, the heavenly Yuan dragon slumber is coming soon. Lin Fei let out a sigh. Finally, it didn't disappoint me. The hibernation was very short. No matter what, this was a good opportunity, wasn't it? Tell me the details. According to the system's analysis, the purple gold chains should have restricted the heavenly Yuan dragon's range of movement. It could be said that it couldn't move at all, and the dragon breath was its strongest and only attack method. If Lin Fei wanted to obtain the treasure in the stone trough, he had to enter while the heavenly Yuan dragon was asleep. Although the heavenly Yuan dragon would still attack at that time, its power would be greatly reduced, and this was his only chance. Lin Fei listened carefully. This was indeed an opportunity. As long as the attack wasn't at its peak, Lin Fei could still bear the cost of activating the invincible defense. Keep an eye on it and inform me when it's time. Lin Fei also felt that the Tiamu Battle Emperor should also take this opportunity. After confirming the method, Lin Fei focused on accumulating energy blocks. Apart from that, he gathered a group of people to mine the heavenly Yuan crystal wall. For this, Lin Fei specially prepared a large number of mining tools. Now that he was dealing with the Sunluo cycad trees, he could chop down a large area with a single slash of his blade. Naturally, it was very easy to make mining tools. The more destiny points he accumulated, the more confident Lin Fei was. Lin Fei did not hesitate to buy a large number of energy towers to absorb destiny energy. He worked on both sides to accumulate strength. Everything was developing in a good direction. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the Sky Dragon still hadn't appeared. Fortunately, Lin Fei let the little devil monitor the mountain of God Emperor. As long as the Sky Dragon dared to enter, he would definitely die a horrible death. In the previous battle, Lin Fei found out one thing. In the mountain of God Emperor, the mysterious heavenly Tao could not affect this place. Otherwise, the Sky Dragon wouldn't have been killed by him. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the Sky Dragon's return. It would be even better if he could learn some secrets about the heavenly Tao from him. In Lin Fei's eyes, the heavenly Tao was high and mighty. This made him very unhappy. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was a very promising job. Why did he have to stir up trouble inside? It was really not normal. Lin Fei believed that he would uncover this secret sooner or later. As long as the heavenly Tao dared to make a move again, Lin Fei would be able to determine its true strength. He was confident that he could eliminate the heavenly Tao. As Lin Fei waited patiently, a piece of good news came. Master, there was a spatial fluctuation in the mountain of God Emperor. The God Sun, the Sky Dragon, is here. He even brought some helpers. The little devil smiled. Lin Fei knew that the Sky Dragon would return. The system shot out a sky screen. Lin Fei saw that the God Sun, the Sky Dragon's aura was the same as before. In fact, it had improved quite a bit, reaching 2 billion battle power. At the same time, he brought more than 10 helpers with him. Each of them had over 1 billion battle power. This made Lin Fei very surprised. Chapter 2149. Sky Dragon was indeed here. Ever since he returned in a sorry state, Sky Dragon was furious and cursed the top experts of Mountain God Emperor over 100 times. At that time, if they attacked, they would definitely be able to kill D. Tian on the spot. Sky Dragon could tell that D. Tian was at the end of his rope. In the end, he still failed, and even his physical body was destroyed. This time, I will not make the same mistake. Sky Dragon's eyes were cold. After suffering a loss, Sky Dragon brought a group of helpers this time. Even if D. Tian released his doppelganger, he would not be able to gain any advantage. D. Tian was definitely going to die this time. Sky Dragon came in a menacing manner, but that did not mean he was brainless. He was prepared to gather all the top experts. He still had that much confidence. With him as the vanguard, regardless of the outcome, he would definitely be the final victor. Sky Dragon was very confident about this. And where are they? Although Mountain God Emperor was not managed by Heaven Dao. With Sky Dragon's current strength, it was not difficult for him to find the top experts. Soon, Sky Dragon's expression changed. The auras of the experts that he had spoken to previously had disappeared without a trace. This gave Sky Dragon a bad feeling. Sky Dragon, there is no need to look. I have helped you get rid of your helpers. Lin Fei's voice could be heard. Then, a figure appeared from the void and appeared not far from Sky Dragon. Umph, you alone can get rid of them. Sky Dragon sneered. If you did not come out, it will be troublesome for me to look for you. Since you have come out, you will not be able to escape this time. Sky Dragon's hatred towards DTon grew stronger each time. After repeated failures, Sky Dragon kept telling himself that he must kill DTon and that he must kill DTon. Did you see that? Even without those people's help, with the people I brought with me, I can kill you here today. Although Sky Dragon did not know where those experts went, he did not think that DTon had the ability to get rid of them. DTon was just trying to scare him. Lin Fei shook his head. If it was the previous time, I might not be able to leave. Unfortunately, you have no chance. Sky Dragon did not understand what he meant. In such a short time, no matter how powerful DTon was, how much could he improve his strength? Everyone attack. More than 10 figures behind Sky Dragon surrounded him. Heavenly Lightning Strike. The Sky Dragon did not stay idle either. The Heavenly Dao transformed in a Heavenly Lightning and blasted towards the sky above DTon. Lin Fei was no longer the same as before. His strength had also reached the level of 5 per billion. Every single move he made had the power to destroy heaven and earth. He was no longer someone who could be attacked by a measly 1 billion people. Die! Lin Fei did not take out his energy knife. That would be making a mountain out of a molehill. With a wave of his hand, he punched out. It was a very ordinary punch. More than a dozen figures felt a boundless, terrifying aura crushing down on them. Their bodies were actually unable to move. The wind from the fist whistled past them, and their figures exploded one by one. He was no longer breathing. In front of Lin Fei's current strength, there was no one who couldn't block an ordinary punch. At this moment, the heavenly lightning above him crashed down. Lin Fei raised his head and blew at the heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning, which was attacking fiercely, shattered into pieces and stopped its attack. Sky Dragon's face was terrifyingly gloomy and his body was trembling slightly. It was a feeling of helplessness and unwillingness. So he has grown to such an extent. Sky Dragon immediately understood what Yi Futian meant. Sky Dragon, do you still think you can kill me now? Lin Fei stepped forward. Sky Dragon quickly recovered from shock. I have to admit that you are indeed powerful. You have come this far in such a short time. If I had killed you last time, you would not be where you are now. However, do you really think I can't kill you? Sky Dragon had to use his trump card in advance. He did not believe that DTon could withstand his attack. The Great Master of Heavenly Law, please come out and kill the heretic DTon. Sky Dragon took out a black bead. As he chanted, the black bead glowed brightly. Suddenly, a huge beam of light shot out and pierced through the space of the God Emperor Mountain. DTon, you are dead this time. At the huge gap, a huge emotionless eyeball appeared at the gap. Lin Fei was instantly locked by a dangerous and terrifying aura. Whoosh! The huge black eyeball shot out a beam of light. As soon as the beam of light shot out, the terrifying aura forced everyone on the God Emperor Mountain to crawl on the ground. Lin Fei's body was also locked in place. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed. He burned his destiny points and broke free from the shackles. Then, he punched at the incoming beam of light. The power of this punch broke through the previous limit and reached a whole new level. More than a dozen experts were killed, contributing a total of 3 billion power to Lin Fei. In addition to the power from before, Lin Fei's strength increased by leaps and bounds, reaching a shocking 7 billion power. Boom! The black beam of light was shattered into pieces. At this moment, Sky Dragon was not worth mentioning in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei rushed toward the eyeball at the gap. Whoosh! 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 The black eyeball seemed to have sensed the heretic's provocation and shot out beams of light again. Lin Fei's strength improved greatly, and he moved forward bravely. Although the light beams were powerful, their power was only about 10 billion. Lin Fei could destroy the light beams one by one, and at the same time, shorten the distance between them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fei took out the energy blade and pushed his power to the limit. He slashed at the black eyeball with a terrifying blade aura. All the light beams were destroyed, and the blade landed perfectly on the black eyeball. Boom! The black eyeball trembled violently when the blade landed on it, and it shot out another beam of light. Lin Fei dodged the black beam and charged at the black eyeball. Through the system, he sensed that the energy in the black eyeball was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. Kill! More than a dozen blade auras instantly landed on the black eyeball. The 18 doppelgangers were quietly released and unleashed their most powerful attacks. About 20 attacks landed on the black eyeball. Heretic! The black eyeball spat out 2 words, and the entire eyeball exploded into pieces. Ding! Congratulations, player, for killing the doppelganger of the Master of the Heavenly Law. Ding! Special mission unlocked. Ding! Killing the Master of the Heavenly Law unlocked. Ding! Killed the doppelganger of the Master of the Heavenly Law. Received a bonus of 2 billion power. As soon as the black eyeball died, several notifications popped up from the system. This is awesome. A bonus of 2 billion power. Lin Fei ignored the previous notifications. Trying to run? Sky Dragon, who was watching from afar, felt his scalp tingle. That was the doppelganger of the Master of the Heavenly Law, and yet it was killed. Had Dtion's strength reached such a level? Sky Dragon turned and walked into the void, ready to leave this damned place. When Lin Fei saw Sky Dragon enter the void, he knew that the other party was trying to escape. His eyes flashed, and a beam of light shot at Sky Dragon. Even though Lin Fei was not at his peak, the attack was not something that the Heavenly Law could withstand. Sky Dragon screamed in pain, and his whole body was torn into pieces. Not bad. Another 300 million power. Chapter 2150. He had reached 13 billion. Lin Fei had never thought that he would reach 10 billion so quickly. He felt like he was flying, especially after killing the Master of the Heavenly Tao's avatar and obtaining a power boost of 2 billion. If Lin Fei were to kill the Battle Emperor now, he would be able to kill him in one strike. Luckily, I summoned all 18 of my avatars at the critical moment and killed the Master of the Heavenly Tao's avatar in one strike. Lin Fei had thought that his avatars were very powerful, but compared to the Master of the Heavenly Tao's avatar, he felt that he was still lacking. The Master of the Heavenly Tao didn't calculate my strength this time, but I'm afraid it won't be so easy next time. Lin Fei would settle the score with the Master of the Heavenly Tao sooner or later. Lin Fei didn't feel that he had caused a huge problem by killing the Master of the Heavenly Tao's avatar today. After all, it was only a matter of time before he killed the Master of the Heavenly Tao's avatar. If Lin Fei hadn't killed the Master of the Heavenly Tao's avatar today, he might have been the one who died today. Lin Fei knew that if he didn't have the invincible system that allowed him to achieve a breakthrough in the shortest time possible, he might have suffered a huge setback today. The Master of the Heavenly Tao's avatar was already so powerful. With a single strike of 10 billion, he could destroy anything he wanted. Lin Fei didn't feel that it was a pity that he couldn't capture the Sky Dragon alive. I still have to improve my strength. If the Master of the Heavenly Tao's avatar is already so powerful, I'm afraid that his true body will be even more terrifying. The space of the God Emperor Mountain regained its peace. Everyone admired Celestial Emperor Dtion even more now. Lin Fei's prestige in the God Emperor Mountain had reached its peak. Lin Fei didn't leave the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Who knew if the Heavenly Tao would make a move after killing the Master of the Heavenly Tao's avatar? It was safer to stay in the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei brought his wife and daughter into the God Emperor Mountain. The space of the God Emperor Mountain was an independent space that wasn't affected by the Heavenly Tao. Lin Fei was relieved. At the same time, he brought in a group of subordinates, such as Elder Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others. This was the most suitable place for cultivation. As long as they were given time, everyone would be able to reach the Divine Lord realm. Lin Fei didn't care about one or two more God Emperors. Given his current strength, no matter how many God Emperors or Battle Emperors came, they could all be killed. The Supreme Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others were extremely grateful to Lin Fei. Generation after generation of Divine Lord. Ever since they took control of the Divine Lord Mountain space, they had never brought anyone in because they were worried that there would be too many Divine Lords. At that time, he would not be able to suppress it. Lin Fei was different. In a short period of time, his strength had skyrocketed. He did not care about 10 or even 100 God Emperors at all. He could easily suppress them by himself. This was something that the previous God Emperors could not compare to. It was already difficult to break through to the God Emperor realm, and it would take a long time to break through to the Battle Emperor realm. Naturally, they would not bring anyone in. Lin Fei's safety was different. With the entire Closer's world in his hands, it was a pity that he had too few experts. Lin Fei had to nurture a batch of Divine Lords. Wuxia Devil Emperor and the others didn't disappoint Lin Fei. After setting up the time acceleration, they broke through to the God Emperor realm in a short time. Especially Old Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor, their strength increased rapidly. Now, they were both rank 5 and rank 6 God Emperors. Both of them were extremely talented, but they could not break through due to the lack of heavenly fate energy. It was different in the Divine Lord Mountain. The vast amount of heavenly fate energy was enough for them to break through easily. As for the difficulties in the God Emperor realm, Battle Emperor Meng Yi and Battle Emperor Meng Yi would solve them. It was not difficult for them to break through. Lin Fei was completely relieved. The Master of Heavenly Tao was still a big problem. Lin Fei had to take it seriously. Now, Lin Fei had to deal with the Heaven Essence Dragon. This was a powerful existence with a power of 50 billion. Through the system's careful analysis of the Divine Lord Mountain, Lin Fei received another piece of good news. In the entire Divine Lord Mountain, there were existences like the Heaven Essence Dragon. There were a total of 9 of them, and the one Lin Fei found was the weakest one. This made Lin Fei feel lucky that he did not encounter the strongest one. Even a Heaven Essence Dragon with a power of 50 billion could not handle it, let alone another one. This was good news for Lin Fei. At the same time, it was not a small piece of news. To be able to suppress 9 Tianyuan giant dragons in the space of the Divine Emperor Mountain. Who was it? Why? That was the question. Lin Fei searched the entire Divine Lord Mountain, but did not find any clues. The second was pain and happiness. If he could refine the 9 Heaven Essence Dragons, Lin Fei believed that his strength would reach a terrifying level. It would not be difficult for him to dominate the 33 Sage Heavens. Now, Lin Fei's headache was the Master of Heavenly Tao. That guy would definitely cause trouble. Even if he did not, the Heaven Essence Dragon would come out and cause trouble. That was the main problem. I hope I have more time. Lin Fei sighed softly, his gaze once again landing on the stone door not far away. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed in the Divine Lord Mountain. Whether it was the Sealed World or the Divine Lord Mountain, it was peaceful. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see. The only thing that made Lin Fei unhappy was that the Lords of the Sage Heavens from the 33 Sage Heavens had started to test the Heaven Essence Crystal Wall after collecting it a few times. If it was before, Lin Fei might not have known that they were testing the Heaven Essence Crystal Wall. But now he understood. Their focus was on the Heaven Essence Myriad Spirits and the Heaven Essence Spiritual Fish. Lin Fei was able to understand the hidden meaning behind his words. That was what they really wanted. The Heaven Essence Crystal Wall was not that important. There might be more outside, but the Heaven Essence Myriad Spirits and the Heaven Essence Spiritual Fish were the most important. Master, we're almost there, the little demon reminded. Lin Fei suppressed the frustration in his heart. The Heaven Essence Dragon was going to rest soon. Lin Fei was ready to give it a try. His combat power had reached 13 billion, so it was not as difficult as before. At the same time, at the weakest point of the sealed world, the chaotic void, the strong winds had started to calm down. Those who did not know would think that something had happened. In the depths of the chaotic void, the strong winds were calmer, and the surrounding area had become flat. Whoosh, whoosh, one after another, projections descended from the chaotic void. Welcome to the chaotic void. I am the representative of the heavenly Tao, Heaven Essence Dragon. Greetings. A figure walked out from the chaotic void and introduced himself. This person was Heaven Essence Dragon. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize these figures. They were the lords of the holy heavens from the world of the 33 holy heavens. Now, the lords of the 33 sage heavens were gathered together. Lin Fei would definitely say, I knew that the lords of the 33 sage heavens would not cooperate so easily. The lords of the 33 sage heavens were indifferent to Heaven Essence Dragon's appearance. Chapter 2152. No one knew what the conversation between Sky Dragon and the masters of the 33 sacred skies was. The entire process didn't take long. When they left, the masters of the 33 sacred skies all had joyful expressions. Sky Dragon also had a smile on his face. DT on, if I can't deal with you, then let the enemy deal with you. Every master of the 33 sacred skies is a genius. I don't believe you can keep breaking through. Sky Dragon turned and walked into the chaotic space, leaving behind a gloomy voice. Lin Fei was trying his best to get the Sky Origin All Spirits and Sky Origin Spirit Fish. The Sky Origin Dragon fell into a deep slumber. This is the moment. Lin Fei struck out with both hands. His left hand used the power of space, and his right hand used time deceleration. He appeared in front of the stone trough in a flash. As soon as he got close to the stone trough, an endless aura surged over. Lin Fei's pores opened up, and a vast amount of energy surged over. Such dense energy, it's going to make me explode. Lin Fei's body expanded uncontrollably. In the next moment, the invincible system was activated, and the energy was converted into destiny points. So dangerous. If it were an ordinary person facing the endless stream of energy, they would definitely die 9 times out of 10. It would cause them to explode, and they would eventually explode and die. Come out. Lin Fei's right hand flew out with the power of time, forming a time hand. He scooped at the stone trough, and the Sky Origin Spirit Fish fell into his hand. Lin Fei was overjoyed. Wow, there are 8 of them in one go. 8 crystal clear Sky Origin Spirit Fish swam in his hand. As soon as the Sky Origin Spirit Fish left the stone trough, a vast aura spread out. Lin Fei cursed inwardly and used space shift to leave. In the void, a sharp claw tore through the air. It was the Sky Origin Dragon's palm. Damn, this reaction is too fast. Lin Fei cursed and activated the invincible defense immediately. A shield appeared around him, forming a 3-meter vacuum zone. At the same time, Lin Fei punched out. Full power, 13 billion energy. Lin Fei's fist landed on the Sky Origin Dragon's claw. The enormous force seemed to have collided with an iron plate and was shattered into pieces. However, it also slowed down the speed of the Heaven Origin Dragon's claws. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei couldn't care less. He had to block the claws of the Sky Origin Dragon. A Sky Origin Dragon with a power output of 50 billion was unbelievably terrifying. The claws of the Sky Origin Dragon were unstoppable. Along the way, Lin Fei's hair stood on end. Boom! The Sky Origin Dragon's claw landed on Lin Fei's chest. Lin Fei's chest shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Good chance. Teleportation was activated once again. At the same time, a fist aura burst out, shattering the void and taking advantage of the momentum. He emerged from the stone cave. Although Lin Fei seemed to be doing it easily, the danger he faced was unimaginably terrifying. If it wasn't for his power increasing to 13 billion, Lin Fei wouldn't even have had time to activate teleportation. The dragon's claw could severely injure him, but it also cost Lin Fei a lot of destiny points. Success. Outside the stone cave, in a mountain range. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth was stained with blood, but his face was full of smiles. What a terrifying sky origin dragon. I really have to pay a huge price to snatch some food from his mouth. However, with the sky origin all spirits and the sky origin spirit fish, everything is worth it. Although it was a huge consumption, Lin Fei was in a good mood. Lin Fei teleported back and forth a few times and arrived at the secret chamber of the Nightmare City. He took out a drop of sky origin spirit and swallowed it. Hua! The sky origin spirit was swallowed. Lin Fei's entire body expanded. The vast energy was about to burst his body. Convert. The system increased the conversion speed to the limit. The vast sky origin spirit energy was being devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. The intense consumption made Lin Fei's heart ache, but it instantly recovered. The process of devouring and conversion. It lasted for 100 breaths. Lin Fei's destiny points had recovered to 100%. There was still a large portion left in his body. Fortunately, it was transferred to his 18 clones in time. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. Sky Origin Spirit, Lin Fei loved it. It was a good thing for continuous battles. With the efficiency of the invincible system, he could use it continuously. It wouldn't be a problem for him to use big moves. Lin Fei immediately counted how many Sky Origin Spirit he had. This was where his confidence came from. 153 drops. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this number. Although Lin Fei's grab was a trick, Sky Origin Spirit was a unique existence. If he used other things to grab it, it would have disappeared without a trace. Whether it was Sky Origin Spirit or Sky Origin Spirit Fish, they were afraid of the power of space and time. After keeping the Sky Origin Spirit, Lin Fei was looking forward to the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. It seemed to be more precious than the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. Lin Fei didn't know what its use was, but he was sure that the Sky Origin Spirit Fish was definitely a treasure. Lin Fei wanted to catch dozens of Sky Origin Spirit Fish in one go, but he didn't expect to catch 7. They could pass through the power of time, which made Lin Fei feel that they were extraordinary. Lin Fei didn't think he was that extravagant. Master, this is good stuff. Little Devil ran out with a smile. How do you know? Lin Fei knew that the Sky Origin Spirit Fish was born from heaven and earth. If consumed, it would definitely be more terrifying than the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. Lin Fei cared about another use. If Master consumes the Sky Origin Spirit Fish, you can use it to break through the limit of strength. As for how much you improve, it will depend on Master's luck. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. No way that works. Why not? Lin Fei fell in love with the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. It could actually increase the limit of strength. Ever since his output broke through 10 billion, Lin Fei felt that the strength bonus he received from killing experts with 1 billion output was decreasing. He didn't know how long it would take for him to break through to 20 billion. The Sky Origin Spirit Fish came at the right time. Do you want to try eating one? With a thought, Lin Fei took out a Sky Origin Spirit Fish and swallowed it. An energy even more terrifying than the Sky Origin Spirit Fish was released. With the experience of the Sky Origin Spirit Fish, Lin Fei was already prepared. He mobilized the power of Heaven's will to suppress it and took the opportunity to devour and convert it. After refining a Sky Origin Spirit Fish, Lin Fei found that it had 10 times the energy of the Sky Origin Spirit Fish. This wasn't what Lin Fei cared about the most. What he cared about the most was the increase in strength. A Sky Origin Spirit Fish actually increased my energy by 1 billion. I increased from 13 billion to 14 billion. This is too terrifying. Even Lin Fei was shocked. This was equivalent to killing an expert with 3 billion output. It seems normal for others to increase their energy by 1 billion after obtaining the fortune of heaven and earth. Chapter 2153. 1 Tianyuan Spiritual Fish. 2 Tianyuan Spiritual Fishes. The 7th Tianyuan Spiritual Fish. Lin Fei did not hold back at all. He was not worried about his body exploding. He used the system's ability to absorb and convert energy at a crazy rate. At the same time, his energy output increased rapidly. From 13 billion, it broke through to 14 billion, then to 15 billion, and finally to 21 billion. The 7 Tianyuan spiritual fishes provided Lin Fei with 8 billion energy. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles. What a great thing created by heaven and earth. What a great thing. When his energy output reached 21 billion, Lin Fei felt the energy in his body surging. Now that he encountered the attack of the heavenly Yuan dragon, Lin Fei believed that it would not be too difficult to defend against it. With the invincible defense, it should be much easier. I wonder how many more Tianyuan spiritual fishes are in that stone trough. If there are another 10 or 20, my power should reach 40 billion. After witnessing the power of the Emperor of War, Lin Fei knew very well how powerful the projection of the Lord of Heaven was. He had no doubt that the combat power of those powerful figures was at least over 100 billion, and this was just a low estimate. It was definitely more than that. Lin Fei had to increase his power now. And the heavenly Tao, that was also something that he had to kill. Others might not know, but Lin Fei knew very well. Just a small clone was able to unleash a power of 10 billion, nearly killing him. What more when it was the main body? Roar, roar, roar. Lin Fei entered the cave again. This time, the attack of the heavenly Yuan dragon came. The output of 50 billion energy was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The most unbelievable thing was that this terrifying energy could not shatter the surrounding walls. Even so, the energy formed gusts of wind within the walls, whistling and cutting. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, but he also felt that it was very difficult. Even the remaining power was about 1 or 2 billion energy output. If it was before, Lin Fei would have left without saying a word. Break! At this time, the 21 billion energy output, wherever Lin Fei's blade pointed, the wind kept breaking. He continuously broke through the violent winds, and his greatly increased strength gave him the capital to fight back. With enough energy, Lin Fei was also very confident. He was not afraid of screwing up at the critical moment. Bang! The heavenly Yuan dragon scratched Lin Fei with its claws, consuming 40% of Lin Fei's power. Even though his strength had increased, Lin Fei was still very afraid of the Sky Origin Dragon. It was a genuine 50 billion power output. Especially when it grabbed, it seemed like whoever it grabbed would die. Lin Fei relied on his invincible defense and fundamental energy saber technique to find the flaws in the attacks. He rushed to the stone trough and used the power of space and time. The power and the time. He had obtained dozens of drops of heavenly origin myriad spirits. The Tianyuan spiritual Tianyuan fish was caught. The Tianyuan dragon's attack came again. Lin Fei slashed at the dragon's claw, reducing some of the force. He took the attack head-on and reached out to fish again. This time his luck was good. There were 5 Tianyuan spirit fish. Come, come, come. Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei caught it for the 3rd time. This time, there was no Tianyuan spirit fish. There were only a few drops of heavenly essence 10,000 spirits. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, the heavenly essence 10,000 spirits and heavenly essence spirit fishes in the stone trough were all gone. Boom, boom, boom. No one knew if it was because Lin Fei had collected all the items, but the Tianyuan giant dragon transformed into countless Tianyuan giant dragons. They attacked in unison. Although Lin Fei's saber technique was exceptional, he still suffered more than a dozen attacks. The energy he consumed was like water, and anyone who saw it would feel heartache. Xiao Long Long, the next time you come, you're dead meat. 8 Tianyuan spirit fishes were harvested. Lin Fei was satisfied. He might even be able to increase his damage by 10 billion. At that time, Lin Fei did not believe that he could not kill the Sky Origin Dragon. Lin Fei hacked and slashed, and with his invincible defense, he rushed out of the cave. Luckily, I had my previous foundation. Otherwise, it's a bit too much. Lin Fei did not feel the pinch from the consumption of his destiny points. A single attack would consume 40%. Anyone would not be able to take it. Lin Fei's confidence grew. As the power output increased, the power of the basic energy saber technique also increased. However, this time, he encountered the Sky Origin Dragon, which had a power output of 50 billion, so the saber technique could not be used. Lin Fei rested for 2 days. He refined the Tian Yuan Spirit Fish, and his power broke through to 34 billion. His luck was better this time. At the same time, he consumed a few drops of Tian Yuan Spirit Fish. Today is the day to slay the dragon. For some reason, Lin Fei felt a little uneasy, as if some great danger was about to arrive. Lin Fei decided to kill the Sky Origin Dragon. That was a power output of 50 billion. If he was lucky, he might even gain a few billion more. Through this period of research, Lin Fei realized that the more powerful an existence was, the more power it could gain. A Sky Origin Dragon with 50 billion power was definitely a shortcut to increase his combat power. Kill! Coming to the cave again, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slashed with the energy saber. With a long and narrow saber gleam, he slashed at the Sky Origin Dragon. The Sky Origin Dragon did not have much intelligence. It instinctively attacked with its claws, as if trying to break the saber gleam. The long and narrow saber gleam shook and rippled, but did not shatter. This was because Lin Fei's power had increased. Lin Fei's second and third slash had already arrived. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At such a close distance, Lin Fei gave it his all. One of the saber gleams landed on the Sky Origin Dragon, and the energy on its huge body evaporated. Lin Fei instantly sensed that the Sky Origin Dragon's attack power was weakening. So it consumes power. Great! Lin Fei gritted his teeth and released his 18 clones. The 18 attacks arrived instantly and landed on the Sky Origin Dragon. With their minds connected, they were practically invincible. Roar, roar, roar. The killer move landed on the Sky Origin Dragon and consumed a large amount of its power. Ha! Let's see how strong you can be. Lin Fei had suffered quite a bit and had even almost been killed. Whoosh! Lin Fei teleported and appeared next to the Sky Origin Dragon. He stabbed a saber into the dragon's body, and his destiny points surged. Boom! This was also one of Lin Fei's killer moves, using destiny points to kill the Sky Origin Dragon. After all, the system's default was to kill the Sky Origin Dragon. Nothing else mattered. The explosion caused the Sky Origin Dragon's power to plummet. It roared, but it did not cause any damage to Lin Fei. Sky Origin Dragon die. Lin Fei smiled. In such a short time, the Sky Origin Dragon did not have it easy. Moreover, it was made of pure energy. Once it was injured, it would consume its energy. As time went on, its combat power would naturally decline. While the Sky Origin Dragon was trapped by the 18 clones, Lin Fei once again performed the same overbearing attack and killed the Sky Origin Dragon. This time, Lin Fei was going all out. The huge recoil forced Lin Fei to the wall. Chapter 2154. It's so cool to have so many doppelgangers. I can't help but kill you. It's just that it takes a lot of energy. Lin Fei loved this kind of siege. If one person couldn't do it, he would send a few more. Initially, Lin Fei thought that it would be a tough battle. However, after the battle, he realized that the Sky Yuan Dragon was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. Instead, it was easy. As soon as the Sky Yuan Dragon died, Lin Fei's face bloomed into a smile. A Sky Yuan Dragon with a power of 50 billion was an unreachable existence, but he killed it in the end. With a power of 34 billion, Lin Fei had the capital to fight against the Sky Yuan Dragon. Now that he had slain the Heavenly Origin Dragon, Lin Fei believed that his combat power might be able to break through to between 360 and 37 billion. Lin Fei believed that now that he had grasped the strength of this realm, he had a certain level of confidence. Even if the Master of Heavenly Law's doppelganger came to kill him, Lin Fei was confident that he could kill him easily. Someone's here. Lin Fei frowned suddenly. There is a spatial fluctuation in the mountain of God Emperors. It's them. The invincible system covered it. Lin Fei's face darkened. I was wondering why I felt so uneasy. It's them. It must be the Sky Dragon. other than him. How could the masters of the 33 holy heavens come in? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a spatial fluctuation in the mountain of God Emperors. Streams of aura appeared in the sky. It was the aura of a king that swept across the mountain of God Emperors. Oh my God, what's happening? This aura, it's terrifying. The experts of the mountain of God Emperors felt suffocated. Combat Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Combat Emperor's pupils contracted. The two of them could not stop sucking in a breath of cold air. At that moment, their strength seemed minuscule in front of those people. Could it be that they're here for Master? The two were hoping that Master could suppress them. The mountain of God Emperors. It's been so many years. I can't believe it's here again. I smell something I haven't seen in a long time. A total of 33 figures appeared in the mountain of God Emperors. They were in different positions, but all of them had smiles on their faces. It was a kind of greedy desire. 33 powerful divine intents swept across the space of Mount God Emperor. Everyone was in danger. In their eyes, they had turned into endless mountains, and at the same time, they were filled with boundless power. Tion, this king has found you. I found you too. Soon, a few of the auras laughed. The masters of the 33 holy heavens are all here. Lin Fei thought to himself, cursing the heavenly Tao for being so shameless. At this moment, Lin Fei was locked on by 33 divine senses, and the surrounding void was also sealed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. God Emperor Tion, aren't you going to come out and meet an old friend? As soon as the 33 figures appeared, they surrounded Lin Fei. Lin Fei walked out of the cave and appeared in front of the Lord of Sagely Heaven. He stood with his hand behind his back and smiled. I was wondering why the crows at the entrance cawed so early in the morning. So it's Senior. After seeing them, Lin Fei covered them with the invincible system and began to analyze their combat power. Compared to the previous projection, the Lord of Sagely Heaven this time was much more powerful. They were far stronger than the last time, giving off an immense pressure. Lin Fei immediately knew that they were not projections, but clones. As for why the clones could come down, Lin Fei was not a fool. He had a vague guess in his mind, and it could not be wrong. How dare you? You are just a small God Emperor. Why don't you kowtow to us when you see us? Boom! One of the Lord of Sagely Heaven's eyes flashed. With a roar, a huge wave of pressure surged over. What a terrifying Lord of Sagely Heaven. Each of his clones has a combat power of more than 20 billion, especially the 10 clones. His battle power has even reached 30 billion. He's trying to kill me. Lin Fei was furious. At the same time, he also bore a grudge against the Sky Dragon and the Master of Heavenly Law. Ha ha ha, you're just a small clone. How dare you show off to me? Who do you think you are? Lin Fei laughed. His voice was loud like a bell. Heaven and earth shook, and the wave of pressure collapsed. Before it could even get close to Lin Fei, it disappeared completely. You are just a small God Emperor. How dare you resist? Another clone of the Lord of Sagely Heaven was enraged. Although the strength of the Lord of Sagely Heaven's clones was greatly suppressed, they were much stronger than before. They could defeat all the experts in the sealed world. Their hatred for God Emperor Tion was extremely great. Now that they had seen Emperor Tion, they had to teach him a lesson. The worse he was, the happier they were. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining 7 billion additional power. Lin Fei was overjoyed. This power came at the right time. My total power has finally reached 40 billion. With 40 billion points of power, Lin Fei was above them. The 33 Lords of Sagely Heaven had all become power bonuses in Lin Fei's eyes. If they were all killed, it would be terrible. I really have to thank you, Sky Dragon. You sent me a large number of experience monsters. Lin Fei suddenly didn't hate Sky Dragon as much as he did before. If Sky Dragon could do this a few more times, Lin Fei wouldn't mind pretending to be a coward. Emperor Tion, you stole the spirit of Sky Yuan and the spirit of Sky Yuan Fish. Suddenly, a Lord of Sagely Heaven exclaimed. He immediately shut his mouth. He wanted to slap himself. How could he say something like this? It really is the spirit of Sky Yuan. There's still some aura here. It must be with Emperor Tian. The eyes of the Lord of Sagely Heaven in the sky lit up. Lin Fei brazenly attacked the master of the sacred sky closest to him, breaking through their encirclement. Die! Lin Fei used space movement and suddenly appeared in front of the Lord of Sagely Heaven. He punched the Lord of Sagely Heaven in the chest. You can kill me too? The Lord of Sagely Heaven's eyes were full of disdain. He was the Lord of Sagely Heaven. Even a clone was invincible. Boom! Without any warning, the Lord of Sagely Heaven's 23 billion points of power was smashed into pieces by Lin Fei's punch. You are the second one. Lin Fei pounced on the second Lord of Sagely Heaven and also punched him. He used the power of space and time, not giving the Lord of Sagely Heaven any chance to fight back. Boom! The second Lord of Sagely Heaven was killed. At the same time, Lin Fei received an additional 2 billion points of power. Two Lords of Sagely Heaven contributed 2 billion points of power to Lin Fei. The remaining Lord of Sagely Heaven's clones were silent. Sky Dragon, who was watching from the void, was also dumbfounded. Chapter 2155. Lin Fei killed 2 of the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones in an instant. His combat power had increased to 42 billion, almost reaching the level of the Heavenly Origin Dragon back then. Everyone, are you surprised? However, this is only the beginning. Lin Fei laughed and pounced towards the third Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone. You have to die too. Lin Fei wasn't interested in knowing the ranking of the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone. As long as his power was weaker than his, he could kill them with one punch. With his 40 billion power, he could easily crush them. Sacred Sky Mark. The Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone was enraged. He sent out a mysterious mark towards Lin Fei's fist. It's useless. Lin Fei's fist landed on the mark and crushed it with his invincible power. He arrived in front of the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clone and smashed it with his palm. One of the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones was killed. Lin Fei turned into an invincible god of war. He punched out fiercely and killed one of the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones. The Lord of the Sacred Sky's 20 billion power was the first to be killed by Lin Fei. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei attacked directly. He didn't need to defend. What's going on? A god emperor who sealed the world. How can his combat power be so strong? He can even kill a clone. The remaining Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones were extremely fearful. According to their agreement with the Heavenly Tao, they would have come to the mountain of God Emperors and killed Tian. Then, they would be able to obtain endless benefits. At this moment, the Lord of the Sacred Sky's clones encountered an invincible existence in their eyes. The little rabbit in their eyes turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the blink of an eye. Everyone, let's kill God Emperor Tian first. There's something strange about this guy. That terrifying power. Everyone was shocked. If it was their original bodies, it would be easy to kill a clone like this. However, it wouldn't be so easy for a clone to kill a clone. But God Emperor Tian had done it. They were greatly provoked. For the benefit of Mountain God Emperor Space, the remaining 20+ of them joined forces to attack. Bam, bam, bam. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and took the attacks head-on. He dashed towards the 28 billion Master of the Sacred Sky and slashed at him. The Lord of the Sacred Sky was split in half. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The saber light instantly chopped down, and each saber took a life. Everything in Mount God Emperor belongs to me. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lin Fei held the energy blade in his hand. As the blade flashed, the Lord of the Sacred Sky's doppelgangers fell one by one. No matter how strong their defenses were, they were all sliced apart by the blade. What made them want to vomit blood the most was that this kind of fierce attack was easily executed by the other party. He was not afraid of consumption at all. Moreover, it wasn't afraid of being attacked. All the attacks it sent out would be reflected back. In the blink of an eye, only 10 of the 33 Lords of Heaven were left. The other 23 Lords of Heaven's clones had all fallen. No one could block Lin Fei's attack. The 10 clones of the Sacred Sky Lord gathered their divine senses together. They were unable to adapt to God Emperor Tion's strength. Everyone, use your killer moves. If we don't use our killer moves, God Emperor Tion will kill us instead of us killing him. Seal. One of the Lord of the Sacred Sky shouted. He formed a seal with his hands and blasted it towards Lin Fei. The seal shone brightly. It shrouded Lin Fei in an instant. Lin Fei instantly felt that he couldn't move. The other 9 Lord of the Sacred Skies clones didn't dare to hold back anymore. They used their strongest killer moves. Subconsciously, they didn't believe that the treasure could withstand their combined attack. This combined attack was indeed very powerful. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and circulated the energy in his body. The added energy was gathered together. The output of his energy reached a terrifying 67 billion points. Even if I join forces, you guys won't be able to do it. Lin Fei shook his head and released his energy. Boom! The seal's energy was shattered. The heavenly mandate energy turned into endless waves and swept towards the 9 incoming attacks. The attack that could kill everything in its path was crushed by this energy. The second wave of energy came, and the ultimate attack didn't exist anymore. But they were unlucky. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of heavenly mandate energy swept over, and the 10 Lord of the Sacred Skies clones were all sent flying. They all vomited blood, and their bodies were badly damaged. The second wave of energy swept over, and the 10 Lord of the Sacred Skies clones took out all kinds of treasures and blocked in front of them. God Emperor Tion, this is a misunderstanding. Stop now. We're not here to cause trouble for you. Stop now. The first wave of energy swept over and easily destroyed the attack. They realized how terrifying God Emperor Tion was. How could Tion, who sealed the world, cultivate to such a level of power? It was impossible. They cursed Sky Dragon more than 10,000 times in their hearts. This was an easy task. What kind of joke was this? Although they were clones of the Lord of the Sacred Sky, they were still invincible in this sealed world. Their hearts sank when they thought about how God Emperor Tion had so many clones. Lin Fei knew that the Lord of the Sacred Sky would attack him. No one would give up their benefits. Why should we stop? Lin Fei shook his head. The heavenly mandate energy swept over, and the terrifying power tore them into pieces. No matter what was said, Lin Fei would do it. Bastard, I'd be a fool if I believed you. Lin Fei looked in one direction. Sky Dragon, you're really shameless. Sky Dragon indeed came to see. Sky Dragon was filled with resentment after repeated failures. This time, he invited the Lord of the Sacred Sky to deal with God Emperor Tion. Even if it was just a clone, it could easily kill God Emperor Tion. Sky Dragon wanted to see God Emperor Tion's miserable state. Unfortunately, everything went in the opposite direction. The Lord of the Sacred Skies clone became as good-tempered as a little white rabbit, and God Emperor Tion once again displayed unbelievable power and killed the Lord of the Sacred Skies clone. Sky Dragon felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. When he saw God Emperor Tion's gaze, he was so scared that he turned around and left the mountain of God Emperor. I'll let you live for a few more days. When I get used to the power in my hands, I like to see how powerful the Lord of the Heavenly Law is. With a power of 64 billion, Lin Fei was able to reign supreme in the mountain of God Emperor and even the sealed world. Even if the Lord of the Sacred Skies clone came, it would still die. It was that simple. Since he had offended the Lord of the Sacred Sky, killing one clone or two was the same. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei turned around and left. The experts in a mountain of God Emperor looked at him with fear and admiration. Chapter 2156. The World of the 33 Sagely Heavens. Roars could be heard from the layers of worlds, shaking the heavens and the earth. The flames of anger turned into a black storm, covering the sky above the Lord of Sagely Sky's palace. All the experts turned their gazes over, unable to remain calm. Waves of anger came one after another. Anyone who was not an idiot could sense it. What happened? I haven't seen the anger of the Sagely Sky in a long time. I wonder who offended the Lord of Sagely Sky. That person is going to be unlucky. In a certain layer of world, in a secret room, it was dark everywhere. At the same time, it was quiet, except for the occasional sound of breathing. If not for the fact that there was no one in the secret room, people would have suspected that there was no one in the secret room. News is here. A voice could be heard from the silent secret room. The voice was low, but it was filled with excitement. Speak. Another hoarse voice could be heard. I really want to know why the Master of Holy Sky is so angry this time. I remember that he hasn't been angry for a long time. There was more than one person in the secret room. A few voices could be heard. I just found out some unbelievable news from a secret channel. This person was even more excited. In the secret room, everyone's breathing became rapid. Speak. Speak. That person continued. This is something that none of you can imagine. Our Lord of the Sacred Sky suffered a huge setback and lost a doppelganger in the sealed world. Haha, that's great. I didn't expect the Lord of Sagely Sky to lose too. But that can't be right. The strongest person in the sealed world is at most a peak God Emperor. How can he kill a doppelganger? Yes, I also heard that the God Emperor in the sealed world has only reached this level recently. Other than him, it seems like no one else can kill the Lord of Sagely Sky's doppelganger. After the excitement, there were all sorts of doubts. I'm not sure about that. That person was also very confused. Go and investigate. Even if we have to pay a huge price, we have to find out what happened. In another world of the Sagely Sky, in a forbidden ground with gusts of cold wind, laughter could be heard. Who would have thought that one of your doppelgangers would be killed? No wonder you are so angry. The voice was sinister. I believe this news will spread. Many people will have their own thoughts. I have lost a doppelganger, and I don't know which big shot will take action. I'm really interested in getting to know him. A chilly wind blew over the forbidden area. Then another piece of news spread. World of the 33 Holy Heavens. Many of the sacred sky lords were enraged. The big and small forces were all shocked. Even more terrible news spread. The Lord of the Sacred Sky was angry because his doppelganger had been killed. As for the source of the news, there was no way of knowing. At this moment, those who had been hiding in the world of the 33 holy heavens emerged one by one. The world of the 33 holy heavens also began to experience some changes. Mountain God Emperor Space. Lin Fei came out of the secret chamber. After a few days of mastering, Lin Fei had completely mastered his current strength. It's time to go to the Heavenly Law's lair. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In the next second, he arrived above the sealed world. How's the tracking going? As soon as he came out, Lin Fei felt as though the entire world was within his grasp. It was a very, very powerful feeling, one that he had never felt before. Master, don't worry. That sky dragon has been causing trouble for you time and time again. This time, he won't be able to escape. Little Fiend said with a smile. Lead the way. Lin Fei entered the depths of the void. The howling astral winds were shattered before they could even get close. The deeper he went, the stronger the astral winds became. Lin Fei did not care about these astral winds. That sky dragon really knows how to hide. Other than him, it was difficult for outsiders to enter this place. The astral winds were extremely terrifying. A single blow could turn flesh and blood into white bones. No matter how many people came, they would all die. That sky dragon is hiding in here. In the depths of the void, Little Fiend pointed at a location. Luckily, the system is tracking him. Lin Fei could tell. This was an independent space, hidden in the endless astral winds. Anyone would be dumbfounded if they came here. Open. Lin Fei's fist, which contained the power of mountains and rivers, landed on one of the spots, and a door appeared indistinctly. Bang! 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 Lin Fei punched continuously. After a total of 10 punches, the door appeared. In a flash, he entered the space. There was no life in this space, and there was a dusky aura everywhere. It was an extremely uncomfortable aura. At this moment, in the center of the space, there was a huge black altar. On the altar, there was a huge throne, and the sky dragon was sitting on it. Dition, how dare you come here? A trace of fear flashed in the sky dragon's eyes, and then he laughed crazily. Lin Fei came to a place not far from the altar. I thought that the Heavenly Law's representative would live in a good place. It seems like it's really disappointing. With such treatment, you might as well follow me. I guarantee that it'll be better than before. Wrong, you're wrong. Sky Dragon sneered. Follow you? Were you? You're just a lowly existence, an insignificant ant. I'm now the Heavenly Law's representative. Can you get it to me? Lin Fei shook his head. But I can kill you. Sky Dragon's eyebrows twitched. A huge fist came in front of him, and the fist landed on his face. A violent force hit him, and he lost consciousness. Instant kill. At this moment, Sky Dragon's combat power had not reached 5 billion. There was no way he could block Lin Fei's full attack. I can't give you a position, but I can kill you. Lin Fei smiled. Dian, I'm going to kill you. On the altar not far away, Sky Dragon turned into a black fog, and then turned back into a human. With a roar, the entire dusky space turned into many huge eyes. At the same time, a terrifying and destructive aura covered the sky and earth. What tricks can you play in my territory? I admit that I've underestimated you. Sky Dragon's eyes were bloodshot, and he laughed unscrupulously. But you can't escape death. Today, I'm going to add all the old and new grudges together and settle this old score with you. Lin Fei glanced at the terrifying, destructive aura that covered the sky and earth and could crush a person. Its power level was at most 20 to 30 billion. So Lin Fei laughed. Sky Dragon suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Did you see that? As long as I give the order, you'll be killed on the spot. Even if you can regenerate your flesh, it won't work here. Although he did not understand why he felt that way, Sky Dragon thought that he was the Heavenly Law's representative. Even if he only had a small amount of authority, he could completely destroy Dian. All right, I'm done playing with you. Chapter 2157. Lin Fei had completely lost interest in Sky Dragon. And Lin Fei was already a great being. With tens of billions of energy output, he was invincible in the sealed world. Apart from Lin Fei, few could achieve such a level in such a short period of time. However, Lin Fei did it easily. Then again, Lin Fei had also taken a risk to reach his current level. Lin Fei wanted to kill Sky Dragon and force the Master of Heavenly Law out. That was the being he wanted to deal with. In the sealed world, the existence of the Master of Heavenly Law had already made Lin Fei very unhappy. This altar is a good thing, Lin Fei thought to himself. He completely ignored Sky Dragon's words. At the same time, he slashed out with his blade. It was an ordinary slash in everyone's eyes, but with the support of tens of billions of energy, it exploded with infinite power. The entire gray space was in a state of slow motion. The shining blade was like a wave between heaven and earth, heading towards one of the directions. Bang! Bang! Wherever the blade passed, the eyeballs exploded and were torn into pieces. None of the eyeballs could withstand Lin Fei's ordinary slash. Sky Dragon's smile froze on the altar. The blade crushed his body, and he fell into darkness again. Damn it! Why is it the same move again? This was Sky Dragon's last thought before he fell into darkness again. Lin Fei came to the altar. At this time, the altar was surrounded by black fog, and a figure was faintly discernible. Dian, you can't kill me. The black fog revealed its face. It was Sky Dragon. In this space, I am invincible. You will never be able to kill me. Sky Dragon's figure appeared again. Lin Fei had long known that Sky Dragon had resurrected several times. There was definitely something that could bring him back to life. Now, he knew that this altar was a treasure. Little devil, help me check this altar. Lin Fei sneered. I don't believe that you can resurrect again and again. A palm. It fell from the sky and destroyed Sky Dragon's human form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the gray sky, many vertical eyes appeared again, and a dense barrage of destructive light beams shot over. Lin Fei did not even spare them a glance. He just swung his saber and slashed out. It shattered all the attacks, including the eyeballs. My strength is too weak. Every time I use it, I get an additional strength of 10 to 20 million. Lin Fei had killed the heavenly dragon thrice. But the amount of power he had obtained could be counted on one hand. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. Mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei made up his mind, no matter how many times Sky could revive. Today, they would have to guard the corpse. The altar was full of mysteries. Bang! The Sky Dragon was killed again. This was the 83rd time that Lin Fei had killed the Sky Dragon. Every time the Sky Dragon appeared, Lin Fei would kill it. Dition, you can't kill me. The Sky Dragon appeared once again. Compared to before, its power had also increased, reaching the level of 20 billion. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was still just an ant. Damn, this altar's effect is too good. Lin Fei could not help but curse. He had killed the Sky Dragon 83 times. Wrong. It was now the 84th time. As the Sky Dragon was killed 90 times, the surrounding eyeballs attacked even more wildly. Lin Fei was prepared. He knew that the Sky Dragon's limit was about to be reached. Fortunately, it was him. If it was anyone else, they would have run out of energy after killing a few more times. 18 clones, come out and block it for me. The entire gray space was densely packed with eyeballs. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp go numb. Moreover, they were attacking together. The 18 clones guarded 18 directions and blocked all the attacks. Lin Fei just had to focus on dealing with the Sky Dragon. As for the consumption, Lin Fei really did not care. He had Tianyuan Wanling and could replenish his Heaven's Fate points at any time. Sky Dragon. This is the 92nd time. Lin Fei killed the Sky Dragon again. The Sky Dragon's power increased to 30 billion, but it was still killed by Lin Fei with one slash. No, how can your strength increase so quickly? After being killed again, the black fog that the Sky Dragon transformed into roared. His voice was filled with a trace of unwillingness and despair. I am the Heavenly Tao's representative. You can't kill me. Boom! After another revival, the Sky Dragon's battle power broke through again and reached 40 billion. The more I kill, the stronger I become. This is really an advantage for me. Lin Fei saw the clues and was extremely happy. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's battle power reached 80 billion. All of this was brought about by the Sky Dragon. At this time, if the Sky Dragon knew that every time he was killed his opponent's battle power would increase, he would definitely smash his head against the wall. This was supporting the enemy. It was the kind of unlimited increase. I am the strongest. He was killed for the 95th time. The surrounding eyeballs' attacks were all blocked. It's going to be the 96th time soon. I hope you can defeat me. Killing you like this is too boring. Lin Fei stood on the altar with a smile on his face. He looked like he was harmless. But the Sky Dragon vomited blood. He had already been killed for the 95th time. Goddamn Dition. How can his strength increase so quickly? Why is this happening? The Sky Dragon kept roaring, his heart filled with fear. No one understood one thing better than him. The Heavenly Tao's representative was not unkillable, but there was a limit to the number of times. 100 times. This was the Sky Dragon's limit. And every time he died, his strength would increase. Now that he had reached a terrifying level, he was still killed by Dition. This was definitely a painful and despairing thing. The 96th revival. The Sky Dragon's battle power broke through to 65 billion. His whole body's aura soared to the sky, and the gray space seemed to be about to be torn apart. This time, he was much stronger than the last time. It was an unprecedented power. You still can't do it. Lin Fei's palm print came down, and his terrifying strength was forcefully smashed into pieces, including his entire body. One palm, another palm. Lin Fei was getting more and more happy. Where else could he find such a good thing? This was much faster than the last time, a standard transport leader. Lin Fei was just short of giving him a red packet, saying thank you for your hard work and take your time. If he really said that, the Sky Dragon would probably really die of anger. Unfortunately, the Sky Dragon did not know. The 97th time died. The 98th time died. The 99th time, the Sky Dragon's strength broke through 100 billion, and the entire gray space began to shake. However, Lin Fei still smashed down with his palm. No! The Sky Dragon's attack collapsed, and at this moment, the sky dragon smelled the aura of death. This was the real aura of death. Chapter 2158. Death Aura. That was what Sky Dragon did not want to see. When death was about to befall him, Sky Dragon had no choice but to beg for mercy. Even if it was an ant in front of him, as long as he did not die this time, he might have a chance to rise again in the future. Sky Dragon begged for mercy, and at the same time, he mobilized the black fog to block. He was going all out. I am just an ant. You are a heaven's pride, the representative of the heavenly axiom. I do not have the ability to make you submit to me. Lin Fei's attacks did not stop. Beg for mercy? Submit? What a joke. You're my transport team leader. If I don't kill you, how can I increase my strength? The benefits of killing you over 90 times are unimaginable. Boom! Sky Dragon's pleas were drowned out by Lin Fei's attacks in the blink of an eye. Tion, you will die soon too. The heavenly axiom will not let you off. Lin Fei chose to ignore Sky Dragon's desperate voice. If I don't kill you, how can I force the heavenly axiom out? At the same time, I will resolve some doubts in my heart. Finally, he killed Sky Dragon. The black fog on the altar stopped moving. Lin Fei was sure that Sky Dragon had been killed by him, and there was no chance for him to resurrect. I really have to thank you. Lin Fei was in exceptionally good mood. With the contribution of the transport team leader, his strength increased like a rocket, reaching a shocking 140 billion in the blink of an eye. It was fortunate that he had a transport team leader like Sky Dragon. Without such a transport team leader, it would have taken a long time for him to reach his current level. Master, congratulations. You're about to get something good. Lin Fei had long coveted the altar under his feet. Although he was invincible, but his subordinates were different. As long as he had this altar, Lin Fei believed that his invincible palace's future would be even more terrifying. It would not be a problem for it to dominate the sealed world forever. It was an altar that could resurrect from the dead. At the same time, it could increase his strength. That was extraordinary. Tell me the exact situation immediately. Lin Fei could not wait to know. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the little devil could tell Lin Fei, the entire gray space was filled with a holy and supreme aura. It charged toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei instantly felt as if he would be drowned in this aura at any time, unable to turn around. Lin Fei knew that the heavenly Tao had made a move. With a cold harumph, a surge of energy surged forth, creating an opening. It's better for your main body to come out. A mere little toy is really useless against me. Lin Fei said coolly. Ever since he killed Sky Dragon, Lin Fei had never been afraid, even if this was someone else's territory. You're not bad. A majestic voice reverberated throughout the entire gray space. In front of Lin Fei, the gray mist dissipated, revealing a massive black eyeball that gave off a destructive and divine aura. Thank you for the compliment. I am indeed a good person, but unfortunately, we are enemies now. Lin Fei still remembered the quest issued by the system. Killing the master of the heavenly law would bring great rewards. Compared to the heavenly Tao in his imagination, his current appearance made it hard for others to respect him. What a disappointment. No, we're not enemies. The giant eyeball opened, and a variety of emotions appeared. However, there was no trace of humanity in the other party. Master, this guy is stalling for time. He seems to be preparing something. Little Devil reminded. From the moment the other party appeared, Lin Fei had no intention of talking nicely. Wrong, we are enemies. Lin Fei shouted and slashed at the eyeball. The clouds were rolling. The power of this slash had reached a terrifying level. It could be said to be the most terrifying slash. You know that I am the heavenly Tao, the supreme one. Why you have to use your sword against me? The giant eyeball shook its head, and the terrifying blade aura shattered inch by inch. Before it could get close, it disappeared. Lin Fei was shocked. The heavenly Tao is indeed the heavenly Tao. It's much stronger than Sky Dragon. My attack was dissolved just like that. This was what Lin Fei had expected. If the heavenly Tao was so weak, would it still be the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao. You say you're the heavenly Tao, but I think you're a fake. Lin Fei didn't stop. He slashed again, one slash after another. After a total of 50 slashes, the energy in his body was instantly sucked dry, including the system's destiny points. The giant eyeball was instantly enveloped by the blade aura. Lin Fei took out the Heaven Origin Myriad Spirit Potion and swallowed a few drops. In less than 2 breaths, his strength was restored to its original state. Dition, your attack is not bad. Unfortunately, it's useless. The dozens of slashes were dissolved once again. That area seemed to be able to restrain any attack. I'll give you a chance. Become the agent of the heavenly Tao. From now on, you will be in existence above everyone else. The sealed world is just the beginning. In the future, you will be the strongest in this universe. How's the analysis? The destiny energy around Lin Fei surged. There's some progress. This heavenly Tao seems to be a very special existence. It can steal some kind of power. It shouldn't be the heavenly Tao. It can be said to be a fake, a very special existence. Lin Fei thought. He had asked the little devil to observe and analyze. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't treat the heavenly Tao as the heavenly Tao. In this world, the heavenly Tao was the most terrifying. However, he felt that there was something wrong with this heavenly Tao. After hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei was even more certain that the little devil was telling the truth. Moreover, I also discovered that this heavenly Tao seems to be restricted by something. It seems like it can't use its full strength. Master, you can test it again. As long as you do it a few more times, I will be able to analyze more. In fact, Lin Fei had also discovered something. The heavenly Tao was a supreme existence. However, Lin Fei didn't feel any special aura from it. I don't like to be someone else's subordinate. I feel that I should be the number one. That's the feeling. Lin Fei summoned his 18 clones. Each one of them attacked in a different direction. With a large number of Heaven Origin Myriad spirits, Lin Fei didn't believe that he couldn't see the heavenly Tao's weakness. As long as there was a weakness, there would be a way to deal with it. He believed in the little devil's analysis. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei's attacks became faster and faster. However, the heavenly Tao easily blocked them. In fact, it was completely neutralized before it could even get close. Since he refused to repent, then accept the punishment of heaven, the giant eyeball spewed out a purple flame. As soon as the flame appeared, it covered the sky and burned fiercely. The gray space was filled with flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei slowed down time, forming a vacuum around him. A trace of the power of time still affected the flame's approach. What a terrifying attack. As soon as the flame appeared, the power contained actually reached 200 billion. Chapter 2159. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The purple flames burned, and Lin Fei's Heaven's fate points were rapidly consumed. The power of 200 billion Heaven's fate points was unimaginable. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be burned into nothingness. Although the attack was terrifying, Lin Fei had an invincible defense and recalled his 18 clones. Losing even one was heartbreaking. Strike. Blade was a basic blade technique. Now that he executed it, streaks of invisible and traceless blade rays landed not far away from the huge eyeball. Boom, boom, boom. Before the blade rays could be destroyed, Lin Fei detonated them. Waves of torrents were set off. It's useful. With each detonation, Lin Fei realized that he could advance a lot. Although the consumption was severe, Lin Fei's expression didn't change. He continued to attack, and from time to time, he would consume 10 yuan myriad spirits to replenish his combat power. Master, continue. At this time, Lin Fei was infinitely close to the heavenly Tao's eyeball. 10 slashes, 100 slashes, 500 slashes. Lin Fei didn't know how many slashes he made, but he knew that the torrents came wave after wave, with almost no time to rest. Boom! After another explosion, the torrents hit the huge eyeball, and drops of blood dripped down. I thought the heavenly Tao wouldn't be injured, but it turns out that you're not as powerful as I thought. In the end, you'll still be injured. Lin Fei laughed and instantly slashed more than 10 times. The 10 slashes merged into one, and an invisible blade slashed at the huge eyeball. This was one of the basic blade techniques. Boom! The huge eyeball split into pieces. Lin Fei blinked. It's dead. Master, behind you on the left, attack. The little devil's voice was urgent. Lin Fei seemed to have a telepathic connection. He turned around and slashed. Master east. Master south. Master above your head. Every time the little devil spoke, Lin Fei would accurately slash at a certain location. Although he didn't understand what the little devil wanted to do, Lin Fei still believed in the little devil. The system was much more powerful than him. No matter how powerful the heavenly Tao was, it still suffered in the hands of the system. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had slashed. He couldn't remember clearly. Lin Fei could see that the power of the surrounding purple flames was weakening. The heavenly Tao seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Straight ahead, 90,000 zhang away, the little devil raised his voice. Lin Fei's heart moved at will, and his saber struck the exact spot. With this strike, a miserable sound came from the gray space, and the gray aura in the surroundings instantly changed. The environment was changing. In less than a few breaths, Lin Fei discovered that he was in a palace that exuded an ancient aura. The surroundings were empty. Lin Fei was very surprised. He had followed the little devil's instructions and cut down many places. How did he end up here? Master, this is the true lair of the heavenly law. That was just an illusion. The little devil's words made Lin Fei suddenly understand. Illusion? How is this possible? Lin Fei really couldn't feel it. The surrounding environment didn't feel like an illusion at all. If it was really an illusion, according to his combat strength, he could easily break it. It would have been easy to break through, instead of waiting until now. Master, look in front. Lin Fei looked over in bewilderment and saw an unbelievable scene. Straight ahead, at the end of the palace, there was also an altar. There was a pillar erected on the altar. This wasn't strange at all. Several iron chains on the pillar rattled. At the edge of the altar, there was a dwarf lying on the ground. You can actually break my illusion. Who are you? The dwarf moved, and the iron chains behind him rattled. Lin Fei also didn't expect that there would be such a scene in the gray space. Could that huge eyeball be formed by the dwarf in front of him? This is also, you can live until now, why can't I? Lin Fei's heart moved. He was putting on an act. The dwarf's eyes stared at Lin Fei, as if he wanted to see a familiar shadow on the other party. But no matter how he looked, he still couldn't see it. The dwarf never thought that his illusion would be broken by someone. This illusion was the most terrifying existence of his race. Once it was used, no one could break it. But today, it was easily broken by someone. Moreover, it was someone who looked like an ant in his eyes. Who exactly are you? The dwarf's voice became much more solemn. Lin Fei listened to the little evil demon's words. Master, didn't I tell you to keep attacking just now? I kept analyzing and deducing. You also know that I'm very good at this, especially when it comes to subtle changes. When this guy used the purple flames, the flaw was revealed. It was very obscure. Even 100 people might not be able to see it. Unfortunately, he met me. Lin Fei listened very carefully. So the appearance of the purple flames was because the little evil demon deduced that there was another secret in this space. The last place he attacked was where the huge eyeball was constantly moving. Lin Fei didn't see it at that time. At the same time, he was glad that he almost fell for it. Who would have thought that there would be such a different scene in this space? Perhaps no one knew about it. Lin Fei even thought that the heavenly dragon might not know about this secret. Master, this dwarf should be a special life form. At the same time, he has lived for a long time and has an ancient aura on him. If not for the chains restraining his power, Master would have been killed in one move. How strong is he at his peak? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. The purple flames almost took his life. Lin Fei was very clear that he had used up more than 20 drops of Sky Yuan Myriad Spirits. If it was any other time, he would have run long ago. Run? Forget it. More than 900 billion, reaching the level of 1 trillion, or even more. Lin Fei let out a light sigh. Who exactly are you? The dwarf screamed again. No one was more miserable than the dwarf. What a lowly ant. Time and time again, he destroyed his plans. Now, he even walked in front of him. If he was still at his peak, he would be able to kill a mere ant easily. Why did he have to be so miserable now? At the same time, the other party's words made the dwarf feel uneasy. No one knew what happened in the past better than he did. If not for that damn fellow, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The dwarf didn't expect that person to live until now and even break through in the sealed world. Since you can't guess, I won't say. Lin Fei took a few steps and stopped. Lin Fei pondered and prepared to get some information out of the dwarf. However, you are quite bold to use the heavenly Tao to trick people. You are amazing. Lin Fei laughed. If not for his great improvement in strength, Lin Fei would have been tricked. At least the Sky Dragon was tricked. Chapter 2160. Although he didn't know the origin of the dwarf, Lin Fei wouldn't underestimate him. He was suppressed here and even dared to pretend to be the heavenly Tao and support the heavenly Tao's agent. He really had no taboo. Lin Fei wouldn't easily take risks against such a person. If it wasn't for the little devil's help, Lin Fei believed that he would have suffered a great loss. System scanning in progress. This place had an ancient aura. Standing here felt like 10,000 years had passed in an instant. It was a very special existence. Lin Fei felt uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. He didn't like this place either. Master, there's something good on the left. Lin Fei didn't want to deal with the dwarf now. It was better to put some distance between them to avoid being tricked. Bones! Lin Fei's figure flashed and came to a corner of the palace. There was a stone pool in the corner. Blood-colored blood was constantly rolling in the pool, emitting endless evil energy. This is similar to the altar from before. Lin Fei said to himself, "What are you doing?" The gnome on the other side cried out. He obviously didn't expect that the other party didn't come to ask him, but went somewhere else. He had no place to put the words in his heart. Lin Fei once again chose to ignore it. "I'll talk after you cool down. This is a treasure, a very powerful treasure. According to the information I gathered, this should be a part of an altar," said the little devil. Lin Fei's heart moved, and he took out the treasure from before. It was that altar, so it's the upper and lower parts. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and understood. This altar and the blood-colored stone pool were originally one complete item, but he didn't know why they became two parts. "Master, if you combine them according to my method, it will be a powerful treasure. The benefits are definitely beyond your imagination." "All right, tell me." The dwarf's eyes flickered. He wants to combine them? Lin Fei followed the little devil's instructions and activated the altar. The altar released endless black fog. The blood in the blood pool rolled and turned into a roaring blood beast. It opened its mouth and swallowed the altar. Black mist rose from the altar, trying to resist the blood pond. However, it wasn't as strong as the blood pond. It was torn down little by little, falling into the blood pond. Lin Fei watched quietly. The combination of the altar and the blood pond. It didn't take long. "Who the hell are you? You actually know about the blood sacrificial altar," the dwarf said to Lin Fei's back. "It's just a blood sacrificial altar. Although it has a powerful background, it's not something rare in our eyes. Not only can I assemble it, but I can also refine it," Lin Fei said faintly and continued to pretend. "Is there a way to refine the blood sacrificial altar?" When the upper and lower parts were put together, Lin Fei realized that this treasure's origin was not small. Coupled with the little fiend's words, Lin Fei knew that this treasure was not simple. He also understood the importance of the blood sacrificial altar. Lin Fei was even more curious about this dwarf. Just who was it that had suppressed the dwarf here and even used a top-notch treasure? One could imagine how powerful the dwarf was before he was suppressed. "Yes, as long as you spend some destiny points, I can help you control it." "Then help me control it." Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to learn some secrets from the dwarf. As for using a secret technique to forcefully search his memory, he couldn't guarantee success. When a person was suppressed, and when he couldn't be killed, there was no need to say more about how powerful he was. The dwarf's eyes kept flickering. You're quite arrogant." The blood sacrificial altar was the treasure of the unparalleled expert back then. Once the blood sacrificial altar is activated, it's terrifying. Even if that unparalleled expert fell, it's not something someone like you can control. No one knew better than him how terrifying the blood sacrificial altar was. Back then, he had also spent a lot of effort on it. To get the blood sacrificial altar here. Unfortunately, he couldn't assemble it. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In my eyes, nothing is impossible. Just wait and see. The entire process didn't take long. The destiny points continued to be consumed. Lin Fei also became very calm. Although he didn't know the origin of the dwarf, getting a treasure first was a good harvest. Moreover, it might be a top-notch treasure. Master, it's done. There's a subtle connection between Lin Fei and the blood sacrificial altar. Watch carefully. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The blood sacrificial altar flew out and expanded with the wind. Endless blood-colored hurricanes whizzed out along with the blood sacrificial altar, constantly cutting the void, causing the void to collapse. In a moment, the blood sacrificial altar turned into the size of a city. Lin Fei leaped up and stood at the center of the blood sacrificial altar. With this, he completely controlled the blood sacrificial altar. What a terrifying blood sacrificial altar! Lin Fei only needed a thought to control the blood sacrificial altar. How is it? Not bad, right? The little devil said proudly. Although those restrictions are terrifying, too much time has passed. In front of me, the invincible little devil. All the restrictions are useless. Lin Fei was also shocked by the power of the blood sacrificial altar. As long as he controlled the blood sacrificial altar, he could block any attack. It was truly unrestrained. Any divine ability would become extremely weak in front of the blood sacrificial altar. Did you see it clearly? Controlling the blood sacrificial altar isn't that difficult. With a thought, the blood sacrificial altar traversed the void and arrived above the dwarf. Lin Fei was like an emperor as he spoke from above. I didn't expect that you could really control the blood sacrificial altar left behind by that unparalleled expert. A trace of disbelief flashed in the dwarf's eyes. No one knew better than him that the blood sacrificial altar contained terrifying divine restrictions. Each of the divine restrictions was extremely frightening. The most frightening divine restrictions contained in the blood sacrificial altar weren't just one or two, but a total of 1 million. The power of ordinary restrictions was ordinary. Even if there were 1 million ordinary restrictions, the power would only be SOSO. However, it was different with divine restrictions. 1 million of them was enough to make people tremble in fear. As soon as the blood sacrificial altar appeared above the dwarf, boundless blood-colored energy shrouded the dwarf. All the blood and chi in the dwarf's body flowed out continuously and finally converged into the blood sacrificial altar. What are you doing? This was one of the functions of the blood sacrificial altar. Activating the blood sacrificial altar required an endless amount of blood. Any living being that was enveloped by the blood sacrificial altar would have their blood sucked dry by the blood sacrificial altar. Nothing. I just want to let you know that I'm not trying to scare you. If I say that I can control the blood sacrificial altar, then I can control it. At the same time, I'll let you experience the power of the blood sacrificial altar. The dwarf was enraged. The iron chains behind him rattled again. Endless black fog surged out to resist the tearing power of the blood sacrificial altar. You're shameless. You're a top-notch expert. It's just a blood sacrificial altar. It's not like you can't resist it. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He was also shocked by the power of the blood sacrificial altar. Fresh blood continuously flowed out of the dwarf's body and flowed into the blood sacrificial altar. As the fresh blood flowed into the blood sacrificial altar, the scarlet color of the blood sacrificial altar became thicker. At the same time, blood-colored demons appeared around the blood sacrificial altar and pounced on the dwarf below. Chapter 21:61. Once the blood sacrificial altar unfolded, The blood demons kept tearing at the midget's flesh. More and more demons gathered around the blood sacrificial altar. It was a terrifying sight. Lin Fei was using the midget as a test subject. It must be said that this midget was very powerful. Even though he was shackled, his strength was still tyrannical. His flesh kept growing, and his aura never weakened. This blood sacrificial altar is more terrifying than I imagined. The tearing force is at such a level. No wonder it became a treasure in the hands of an unparalleled expert. Lin Fei had been observing with his divine sense. The blood demons were formed purely from the power of blood. Every one of them was very terrifying. According to the level of power, almost every one of them had a power of 50 billion. This was because the blood sacrificial altar had suffered too much damage and was unable to display its original power. What's the point of torturing me like this? The blood sacrificial altar is not bad, but it's not the blood sacrificial altar of the unparalleled expert. Even if you use it for 100 years, you won't be able to kill me. Lin Fei did not think that it would be easy to kill this midget. This kind of person who was suppressed, but not killed, would always have his own terrifying aspects. Since I can't kill you, don't you think it's interesting to refine the blood sacrificial altar? Lin Fei laughed. If you're bored, we can have a chat. The midget knew that this black-robed kid was very difficult to deal with, using himself to refine the blood sacrificial altar. Only he could think of that. Where did this shameless bastard come from? Sure, the midget also wanted to know the background of this black-robed kid. Such a person had ruined his plans time and time again. Even the Heavenswell agent that he had nurtured was killed, and he even seized the God Emperor Mountain space. The midget even personally sent a clone, which ended up being left in the God Emperor Mountain space. At that time, the midget did not put DT on his eyes. That was just his first miscalculation. The second time, he would definitely not miscalculate. But regrettably, the second time, he miscalculated again. If I knew that you were from that era, I definitely wouldn't have made such a mistake. The dwarf looked at Lin Fei and felt a tinge of regret. He had given Lin Fei a chance to recover. What a pity. You won't have a chance. Lin Fei smiled and said, there's only one chance. You also know that people like us only have one chance. It's gone if you miss it. You're right. There won't be another chance if we miss it. The dwarf did not continue. I'm quite curious. Who on earth has such a deep grudge against you in this godforsaken place that they have imprisoned you here? Lin Fei smiled. However, I'm much luckier than you. At least I don't need to be confined in a certain place. After being suppressed for such a long time, there was one thing that the dwarf couldn't let go of. He was instantly enraged. Actually, I don't know who that person is. The dwarf bitterly smiled. Back then, I was also an all-powerful figure of this era. Later on, when I woke up one day, I found myself in this place. Ha! That damned fellow. If I were to find out, sooner or later I would torture and kill him 100 times, making him wish he was dead. This was a great humiliation for the dwarves. It must have been done by those old bastards. They have nothing to do all day and only think about scheming this and that, using the heavens as a chessboard. The dwarf could not help but roar. Old bastards? Scheming? Lin Fei seemed to understand something. Don't think that you're living comfortably now. Maybe you're also scheming. Back then, the sealed world was not the sealed world. How glorious was that? Later on, it became like this. If I were you, I would find a place to live in seclusion. Find a place as soon as possible and live in seclusion, watching the ups and downs of the world. This is the best way to protect yourself. Master, don't listen to him. This guy doesn't have any good intentions. The little devil reminded. Don't worry, I won't take it seriously. Even if that old bastard is scheming something, as long as he provokes me, I will turn this world upside down. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. A faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. I still prefer to be free and unfettered. As for living in seclusion, forget it. Lin Fei shook his head. Those guys who want to scheme against me, I will send them to heaven one by one. The dwarf really didn't have any good intentions. Regardless of Tion's background, now that he was here, he saw hope. If it was possible, he might have a chance to leave this place. He was sick of staying here. You can't do it. The dwarf shook his head. I'll only know after I try. Lin Fei smiled. So, I plan to borrow something from you. Boom. The blood sacrificial altar pressed down and crashed into the dwarf's body. The entire altar shook violently. Below the dwarf, there was a sparkling and translucent crystal with a mighty heavenly might. It released a boundless pressure and shook the blood sacrificial altar. The blood demon roared, revealing a trace of fear. You should be controlling this heart of heavenly Tao to represent the heavenly Tao. Now, this thing belongs to me. Lin Fei was not idly chatting with the dwarf. Lin Fei was very concerned about such a treasure. How did you know that the heart of heavenly Tao is here? The dwarf was not satisfied. No matter where the treasures in this space are hidden, I can't find them. Lin Fei dashed towards the blood sacrificial altar again and again, hitting the dwarf's body. The terrifying power of the blood sacrificial altar was even higher than Lin Fei's combat power. Every time it hit the dwarf's body, cracks would be left on the dwarf's body. It was like a work of art that could shatter at any time. The heart of heavenly Tao continuously released heavenly might. Unfortunately, the heavenly might at this moment wasn't that strong. From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei had asked the little devil to search for treasures. The blood sacrificial altar was one of them. The other was the heart of heavenly Tao, which was hidden under the altar. At that time, Lin Fei didn't know how to force the heart of heavenly Tao out. That was why he chose to chat with the dwarf, giving the little devil time to analyze. Fortunately, the little devil didn't disappoint Lin Fei. He calculated the direction of the attack. At the same time, he confirmed the connection between the heart of heavenly Tao and the dwarf. Dition, don't even think of snatching the heart of heavenly Tao from my hands. The dwarf's expression was sinister. Since you want to die, even if my strength isn't as good as before, killing you is still not a difficult task. Heart of heavenly Tao fuse. The heart of heavenly Tao spun, releasing endless heaven's mandate energy to heal the injuries on his body. Lin Fei activated the blood sacrificial altar and used the power of blood to attack again. At the same time, 18 doppelgangers flew out. With Lin Fei's current strength, releasing 18 doppelgangers could destroy whoever he wanted in the sealed world. The dwarf's pressure multiplied. The pressure from the 18 doppelgangers caused the heart of heavenly Tao to spin even faster. If you don't hand it over today, then I'll take it myself. Chapter 2162. The heart of heavenly Tao is mine. How could Lin Fei miss out on such a good item? He would take advantage of the situation to take his life. Lin Fei's thoughts were just that simple. The blood sacrificial altar was activated and struck the dwarf again and again. At the same time, the 18 clones struck out with all sorts of attacks. The palace was filled with a terrifying and threatening aura. Heavenly Tao, imprisonment. The dwarf wasn't simple either. Although he couldn't move, his hands could still move. He struck out seals, and the power of the heart of heavenly Tao was activated. A majestic pressure came over. Lin Fei's movement slowed down. It was as if the surrounding space was frozen. Unlimited power, break. Lin Fei's eyes were like lightning. The destiny points on the system transformed into unlimited power and struck in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The attack had no range, and the imprisonment power loosened. Good chance. After it loosened a little, Lin Fei activated the blood sacrificial altar. At the same time, he swung his saber at the dwarf's body. The dwarf's body released a mysterious light, blocking part of the attack. The heart of heavenly Tao that was controlled by the dwarf became unstable. Lin Fei didn't think that the dwarf had completely grasped the power of heavenly Tao. At most, he had grasped a part of it. This was a chance, a very good chance. Cut off the connection. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. At the moment of instability, a perfect slash landed in the middle. With the system constantly monitoring, Lin Fei cut off the connection between the dwarf and the dwarf. The pressure on Lin Fei lessened by a lot. Everything between the heart of heavenly Tao and the dwarf was cut off. The dwarf's expression changed. He reached out to grab the heart of heavenly Tao. He didn't have time to think about how the other party could find the connection. With the dwarf's grab, the 18 clones were no longer under pressure. They attacked again and delayed the dwarf. At the same time, the blood sacrificial altar kept striking. Each strike was earth-shattering. Lin Fei's figure flashed. He came in front of the heart of heavenly Tao and slashed at the dwarf's palm. You have no chance. Without the restriction, he was not afraid of speed. This was the source of Lin Fei's confidence. Lin Fei grabbed the heart of the heavenly Tao with one hand. All of a sudden, the heart of heavenly Tao erupted with infinite power, and a portion of it shot toward his palm. Invincible defense, grab him. When the ray of light collided with the palm, Lin Fei's body shook. Xianxia managed to block the attack. With another wave of his hand, boundless destiny energy wrapped around the heaven's heart, sealing off all paths of escape. Come here. The heart of the heavenly Tao flew towards Lin Fei's palm. How dare you? The midget roared angrily. Vicious light erupted from his body. He opened his mouth and spat out an 8-rank lotus throne. This was something he obtained from a dangerous place, and it possessed tremendous power. As soon as the 8th grade lotus platform appeared, it spun rapidly. It produced a huge tearing force. Lin Fei had an inexplicable cold feeling, as if the blood in his body was about to leave his control. What a powerful lotus platform! Lin Fei quickly regained his composure. The blood sacrificial altar crashed into the 8th grade lotus throne. The huge impact caused the surrounding space to collapse and the astral winds to howl. Crash! 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 Lin Fei had to send the 8th grade lotus throne flying. At the same time, Lin Fei swallowed 7 or 8 heavenly essence pills to replenish his depleted energy. His battle prowess was at its peak. He was extremely ferocious. His energy isn't depleted at all. The midget thought to himself. Although he couldn't control the entire heaven's will, he could still control a part of it. Now, that someone could also reach this step, it was undoubtedly a shocking thing. The midget also controlled the 8th grade lotus throne to crash forward. Every time they collided, a huge whirlpool would form around them. Anything that fell into the whirlpool would be torn into pieces. Lin Fei pushed the blood sacrificial altar to the limit. The 18 clones also kept attacking the 8th grade lotus throne. The balance began to tilt towards Lin Fei's side. The heart of the heavenly Tao continued to approach Lin Fei. Come here, Lin Fei roared. Billowing destiny energy surged, and he grabbed the heart of the heavenly Tao in his hand. Bang! 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 Lin Fei instantly turned into a bloody man. The heart of the heavenly Tao's power shook. His bones began to shatter. If it wasn't for the invincible defense, he would have been completely killed just now. Destiny energy, suppress it for me. Lin Fei used all his strength to suppress the heart of the heavenly Tao and return to the blood sacrificial altar. He controlled the blood sacrificial altar again and slammed forward. The palace was on the verge of collapse. Lin Fei relied on the blood sacrificial altar to leave the palace. Although the 8th grade lotus throne released a terrifying attack, Lin Fei still managed to escape. Done. Lin Fei used space teleportation in the next second. The original space seemed to have solidified, and Lin Fei's speed was getting slower and slower. Tian, leave behind the heart of the heavenly Tao. The 8th grade lotus throne chased after him. The midget's voice came from the lotus throne, but the midget's figure was nowhere to be seen. A mere 8th grade lotus throne wants to stop me. Lin Fei used the blood sacrificial altar to slam into the void. Loud rumbling sounds were heard as the space continued to collapse. The astral wind blew unscrupulously, and Lin Fei forcibly smashed open a path. Explode. The 8th grade lotus throne was getting closer and closer. The god emperors and ultimate gods that Lin Fei released in the space self-destructed one by one. The force of the self-destruction impacted the 8th grade lotus throne, slowing down the midget's speed. The sealed world was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. That midget had a powerful background. He even had a terrifying treasure like the 8th grade Lotus Throne. If he hadn't gotten the blood sacrificial altar by luck, he wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Open. With one last slam, Lin Fei rushed out and returned to the sealed world. The 8th grade Lotus Throne didn't catch up. For some reason, Lin Fei used space teleportation several times and returned to the Invincible Palace. Using the God Emperor throne, he entered the space of Mount God Emperor. A suppressed midget strength is too terrifying, especially the last 8th grade Lotus Throne. Lin Fei sighed. Too powerful. If it wasn't for the heavenly primordial thousand spirits and heavenly primordial spirit fish he obtained from Mount God Emperor, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the midget's attack. Lin Fei released the blood sacrificial altar. The blood sacrificial altar wasn't as powerful as before. It had consumed too much power of blood. Lin Fei secretly tried to use his destiny's energy to activate it, but he didn't gain much. Lin Fei temporarily put it aside and looked at the heart of the heavenly Tao. At this time, the heart of the heavenly Tao was being suppressed by Lin Fei. It kept releasing energy in an attempt to shatter the palm. Lin Fei firmly suppressed the heart of the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the heart of the heavenly Tao wasn't as powerful as he imagined. This was the only thing worth celebrating. If it was too powerful, he might not be able to suppress it. Is there a way to refine it? If he didn't refine it as soon as possible, Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Who knew how long he could suppress it? He didn't want to waste all his energy on the heart of the heavenly Tao. I'll study it right away, Little Devil said. Half a day later, Little Devil had a way to refine it. According to the analysis, the heart of the heavenly Tao isn't the real heavenly Tao. It's a treasure refined by an unparalleled expert. It has the ability to imitate the existence of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 2163. Are you sure? Lin Fei was also dumbfounded. The heart of heavenly Tao was the most eye-catching thing at first glance. It undoubtedly represented the existence of the heavenly Tao. Now that it was said that it was not true, how could he not be shocked? Very sure. The little devil said, Master, you seem to have a preconceived idea. The heavenly Tao is a supreme existence. How can it have a representative? If it really exists, wouldn't it be a mess? Is the heavenly Tao something humans can control? Lin Fei's heart felt like it was struck by a huge bell. He was stunned. Heavenly Tao. From the beginning, Lin Fei had a preconceived idea that the existence of the heavenly Tao would also have a representative. Could it be that I'm really mistaken? Lin Fei kept asking himself. This was obviously not a trivial matter. The little devil's words were like a blow to his head. The heavenly Tao is a just existence. How can it be so easy to have a consciousness? If it has a will, I'm afraid everyone will be enslaved by the heavenly Tao. The little devil said again. All the information about the heavenly Tao appeared in Lin Fei's mind. He gradually frowned. It seems that the heavenly Tao really has a preconceived idea. Think about it carefully, and you will understand. Although the heavenly Tao has always existed and is very far away from us, it is impossible for the heart of heavenly Tao to exist. After a long time, Lin Fei sighed softly. I've really been deceived. The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more it made no sense. If the heart of the heavenly Tao isn't a product of the heavenly Tao, then what is it? Lin Fei asked. However, I can clearly sense the aura of the heavenly Tao from the heart of the heavenly Tao. Wrong. Although you feel the aura of the heavenly Tao, there is a supreme information missing. Supreme and supreme. Lin Fei suddenly understood. Although he had gone against the heavenly Tao several times, he always felt that something was missing. At that time, he did not think about it. Once the little devil said it, it became clear. If I'm not wrong, the heart of the heavenly Tao in Master's hand should be a supreme treasure. That dwarf kid is suppressed in the sealed world. Perhaps it has something to do with the heart of the heavenly Tao. Now that it has fallen into Master's hands, Master can completely refine it. The little demon giggled. Lin Fei could indeed sense how extraordinary the heart of the heavenly Tao was. This was definitely one of the top treasures. Tell me the method. The little devil didn't say anything. Instead, he said something else. In fact, you can also choose another method. Just now, I analyzed the heart of the heavenly way and the blood sacrificial altar, and I came to a shocking conclusion. The two treasures can be combined or fused together, which will bring about huge change. I just don't know if Master dares to take the risk. It can be fused again? Turn it into a new treasure? Lin Fei was a little tempted. Sticking to the rules? Lin Fei was not like those people. He had the invincible system. Even if he did not have any top-grade treasures, he would not be able to defeat them. In the future, it was just a matter of time before he became a top-grade expert. Then let's give it a try, Lin Fei said without hesitation. Lin Fei took out the heaven essence 10,000 spirits again and consumed 8 of them, turning them into a terrifying number. Heaven and earth smelt, fused completely. Be it the heart of the heavenly Tao or the blood sacrificial altar, they were both treasures of unparalleled experts. If he could fuse them, he would definitely be able to create a new treasure. This was something that Lin Fei wished for. He did not know what tricks that midget had up his sleeves. Lin Fei felt that if he smelted the heart of the heavenly Tao, the midget would definitely be dumbfounded. A huge cauldron appeared. The scorching aura seemed like it was going to melt everything in the world. The moment the heart of the heavenly Tao left, it was suppressed. It broke through the void and wanted to leave. How could the little demon let the heart of the heavenly Tao leave? She used up a huge amount of destiny points and pulled the heart of the heavenly Tao into the furnace. The blood sacrificial altar also left and was suppressed. The scorching heat burned the heart of the heavenly Tao and the blood sacrificial altar. As time passed, the two top-grade treasures started to melt. Who wants to melt the heart of the heavenly Tao? After a portion of the heart of the heavenly Tao melted, a blurry shadow drilled out of it. The shadow was exactly the same as the midget in the palace. It's me. Lin Fei laughed. He soared into the sky and appeared above the midget. Pressing down with his palm, a majestic force came rolling down. It's you again, Dition. The blurry shadow revealed a look of anger. A blurry grade. 8 lotus platform appeared and blocked Lin Fei's palm attack. Just a mere divine sense. Go to hell. Lin Fei had long known that the heart of the heavenly Tao would produce a divine sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to escape his control. Master, leave this divine sense to me, the little demon said in disdain. Artifact spirit. Just as the sound of his voice faded, boundless flames attacked, surrounding the midget's divine sense and burning it. What kind of flame is this? It can actually burn my divine sense. The midget in the flames roared. His voice was filled with fear. Lin Fei really didn't expect this flame to be so terrifying. It tortured the midget's divine sense to the point where it hovered between life and death. It was simply inconceivable. Dition, you are so daring to refine that person's item. The day you die isn't far away. When they awaken, you will fall into an endless abyss. The midget's divine sense was burned into nothingness by the flame. Awaken? Lin Fei seemed to have heard some secrets. It seems like that midget has many secrets. Lin Fei quickly tossed it to the back of his mind. The heaven and earth smelt continued to refine the heart of the heavenly Tao and the blood sacrificial altar. To think that the treasure of the unparalleled powerful being from earlier on would undergo such an earth-shattering transformation within the heaven and earth smelt. Even Lin Fei could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The only thing that made him unhappy was that his destiny points were constantly being consumed. Why didn't this thing appear in the past? Lin Fei asked the little demon. Master, you didn't ask. Lin Fei was convinced. Was this even a reason? As his destiny points continued to be consumed, Lin Fei had no choice but to swallow more heaven essence spirit to maintain the heaven and earth smelt. After a day and night, just as Lin Fei's heart was bleeding, the heaven and earth smelt finally stopped. It's done? In order to refine a top-grade treasure, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. If not for the Heaven Essence spirit, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. In addition to the ones he had consumed previously, he was left with about half of them, about 40 to 50. It's done. Master will definitely like it. The heaven and earth smelt disappeared, and a huge seal floated in midair. The seal was completely red, and the aura it gave off was even more terrifying than before. Master, immediately refine this heavenly blood seal, and you will experience the power of this seal. The little demon passed the refining technique to Lin Fei. Chapter 2164. The Blood Heaven Seal was a fusion of two supreme treasures. Lin Fei had high expectations for it. It wasn't easy for him to snatch it from the hands of the dwarf. In reality, Lin Fei suspected that this treasure belonged to an unparalleled expert and was not in the hands of the dwarf. Done. It didn't take long for a blood-colored Blood Heaven Seal to land in Lin Fei's hand. Heavenly Tao Protection. After completely grasping it, Lin Fei grasped the usage of the Blood Heaven Seal. With a shout, the Heavenly Tao surrounded him. At the same time, heavenly dragons hovered around him, displaying their divine might. There were a total of 9 heavenly dragons, which was the limit. Go! Lin Fei pointed with his finger. They rushed over and broke through the void. Terrifying marks were left behind. This is the first level of the Blood Heaven Seal. Using Heaven's mandate energy, one can summon the Heavenly Tao protection of 9 dragons. Together with Master's previous invincible defense, the double defense is boundless. The little devil was very proud. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. Endless Devour. After opening the first level, Lin Fei opened the second level. The Blood Heaven Seal expanded with the wind. The terrifying devouring power devoured all living things, making one's hair stand on end. This second level actually inherited the blood sacrificial altars effect. The little devil said, if there are too many enemies, one can use the second level, Endless Devour. As long as there is enough blood power, one can continuously convert it into Heaven's mandate points. With such terrifying devouring power, Lin Fei didn't doubt that as long as an expert went up, he would definitely be sucked into a human skin. Regarding this, Lin Fei didn't dislike it. Instead, it was a great help to him. The third level, World Returned to 1. This was the Blood Heaven Seal's strongest move. Lin Fei didn't plan to test it for now. The consumption was too great. Just refining it again consumed a large amount of Heaven's origin spirit. He didn't have the mood to continue using it. Lin Fei loved the Blood Heaven Seal so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. The only thing he was unhappy about was that the consumption was too great. My Heavenly Tao heart. In another place, the dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood and lost control of the heart of the Heavenly Tao. The midget knew in his heart that Dition had erased all traces of the heart of the Heavenly Tao. This was not good news for the gnome. In order to leave this place, the dwarf had been making arrangements all this time, slowly grasping a portion of the Heavenly Tao, imitating the might of the Heavenly Tao and making people believe it to be real. In the end, Dition was the one who had ruined their plans. This Dition is too mysterious. Now that I've lost the heart of the Heavenly Tao, wanting to escape is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. All of this is because of that bastard Dition. Resentment flashed in the midget's eyes. No one would not resent such a thing. Even if he grasps the heart of the heavenly law, he could forget about killing me. The dwarf summoned an 8th grade lotus throne. I'm afraid that leaving this damned cage will take an indefinite amount of time. I can only take a risk. The dwarf's gaze fell on the 8th grade lotus platform. Lin Fei rested for 5 days. After a series of battles, Lin Fei had no choice but to take a break. In the meantime, Lin Fei familiarized himself with the Blood Heaven Seal and used it very smoothly. Especially now, with just a thought, he could summon the 9 dragons to protect his body and at the same time bring about the might of the heavens. The true might of the heavens. These few days, Lin Fei did not idle around. He flipped through the secret manuals of the sealed world, looking for clues. Unfortunately, Lin Fei did not find anything. Lin Fei did not forget what happened that day. However, there was too little information, and he could not find any clues at all. If I want to know the unknown secrets, I can only find that dwarf. Lin Fei put down a secret manual and came out. He sighed softly. Now, I should increase my strength first. After getting rid of the heavenly Tao, he got rid of his worries. As long as that guy was not killed, Lin Fei would still feel uneasy. If he wanted to kill the dwarf, he had to be many times stronger than he was now. That was what Lin Fei thought. Boom, boom, boom. Mountain God Emperor Space, another heavenly primordial dragon cave. Lin Fei barged in. 9 dragons' protection and invincible defense were activated. As soon as the Blood Heaven Seal was activated, it suppressed the Heaven Essence Dragon and crushed it on the spot. Endless Devour. This was a Heaven Essence Dragon with an output of 80 billion energy. It was not very powerful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Now that the double defense was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon's attacks were like tickles. At the same time, Lin Fei also noticed something strange. The 9 dragons' protection had a certain suppressive effect. As soon as the second layer was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon's huge body was almost devoured. After seeing this, Furball sucked in a breath of cold air. There were quite a number of Heaven Essence Dragons in the Mountain God Emperor space. Lin Fei started off as a weakling, and with almost no effort at all, he wiped out the Heavenly Origin Dragon. This time, his strength did not increase as quickly. Lin Fei did not care too much about it. The prerequisite was that he could improve quickly. It was normal for him to improve slowly in the later stages. Even so, Lin Fei's strength was not slow to increase, reaching around 270 billion. This was 2 extremes compared to when he had more than 10 billion. Suppress. In another cave, there was a Sky Origin Giant Dragon with a power of about 150 billion. If it was in the past, a single dragon breath would be enough to kill a person, leaving not even a corpse behind. Lin Fei's 9 dragons' protection blocked part of the power. Coupled with his invincible defense, he was almost unaffected. As soon as the Endless Devour was activated, the Heaven Essence Dragon was in trouble. The more it struggled, the more powerful the Blood Heaven Seal would be. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Endless Devour was even more useful than Lin Fei had imagined. Once it was activated, it was a kind of forceful seizure. Coupled with the Heavenly Tao suppression, it suppressed part of the Heaven Essence Dragon's strength. Little Devil was proud of himself. This was his masterpiece. Lin Fei almost added, I didn't even use my destiny points. I almost lost half of my fortune. The benefits were obvious as well. Accumulate and accumulate. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. He had to kill that midget. It would be best if he could search his memory. Wow, it actually reached 230 billion. On this day, Lin Fei barged into a cave. There was also a Heaven Essence Dragon here, and it was invincible. As a last resort, Lin Fei used the 3rd level of World Unification to smash the Heaven Essence Dragon into pieces. However, it also consumed a lot of destiny points. Even though Lin Fei was used to such a huge consumption, he couldn't help but gasp. The difference was too big. Even Lin Fei couldn't afford this kind of consumption. The effect was great. It was a true one-hit kill. Lin Fei's strength also increased to 290 billion. It was only a matter of time before it reached 300 billion. At the same time, the number of Heavenly Origin Spirit Stones he had was not a small number. He had over 800 of them. As for the Heavenly Origin Spirit Fish, Lin Fei did not consume them. Midget, I'm coming. Chapter 2165. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Returning to Closer's world, Lin Fei's consciousness covered the entire Closer's world all the way to the end. Awesome. At this moment, Lin Fei had a feeling that the world was his to rule. The entire Closer's world was under his control. This was the true meaning of controlling everything. If someone were to speak ill of Lin Fei would be able to sense it immediately, and he would be able to slap that person to death. Master, if you activate the Bloodmark Sky, you can transform into the Heavenly Tao and control this world. At that time, You'll be the ruler. The little devil's voice sounded. That works too. Lin Fei did not forget the scene of the heavenly Tao materializing the vertical eye on that day. He clearly remembered it. At that time, Lin Fei felt as small as an ant in front of the vertical eye. That kind of aura was very uncomfortable. Lin Fei activated the blood-marked sky. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone. A subtle feeling lingered in Lin Fei's heart. Immediately, something moved him. Is this the heavenly Tao, the ruler of the world? Lin Fei's vision changed, and he felt as if he had transformed into the heavenly Tao. That feeling was very strange, and it was the most wonderful feeling in history. The entire Closer's world was under Lin Fei's control. This is the chaotic void. This is the forbidden land of the divine realm. Lin Fei did not need to move much. With a thought, the vision in front of him kept changing, and his body kept changing. Wind, come. Lin Fei laughed. The entire sealed world was suddenly engulfed in a violent gale. Following that, a thunderstorm struck. It was so ferocious that many people were frightened. Lin Fei was having a lot of fun. I didn't expect that controlling the heavenly Tao would feel like this, but the consumption is relatively large. Lin Fei kept the blood-marked sky. He was even more curious about the heart of heavenly Tao. Lin Fei completely believed that it was refined by an unparalleled expert that could simulate the heavenly Tao. No one saw through the clues just now. I'm back. He entered again. Lin Fei still felt the ancient aura, but there was no change. This is really a strange place. Lin Fei had an inexplicable feeling that this was a special place. The illusion from last time did not exist this time. Lin Fei saw the palace from before. He arrived at the palace in a flash and saw the dwarf, who was chained up again. The dwarf sat cross-legged, the 8-grade lotus throne above his head slowly rotating. Lin Fei could easily feel traces of energy being absorbed into the 8-grade lotus throne. Suppress. Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven seal. With a loud rumble, he smashed onto the lotus platform of the 8 ranks. The lotus platform of the 8 ranks shook violently, and the dwarf who was sitting cross-legged spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually still dare to come? The dwarf's eyes were like lightning, shooting out 2 sharp lights as he slashed out with his blade and sword. Why can't I come? This place is mine now. Your words don't count. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The Blood Heaven seal landed on his head, and the 9 dragons of heaven protected him. Before he could get close, the 9 dragons roared and tore him into pieces. Look, you can't do it anymore. Lin Fei shook his head. The dwarf's eyes widened. Why you actually refine the heart of heaven's way and the blood altar together? Who are you? No one knew the origin of these 2 treasures better than him. Back then, they were supreme treasures in the hands of unparalleled experts. Any one of them had invincible power. But now, the 2 supreme treasures were fused together. The dwarf did not believe that his eyes were not wrong. That was the fusion of the heart of heaven's way and the blood altar. Such an aura would not be forgotten even after 100 years. So, I'm stronger than you, Lin Fei said with a smile. Now, you can tell me your name, right? This time, Lin Fei was completely confident that he could suppress the other party. I didn't expect that I would be wrong. You've now become a variable. You're extremely daring to combine 2 treasures together. Sooner or later, it'll be too late for regrets. The dwarf said coldly. Lin Fei shook his head. I've calculated for you. You'll be in trouble soon. The Blood Heaven seal appeared above the dwarf. Endless Devour. The Blood Heaven seal spun crazily. The dwarf's expression changed. Streams of power flowed from the dwarf's body into the Blood Heaven seal until they formed a pillar of power. Kill. When the dwarf activated the 8 lotus platform, Lin Fei slashed horizontally and landed heavily on the 8 lotus platform. This treasure was also impressive. It was not damaged at all and only shifted its position. Time slow. Space power. Lin Fei struck out 2 streams of power consecutively. At this time, he activated it again with close to 300 billion power. These 2 powers displayed unimaginable power. The dwarf's movements slowed down. The 8 Lotus platform also slowed down. The Blood Heaven seal unleashed endless devouring, crazily absorbing the dwarf's energy. The dwarf's aura also began to change greatly and gradually became weak. My fortune-telling is not bad, right? Lin Fei slashed left and right, slashing the dwarf's body. The color of the Blood Heaven seal became more and more obvious, and the devouring power it produced was also increasing. The dwarf's entire body became shriveled, and his eye sockets were sunken, looking very terrifying. Stop! The dwarf barely managed to protect the 8 Lotus platform, but it could not stop the power in his body from surging out and entering the Blood Heaven seal. Don't worry, don't worry. Lin Fei had already learned from the little demon that this kind of suppressed guy had endless power. Although his combat strength was suppressed, it was not possible to make the other party submit in such a short time. Therefore, Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven seal to suppress him, not giving the other party a chance to breathe. In fact, the dwarf did have an idea. However, the other party's every move was being analyzed. It was basically impossible to play tricks. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the Blood Heaven seal was absorbing the dwarf's energy at all times. It was fine if it was just 1 day, but it was continuously absorbing the dwarf's energy. At first, the dwarf could still hold on, but as time passed, he felt uneasy. Back then, he could not be killed and was suppressed because he had his own trump card. Because of his physique, as long as there was a trace of energy, he could not be killed. As long as he was in the void, he could absorb energy at all times. This time, he had met his match. Lin Fei could control the invincible system, and he would not reject any destiny energy. This time, the dwarf was in trouble. The Blood Heaven seal had been absorbing the dwarf's energy for 10 days. The dwarf's expression became uglier and uglier, and his heart was in turmoil. Who is he? My physique is invincible. How can his body store such terrifying destiny energy? The dwarf couldn't figure it out. The dwarf had never seen such a physique. Tian, you win. The dwarf seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 21:66. Boom, boom. In a huge palace, a terrifying aura swept out. At the same time, a monstrous vortex appeared on a lotus platform. If one observed carefully, traces of energy were constantly being plundered and poured into the treasure above. Stop sucking. I surrender. I surrender. Under the 8-grade lotus platform, there was an existence that looked like a dried corpse begging for mercy. This person was none other than the dwarf. Since the last time Lin Fei came to take care of the dwarf, a short period of time had passed. During this month, Lin Fei did not stop activating the Blood Heaven seal. Every day, he pushed it to the limit. The energy plundered from the dwarf was used to activate the Blood Heaven seal. This time, the dwarf was unlucky. During this period, he resisted several times, but in the end, he was defeated. After tossing and turning for a month, the dwarf was no longer high-spirited and domineering. What was left was a sense of vicissitudes and powerlessness, as if he had aged by tens of thousands of years. In the beginning, the dwarf planned to fake surrender and then give the opponent a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the dwarf was unlucky. Lin Fei did not take it seriously at all. He activated the Blood Heaven seal and frantically plundered the dwarf's energy. A month was not long, but to the dwarf, it was like a year. How can I trust you? Lin Fei stood on the Blood Heaven seal and said unhurriedly. In fact, at this time, the dwarf had little energy left in his body. At most, he could burst out an attack, or a secret technique attack. Lin Fei would not take the risk. He had to drain everything. Look at me. Can I still resist? The dwarf smiled bitterly. Who knows? Lin Fei shook his head and continued to activate the Blood Heaven seal, sneering coldly in his heart. Another 3 days passed. Only a layer of skin was left on the dwarf's shriveled corpse. It was almost impossible to tell what it originally looked like. If not for the fact that he still had a breath left, most people would think that the dwarf was already dead, or even dead for a long time. Stop sucking, go on. I'm going to die. The dwarf's expression became even uglier. He did not want to die here today. For more than a month, the dwarf had tried to shake off the treasures on it several times to escape the terrifying power of the blood sacrifice altar. The idea was good. He failed every time. The midget couldn't imagine what kind of trump card Tion was relying on to activate this powerful treasure. From the beginning until now, its energy had never been depleted. This was simply unbelievable. If the dwarf knew that the energy of the treasure came from his body, he probably wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. It was too tragic. Master, it's about time. The imp had been monitoring the energy in the dwarf's body. If it was someone else, they would probably be dumbfounded. No one knew how long the gnome could last. Now, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was hard not to know the energy of the gnome. 3 days ago, the dwarf still had the chance to struggle and resist, but now, the energy in his body was almost completely depleted. Lin Fei was relieved. In the words of the imp, the gnome was no longer a threat to him. Seal. 2 rays of light shot out from Lin Fei's eyes as he simultaneously moved his hands. He made a series of strange seals, and a huge seal character was inserted into the dwarf's body. The dwarf could no longer struggle. The energy in his body had been exhausted. He could only watch as the other party's seal landed on his hands. You win. The dwarf smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. This thing is not bad. Lin Fei waved his hand and grabbed. The 8th grade lotus platform landed in his palm, and the connection between them was severed. The dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood. Seal. Lin Fei wasn't idle either. He once again sealed the 8th grade lotus platform. Lin Fei was now very relieved. Even if the dwarf had some treasure, he would lose the 8th grade lotus platform. He had plenty of opportunities to torture the other party to death. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier? Lin Fei smiled. Is there need to suffer like this? The dwarf tried to break the seal, but the seal was very mysterious. Being knowledgeable and knowledgeable, the dwarf was also at a loss at this moment. He had truly never seen such a seal before. It was impossible for Lin Fei to have such a seal. This was specially made by the little devil over the past month. Because of this, Lin Fei had spent quite a bit of destiny points. There was no helping it. Facing this kind of unparalleled expert, Lin Fei had to be careful. Once the seal entered the dwarf's body, the imp could monitor his every move in real time. At the same time, it meant that his every move was in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei kept the blood sky seal and smiled. Actually, I have to thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to make such a good treasure. The dwarf regretted Tion coming here the most. At the same time, there was that stupid sky dragon. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to nurture a heavenly Dao agent in an attempt to control the sealed world. Unfortunately, he met Tion in the end and suffered a crushing defeat. Even now, he had no capital. Tion was simply his nemesis. You are more powerful than any prodigy I have ever seen. Blood sacrifice altar and heavenly Dao heart. You actually refined such a grade of treasure. Even I would find it hard to resist the power of plunder. These were the dwarf's heartfelt words. At the start, Lin Fei was not so smooth in activating the blood sky seal. But in a month's time, with an abnormal existence like the dwarf and the endless devouring of the 2nd level of the blood sky seal, Lin Fei had mastered it to perfection. Once the 2nd level was activated, the terrifying power of plunder would be able to plunder all life forms. Lin Fei had no doubt that if he took it out, it would definitely be a terrifying killing weapon. No matter how many came, he would be killed. If the dwarf wanted to escape, Lin Fei would be powerless. But the dwarf was imprisoned here, and the chains behind him were not just for show. It was an imprisonment. Lin Fei had picked up a big bargain. For example, the blood sky seal stored a large amount of energy. I wonder what level of treasure this treasure is in your eyes. Lin Fei used Heaven's Will energy to condense a throne and face the dwarf. At the same time, Lin Fei took out a bottle of celestial brew. Are you interested in a cup? Good wine. The dwarf took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. He said in an intoxicated manner, just the fragrance alone makes one want to drink a cup. Lin Fei was actually resting. A month's time had a huge impact. Lin Fei was more or less tired. The celestial brew was brewed later, so he brought it with him. Drinking a mouthful could raise his spirit. Lin Fei poured a cup for the dwarf. The cup landed in front of the dwarf, and the dwarf took a deep breath. The celestial brew entered his mouth, and he enjoyed it very much. I haven't tasted celestial brew of this grade in a long time. The dwarf slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with memories. It's good. Let's drink a few more cups. Chapter 21:67. Actually, you're not a person from that era. After drinking a few cups of immortal brew, the dwarf became talkative. He looked at Lin Fei and said, "From the very beginning, I knew you were not a person from that era." Lin Fei was no longer in danger. Naturally, there was no need for him to pretend anymore. "How can you tell?" The dwarf laughed. "I had a name in that era. People called me a war criminal." Although the dwarf said it very softly, Lin Fei subconsciously shivered. These two words were filled with intense, killing intent. This feeling came in a very strange way. Lin Fei did not doubt at all. To be suppressed in a sealed world, he was not a simple person. If they could kill him, no one would be unwilling to suppress him. There was no need to do so. I'm also curious. It is rare for you to grow to such a level in a sealed world. I even suspect that you are the reincarnation of that unparalleled expert. The dwarf was very serious. In my impression, other than the reincarnation of an unparalleled expert, you are the first person to cultivate to this realm in just a few hundred years. Lin Fei smiled without saying a word. He thought to himself, I have an invincible system. Otherwise, I am nothing. This world was more dangerous than he imagined. You can treat me as a proud son of heaven, and a very powerful one at that. Lin Fei laughed. I have a few questions in my heart. I wonder if you can answer them for me. Lin Fei believed that the dwarf would say it. No problem. The dwarf did not refuse. I lost to you, so you are qualified to know my name. You are one of the few who know my name. My name is Wuxia. What a domineering name. With a preconceived impression, Lin Fei felt that it was a pity for such a good name. I know what you're thinking. If I say that this appearance is not my original appearance, would you believe me? Lin Fei was a little surprised. Then, he said seriously, I believe you. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. Wuxia said, if you had not defeated me, I would have forgotten my own name. I've almost forgotten my own name. It's been too long. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. I'd like to know what's going on with the sealed world and the secrets of the mountain god emperor. Lin Fei was not a wishy-washy person. He wanted to know the answer to all of these questions. Seal the world. This is a good place. If we really want to talk about the sealed world, it can be traced back to before the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Wuxia said with a tinge of sadness. You should know about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The current world of the 33 sacred heavens was only formed later. Every world of the sacred heavens is actually just a fragment world. Lin Fei was shocked. With Wuxia's explanation, Lin Fei had a brand new understanding of the world of the 33 holy heavens, which he thought was extremely awesome. Only 33 fragments were formed. A long time ago, a place called the Savage World was the ruler of this place. The 33 holy heavens might seem huge, but in reality, it was far from the size of the Wildlands world. In fact, it was not even a third the size of the Wildlands world. Back then, in order to achieve eternal life, sect master level experts fought each other. At that time, the experts could move mountains and fill the seas. They grasped terrifying sacred arts and were far stronger and more terrifying than they are now, Wuxia recalled. Later on, the battle spread to the entire savage world. The entire savage world was plunged into misery and suffering. Sect master level experts fell continuously. Lin Fei had never imagined that there would be such a secret in this world of his. From the start, Lin Fei felt that the sealed world and the mysterious sky world were not ordinary. That feeling was indescribable. From the looks of it, it was indeed true. His intuition was still very reliable. Later on in the savage world, the war did not stop. Even ancient experts and unparalleled experts joined in. In the end, the savage world was blasted into fragments. Sect master level experts were unparalleled experts, and even top powerhouses. All of them were affected by the power of the savage world and fell one by one. Lin Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Would the power of a world being blasted into fragments be so great? Although he did not know how strong sect master level experts were, Lin Fei could imagine that they were extremely powerful. How could they not be able to withstand the power produced by the destruction of a world? Wu Mingzhan sneered. Humph. The savage world is not an ordinary world. If it was an ordinary world, even if they destroyed 100 or even 10,000 of them, it would not be a problem for those experts. However, the savage world is different. It was the first existence of this world. With it, other worlds appeared. We call the savage world by another name, the world ancestor. With the word ancestor added, Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying it was. Those sect master level experts reaped what they sowed. If they did not fall, they were destroyed. Wu Mingzhan continued coldly. Later on, some weaker experts found fragments of the savage world in the violent and chaotic vortex. Finally, with their unparalleled divine powers, they condensed the world of the 33 sacred heavens, which is the world of the 33 sacred heavens that you see now. Lin Fei knew that this dwarf's background was not simple. Even if he was not an unparalleled expert of the past, he was at least a sect master level existence. He knew more about what happened in the past than them. You said that they destroyed reincarnation. Could it be that they are still in the 33 sacred heavens world? Perhaps they will return one day? Lin Fei thought of the words Wu Mingzhan had left behind before he was destroyed. It seems you have thought of it. Zhan Wuming revealed a rare smile. In the end, they are still unrivaled powerhouses, sect master level powerhouses. After a long period of reincarnation, it should be about time for them to return. Hee, are you afraid? A trace of fear flashed in Lin Fei's heart, but it was crushed in an instant. Even if they returned, he still had the ability to contend with them. I reached this realm at such a young age. So what if they return? Besides, even if they return, they will not notice me. I have all the time in the world to slowly accumulate strength. Wu Mingzhan smiled again. What you said is correct. Unfortunately, you made a huge mistake. You fused the heart of the heavenly Tao with the blood sacrificial altar and refined a new treasure. This is the root of your misfortune. Lin Fei guessed some things, and his expression turned ugly. Chapter 2168. Secret. An earth-shattering secret. The news from Wu Mingzhan was absolutely shocking. Who would have known that the 33 sacred heavens world was actually formed from a fragment of the savage world? The savage world was even destroyed by the combined forces of the unparalleled experts. Any one of these pieces of news was enough to make one swallow an egg. What made Lin Fei even more unhappy was that the heart of Heaven Dao and blood sacrificial altar that he had refined were the treasures of the Heaven Dao old ancestor and the Yellow Springs cult leader. Demand? That was a little scary. These peerless experts who had died could be reborn through reincarnation. They could even snatch their treasures from your hands. Now that the treasure is in my hands, even if the original owner comes, he will have to ask for my permission. Lin Fei sneered. Even if they can return, it's not certain who will be the one to kill who. They were famous, but that did not mean that Lin Fei was afraid of them. He had the invincible system. As long as there were enough experts to kill, he could continuously increase his strength. The speed of his improvement was like sitting on a rocket. Wu Mingzhan had an inexplicable thought. Perhaps this Tian would turn the world upside down in the future. From a long time ago, Wu Mingzhan had been paying attention to Tian. To be able to go from a small world to an overlord and become a peak expert of a sealed world, it was truly beyond imagination. At that time, Wu Mingzhan did not really pay attention to him. At that time, he was planning for the future. Regretfully, Tian was like a dark horse that appeared, suppressing all geniuses along the way. By the time Zhan Wuming reacted, Tian had already matured to the extent where he could stand against him. This was simply an unbelievable matter. Up until now, he still couldn't believe this ending. You are indeed the most confident person I have ever seen. If I had chosen you back then, perhaps, Lin Fei snorted. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. You are destined to be disappointed. If it was really from the start, Lin Fei would not have had a chance to resist. God Emperor Mountain Space. What secrets are hidden? Lin Fei raised another question. This question had been on his mind for a while now. Heaven Yuan Spirit Fish, no matter which one it was priceless. Although it was worth fighting for among the 33 holy heavens, it was not as important as it seemed. Lin Fei did not believe that they would come down at all costs just for these things. Perhaps they really did have their own motives. Actually, you shouldn't know this secret. Zhan Wuming glanced at Di Tian. That will be a vortex that will devour people. Even I, who has grasped a portion of the heavenly Tao's heart, would not dare to step into the space of Mount God Emperor. Lin Fei sensed something. The God Emperor Mountain was indeed strange. A whirlpool is not a whirlpool. I don't mind. I just want to know the secrets behind it. I believe that the older generation won't be stingy with the inside information. Lin Fei was all smiles as he poured another cup of immortal wine. Zhan Wuming finished the immortal brew in one gulp. Since you want to know, I'll tell you what I know. The final decision is in your hands. Zhan Wuming took a deep breath and said slowly, God Emperor Mountain, the greatest secret. Over the years, I've slowly discovered this, according to my conjecture. The space of Mount God Emperor was formed from a piece of the desolate world. At the same time, it is also a part of the essence of the desolate world. That's why it could give birth to the heavenly Yuan myriad spirits and the heavenly Yuan spirit fish. It's the only place in the world. This was a piece of explosive news. Lin Fei had guessed it before, but it was far from what Zhan Wuming had said. It was on a completely different level. A piece of the desolate world. This was truly shocking news. Lin Fei finally understood. No wonder it could give birth to the heavenly Yuan myriad spirits, the heavenly Yuan spirit fish, and the heavenly Yuan dragon. Previously, he was curious as to why the space of Mount God Emperor would have such dense heavens will energy. Now, it seemed like it was because of the desolate world. Zhan Wuming chuckled when he saw Di Tian's expression. Back then, when I came to this conclusion, I was also extremely shocked. I initially thought that this secret would never be revealed. As for the masters of the 33 sacred heavens, their goal was also to obtain a trace of the origin energy of the mountain god Emperor. At the mention of the origin energy, Zhan Wuming's expression changed. Back then, in order to break through to the final realm, the unparalleled experts crazily plundered the origin energy, resulting in the destruction of the desolate world. The origin energy could be said to be the main culprit. Lin Fei really didn't know the origin of the origin energy, but he had a thought in his mind. If he could refine the origin energy, he believed that his strength would increase very quickly. Starting from the strength of 300 billion, every increase became slower. Killing someone with a strength of over 1 billion would at most increase his strength by a few 100,000, or even less, maybe only a few tens of thousands. When his strength neared 300 billion, the speed of increase started to slow down. Lin Fei was very interested in the origin energy. Perhaps this thing could help him increase his strength by a lot. So, it's for the origin energy. But why didn't I discover it before? Lin Fei was quite curious. Lin Fei searched the space of Mount God Emperor a few times, but in the end, he didn't find anything. The origin energy, that is the strongest power in the world. And the profoundness of the origin energy, you can actually see it, unless your strength reaches an extremely high realm. Lin Fei frowned. Since I can't find it, then how can a master of the 33 holy heavens snatch the origin energy? If he didn't know, there was no need for Lin Fei to pretend to know. He had just asked the little devil, and the little devil said that the origin energy wasn't easy to find. At least for now, he couldn't do it. The invincible system didn't know everything. All right, Lin Fei was speechless. The origin energy isn't easy to find, but the origin energy will give birth to a mysterious existence known as the origin tree. After a certain period of time, the origin tree will bear origin fruits. Every time, it will bear 9 origin fruits. Each fruit contains a portion of the origin energy. After refining, one's strength will increase by a lot, saving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Lin Fei was really tempted. Now, Lin Fei finally understood their intentions. Everything else was fake. The origin fruit was what they really wanted. If Xianxia hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei might never have found out about the origin fruit. It could save tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Lin Fei even suspected that consuming the origin fruit could increase his strength by hundreds of billions. There was no doubt about this. However, it's not good news for you. When the origin fruit is about to ripen, the space of Mount God Emperor will connect to the 33 holy heavens and open a door. They can send their clones into the space of Mount God Emperor. You have to be mentally prepared. Chapter 21:69. Bad news. It was really bad news. With the appearance of the origin source fruit, Lin Fei was in a good mood. His chance to increase his strength had come. Damn it, I was only happy for a short while, and now you're giving me bad news. Do you want to continue chatting happily? If not for the fact that Zhang Wuming was extremely hard to kill, even if his physical body was sealed, Lin Fei wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. People like him were born with extraordinary constitutions. This is really bad news. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. If it was before, I could use the heart of the heavenly Tao to forcefully imitate the heavenly Tao and suppress their strength. Now that I don't have the heart of the heavenly Tao, they can send their clones down. Their battle prowess can reach 50% of their original strength. Other than them, there are also other forces coming in to snatch the resources of the God Emperor Mountain. If I were you, I would find a place to hide. A clone with 50% battle prowess is enough to make you suffer. Zhang Wuming said meaningfully. Zhang Wuming was very interested to know how Di Tian was going to deal with this danger. I wonder how long it will take for them to enter the space of the God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei asked as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Although Lin Fei had sealed Zhang Wuming, he had brought 2 pieces of bad news. The former was still fine. Who knew when those people would return? As for the latter, Lin Fei had to worry about. Lin Fei had offended every single one of the lords of the 33 holy heavens. He had even offended the lord of the 7th holy heavens. Once the space of the God Emperor Mountain connected to the fragment worlds of the ancient wilderness world, Lin Fei could imagine them hunting him down. The space of the God Emperor Mountain was just one of the worlds in the sealed world. There was a high possibility that they would kill their way out. 5 years. 5 years later, the power of the origin source will connect to the other fragments of the ancient wilderness world. You don't have much time left. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. 5 years. I have time to prepare. Some of the doubts in his heart were resolved. Lin Fei didn't relax. Instead, he felt a little pressured. There is a saying that knowing too much might not be a good thing. Lin Fei knew many secrets. In the entire closer's world, only a handful of people knew about this secret. Whether it was the heavenly Tao ancestor, the Yellow Spring sect leader, or the lords of the 33 sacred heavens who were about to enter the space of the Mount God Emperor, none of them were small matters. In 5 years, I swept through the entire divine Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei was determined. He had an idea in his mind. Not only did Lin Fei learn about the origins of the closer's world from Zhang Wuming, but he also learned about some long-lost secrets and the cause and effect of the closer's world. At the same time, he also knew some of the latter's realms. For example, the Battle Emperor, in reality, had a total of 10 stars. The lowest was a 1-star Battle Emperor, and the strongest was a 10-star Battle Emperor. At this realm, the division of strength also began to change. No one knew exactly when the realms began to change, but it was passed down like this. Reaching the War Emperor realm, it was the division of power. After Lin Fei understood, he suddenly realized why the system used such a method to evaluate. It turned out that there was a reason, and it did not come out of nowhere. 1-star Battle Emperor, battle power between 100 million and 1 billion. 2-star Battle Emperor, Battle power between 1 billion and 3 billion. 3-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 3 billion and 9 billion. 4-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 9 billion and 20 billion. 5-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 20 billion and 40 billion. 6-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 40 billion and 70 billion. 7-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 70 billion and 120 billion. 8-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 120 billion and 230 billion. 9 stars Battle Emperor. Battle power between 230 billion and 400 billion. 10-star Battle Emperor. Battle power between 400 billion and 499. 9 billion. Above the 10-star Battle Emperor was the Giant Realm. Every Giant Realm expert's minimum strength was 500 billion. This kind of Giant Realm expert, any one of them could easily kill a Battle Emperor expert. Although the difference in strength was not big, no matter how outstanding a 10-star Battle Emperor's talent was, he was still unable to cross that threshold. The Giant Realm experts were also divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced Giant Realm experts. They were great perfection Giant Realm experts. Every realm, the strength was earth-shaking. The lords of the 33 holy heavens were all Giant Realm experts, and their strength was above 500 billion. Previously, although the projection strength was not strong, it was suppressed by Zhan Wuming's heart of heavenly Tao. Now, without the suppression of the heavenly Tao, a clone with 50% of its strength was at least a 10-star Battle Emperor expert. The only fortunate thing was that the God Emperor Mountain space had the origin energy, which suppressed the Giant Realm experts to the 10-star Battle Emperor realm. This meant that Lin Fei still had a chance to fight. Lin Fei left with the pressure. Zhan Wuming was still suppressed, and the seal in his body was still there. Ditian, who are you? This kind of strength has reached the level of a 9 stars Battle Emperor. Perhaps it won't be long before you step into the 10-star Battle Emperor realm. In the future, you will be another Giant Realm expert. Lin Fei could not hear Zhan Wuming's voice. At this moment, Lin Fei felt the pressure. God Emperor Mountain space. Lin Fei returned to the God Emperor Mountain space immediately. Do you think what Zhan Wuming said is true? Lin Fei asked Little Demoness. It's true. No one can lie in front of the system. Little Demoness said with disdain. In 5 years, Master can completely wipe out the remaining Sky Yuan giant dragons and possibly reach the limit of a 9 stars Battle Emperor. With Master's 18 clones, as long as you have enough destiny points, you can even kill a 10-star Battle Emperor without any problems. Lin Fei nodded. The 18 clones in his trump card were already amazing. Although they had the bad habit of consuming destiny points, Lin Fei could still hold on for now. There were about 400 to 500 Sky Yuan spirit fish in total, and each one could last for a long time. Lin Fei did not eat the Sky Yuan spirit fish for the time being, as the effects were average. Lin Fei planned to give it to his wives, Wushuang Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others, so that they could break through in one go. Lin Fei's battle power was close to 300 billion. The level of 9 stars Battle Emperor wasn't something that the Sky Yuan spirit fish could increase. It was possible in the early stages, but not in the later stages. Lin Fei decided to take advantage of the 5 years to sweep the God Emperor Mountain space clean. Everyone in the city moved out of the God Emperor Mountain space. Chapter 2170. Rumble. Following a loud rumble, numerous divine senses locked onto the source of the sound. Especially in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the lords of the sacred heavens directed their powerful divine senses to a specific location. On this day, regardless of whether it was the sealed world or the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they could all sense a huge fluctuation coming from the heaven and earth. All the forces, big and small, knew that something big had happened. Some of the forces that had never appeared in the outside world started to move. An undercurrent started to flow in a certain independent space. Father, I'm here. Within a splendid palace, be it the decorations on the pillars or any other aspect, everything was filled with an ancient aura. At the same time, there were a series of statues erected within the palace, each of them emanating a terrifying aura. Even though it was just a statue, it possessed an incomparably powerful battle intent. At this moment, there was a handsome young man with a domineering aura. The young man came to the end of the palace. At the end of the palace was a throne, on which sat a mysterious man wearing a golden mask. His body was surrounded by a black hole filled with destructive chi. The space of the mountain of God Emperor has opened. The experts of my clan have calculated that the origin fruit is about to ripen. As your father, I want you to go and snatch the origin fruit. Are you willing to go? The mysterious masked man said lightly. I am willing to go, the young man said domineeringly. This time, the lords of the 33 sacred heavens will all go, but their combat power will be greatly suppressed. This is the Ghost King sword that your father has refined for you. There is a 10-star Battle Emperor, single-horned Ghost King sealed in this sword. With this sword, even the lords of the sacred heavens will not dare to underestimate you. A black sword that emitted a chilling aura floated in the air. The space of the mountain of God Emperor has opened. The origin fruit is about to appear. The future glory of our clan lies in this opportunity. In a chilly space, the entire space was filled with a desolate aura. In a gloomy cave abode. At this moment, there were more than 10 elders gathered. Each of them had a shriveled body, but their bodies were filled with a terrifying aura. The space of the mountain of God Emperor is formed by the essence of the wasteland world. It is born to suppress the strong. The limit of a 10-star Battle Emperor. We might as well let the Ping Hai Ghost King go. The Ping Hai Ghost King is part of our clan. Those who have the most opportunities are naturally sensitive to opportunities. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to obtain the origin fruit. In the future, our clan will definitely have another powerful expert. After a round of discussion, the dozen or so old men decided on a candidate. Pacifying Sea Ghost King. This was a branch of the noble descendants. Their name was also Gue clan, a hidden clan, in another space. Here, the rainbow pierced through space. A 7-color rainbow bridge was gorgeous and dazzling. It was a unique existence in this space, and there was no other rainbow bridge in the world. Do you know about that sealed world? The corner of the young man's mouth rose. I've heard of it. That place has always been a desolate place. Why would Master mention the sealed world? Not far away from the young man was a rainbow bridge. A woman stood on the bridge, revealing only a white veil covering her back. Just her back view alone gave off a boundless charm. The space of the God Emperor Mountain in the sealed world has opened. The origin fruit will ripen soon. A matured origin fruit will have the chance to push you to the giant realm in one step. Disciple is willing to go to the God Emperor Mountain space. When you go to the God Emperor Mountain this time, you have to pay attention to a native expert in the sealed world. This person has a mysterious origin. I haven't been able to deduce his origin yet. He's just a native expert. I'm confident in dealing with him. No matter where it was. Every major faction would send their most capable disciples or those with great talent to participate. Every disciple was accompanied by an elder of a certain level of strength. In a mysterious place in the sealed world. The God Emperor Mountain has already communicated with the savage world. In a few days, various factions will gather in the God Emperor Mountain, and you still have the mood to drink. Wu Mingzhan put down his wine cup and said with a smile. Inside the palace, 2 people were sitting opposite each other. On the table, there was immortal wine and some side dishes. So what if he's here? It's useless for me to be nervous. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of immortal wine. 5 years. Lin Fei was calmer than before, and his aura was getting heavier. The only one who knew the changes in Lin Fei's strength was Wu Mingzhan. Ever since he was suppressed and sealed, Wu Mingzhan had erupted a few times, but Lin Fei held him back. After 5 years, they had become enemies and friends at the same time. Lin Fei had also gained a lot from Wu Mingzhan. He had dug out many secrets from him, and every one of them was enough to shock everyone. You're the only one who dares to say such things. Wu Mingzhan was very clear about how fast Yi Tian's strength had improved over the past 5 years. It was absolutely unbelievable. Normally, When an 8 or 9 stars combat emperor reached the 8 or 9 stars level, it would take at least a few hundred years to improve his combat strength. This was considered fast, abnormal, evildoer. This was the only word Wu Mingzhan could think of to describe Ditian. For example, as the ruler of the sealed world, Wu Mingzhan didn't believe that anyone would dare to drink with him at this time. Ditian had done it. Who asked me to be so daring? Lin Fei smiled happily. Even if the Heavenly King came, he would have to ask for my permission. Lin Fei straightened his body slightly. The heavenly Tao was vast and mighty, and the heavenly might was displayed. In front of this heavenly might, everyone was an ant. If the heavens wanted you dead, you had to die. This was the heavenly might. Amazing. Wu Mingzhan's eyes lit up. You're stronger than me. In 5 years, you've used the heavenly might to such an extent. For a moment, I thought that you were the heavens. If I didn't have some ability, I wouldn't have dared to drink with you. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of immortal wine and drank it in one gulp. It's been 5 years. I've finally understood your temper. I don't think that you have the leisure to come and drink with me. If I'm not wrong, you're here to find out about some inherited forces from me. Lin Fei smiled. Senior is indeed a senior. I can't hide anything from you. In fact, Lin Fei's visit this time was to understand some of the inherited forces in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. In 5 years, Lin Fei had swept away all the treasures in Mountain God Emperor. It could be said that even a mouse that entered would cry and leave. Unfortunately, in 5 years, Lin Fei still couldn't find any trace of the origin tree. Chapter 2171. In fact, Lin Fei was here to ask about the situation. In these 5 years, Lin Fei's improvement was huge. It could be said that he was riding on a rocket. It could also be said that he was unprecedented, unparalleled cultivation speed. Even the sky origin dragons on Mount God Emperor were wiped out. No matter how big or small they were all wiped out. Mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei would not let them go. He would rather work harder than help others. Wasn't this helping others increase their strength? In these 5 years, with the heavenly blood seal, Lin Fei could suppress even the strongest sky origin dragons. It was just that it took a long time. Don't forget, Lin Fei could accelerate time and reverse time. She had taught them a lesson and made them obedient. Now, Lin Fei was only left with an understanding of his future opponents. Lin Fei believed that Wu Mingzhan would tell him the answer. Over the past 5 years, Lin Fei had come to understand some of Wu Mingzhan's character. If not for the fact that Wu Mingzhan was potentially dangerous, Lin Fei might have helped him break through the restrictions. But now it was impossible. Once such a person broke free, he would be like a tiger returning to the mountains, an eagle soaring in the sky. Unless, one day, Lin Fei's strength could completely suppress Wu Mingzhan. Although he could suppress Wu Mingzhan now, Lin Fei did not feel proud. Wu Mingzhan's strength was mostly restricted by the metal chain. When Wu Mingzhan was at his peak, he should be an unparalleled expert. At the very least, he would be a giant peak expert. Sigh, looks like I can't drink your wine in the future. Greed causes trouble. Wu Mingzhan shook his head. Lin Fei did not believe it was true. This was a complete excuse. Since he dared to come today, Lin Fei was confident. This can't be considered greed causes trouble. Moreover, this information is not a secret. Don't you think so? Lin Fei smiled. A secret is something that no one knows. That's a secret. Kid, you have a glib tongue. I'm convinced. Lin Fei was relieved. Senior, you flatter me. Wu Mingzhan shook his head. I now have reason to believe that the contest for the Mountain of God Emperor's space will be a success. You will make my eyes light up. I really hope that day will come soon. Good stuff. Although a lot of time has passed, I believe that most of the forces should still be here. Lin Fei left the secret place. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This trip was really worth it. I know everything I need to know. Lin Fei is very satisfied. His body moved continuously and arrived at the God Emperor Mountain space. At this moment, there was a unique aura in the God Emperor Mountain. At the center of the God Emperor Mountain, a vortex appeared. The vortex was black, and there was no movement. However, Lin Fei knew that there was a huge vortex in it. This whirlpool connected the worlds formed by the fragments of the wild world. Lin Fei stood on a mountain peak. In the past 5 years, Lin Fei had wiped out all the monarch beasts and other living beings in the God Emperor Mountain space. Hairball's combat strength had improved rapidly. She was now a 7-star Battle Emperor. With the innate talent of her race, she could resist an 8-star Battle Emperor for a while. As for the other resources, Lin Fei kept them. Looking at the God Emperor Mountain space now, there was a trace of desolation. At the same time, in the God Emperor Mountain space, Lin Fei had set up a large number of energy towers, and they were very densely packed. The amount of energy crystals he obtained every day was a huge number. After knowing that the God Emperor Mountain space was formed by the essence of the wild world, and that he had 5 years to prepare, Lin Fei did not hesitate to set up the densely packed energy towers. In less than a year's time, he had completely recovered his capital. In the next 4 years, the efficiency of plundering reached a terrifying number. Fortunately, Lin Fei had the invincible system, which could convert them into destiny points at any time. This was his biggest advantage. I'm sure you will be shocked when you arrive at the God Emperor Mountain space. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Finally, he came to the center of the God Emperor Mountain space. There was a giant whirlpool not far from him. According to Senior Zhang Wuming, this time, not only the Lord of Sagely Heaven of the world of 33 sacred heavens has come, other forces that are not inferior to them have also joined in. The 10-star Battle Emperors will be the top experts in this battle, and they will lead the development of the situation. Although Lin Fei felt pressured, it wasn't too much. His trump card, the 18 Doppelgangers, was a super powerful force. When they were used, there would be no problems. In order to face this major event, Lin Fei did not hesitate to spend a large number of destiny points to create a set of formation tailored for the 18 Doppelgangers. Once the 18 Doppelgangers appeared, they would be considered as the invincible existence among the 9-star Battle Emperors. As for the 10-star Battle Emperors, once the formation was activated, the power of their joint attack would be enough to kill their opponents. Danger and riches coexisted. This sentence would be useful no matter where it was. The God Emperor Mountain space also agreed to use it. If Lin Fei wanted to have a breakthrough in his combat power, he had to kill more experts to increase his combat power to a higher level. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. A great opportunity. How could Lin Fei be willing to let go of this opportunity? My main battlefield will start from here. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with determination as he stared at the vortex. Soon, there would be a large number of experts that he needed to appear in this vortex. The sky-piercing vortex remained the same. By now, 6 days had passed. On the 10th day, there was finally some movement in the vortex. Ha! Is this the God Emperor Mountain space? There were 7 people who came out first. All 7 of them were wearing the same uniform, as if they were from the same sect. The leader of the group was an old man. There was a trace of death chi on his body, which meant that this person's lifespan was about to end. Normally, in some dangerous places, experts who were nearing the end of their lifespan would usually act as the vanguard when they were unable to continue their breakthrough. They would make their last contribution to their sect or family. Without a doubt, this person was here to make his contribution. No, this aura is not right. The leader of the group furrowed his brows. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Blood heaven seal, endless devouring. All of a sudden, a chilling aura enveloped them. The moment the blood-colored vortex appeared, it was right above them. Although they were prepared, they still couldn't withstand the tearing force of the vortex. In less than a breath's time, they were turned into white skeletons without a trace of life. Mosquito meat is still meat. In the void, Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was the one who attacked just now. Chapter 2173. Mount God Emperor, the sky-piercing whirlpool. My lord is mighty. Those fellows seem to have extraordinary combat strength. They are at least combat emperors. I didn't expect them to be killed by my lord in one move. My lord is indeed my lord. A few people were looking at the sky-piercing whirlpool from a mountain far away. They were Elder Fu and the Supreme Devil Sovereign, who were arranged by Lin Fei. Elder Fu and the Supreme Devil Sovereign had advanced very quickly through the sky elemental spirits and the sky elemental spirit fishes. They were now one-star combat emperors. This was also because they had a strong foundation. With the help of the treasures, their cultivation speed would increase. Lin Fei had arranged for them to collect the treasures and deal with those who had slipped through the net. Bang! 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 Once the Endless Devourer was activated, the sky-piercing whirlpool's terrifying devouring force was unleashed. As long as someone from another dimension appeared, their energy would be devoured immediately. Apart from energy, life force would also be devoured. Shriveled corpses fell down one by one. Too weak. Lin Fei stood on top of the sky-piercing whirlpool with his hands behind his back. Once the Blood Heaven Seal was activated, it would devour everything that came towards it. No one could resist the tearing force of the Endless Devourer. Lin Fei had killed more than 1,000 people. Lin Fei didn't know which faction they were from. From the beginning until now, no one was worthy enough for him to kill them personally. Master, there's a powerful aura coming. The system has determined that it's a 9-star combat emperor. Little Devil suddenly reminded. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Good. Finally, someone stronger has arrived. After connecting the sky-piercing whirlpool to the barbaric world fragment, the experts that came from the other dimension weren't very strong. The strongest among them was only a 4-star combat emperor. Now that a 9-star combat emperor had arrived, Lin Fei was interested. Mount God Emperor, here I come. Along with the vibration of the dimension, a powerful energy radiated. It came from the other side. The void around the sky-piercing whirlpool was constantly shattered. Soon after, a giant leaped out. Giant clan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He already knew the origin of this giant. In the 33 holy heavens, there was a powerful race that was born with divine power. They were extremely strong and could be said to be a race with talent. It was rumored that once some giants were born, they would be at the War Emperor level. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the potential of the giant tribe was. Humph! A mere native, die for me! The bronze giant's cold eyes swept across, and when it opened its eyes, 2 beams of light shot out, slashing towards Lin Fei from the left and right. Lin Fei's body trembled slightly. They're truly worthy of being part of the Titan race. Their attacks have an innate impact ability. For those who don't know, just a single impact from their attack can cause them to suffer a crushing defeat. Endless Devour, suck. The Blood Heaven Seal was fully activated, and a destructive devouring power enveloped the giants. Under the full power of the technique, the giant was shocked. The energy and life force in his body began to leak out crazily. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked dry. It was as if the giant clan had suffered a great loss. Those were all the giant clan's talented disciples, yet they were actually seriously injured in a place like God Emperor Mountain. Their loss is severe. How was he going to explain this to the elders when he returned? Native, you are dead meat. The bronze giant's combat strength was fully unleashed. He took out 2 golden hammers and struck the Blood Heaven Seal in the sky. Every strike was accompanied by a golden beam. The Blood Heaven Seal was on the verge of collapse. After fusing with 2 top-grade treasures, the Blood Heaven Seal was even more extraordinary. It was not something a 9-stars War Emperor could withstand. No matter how the giant attacked the Blood Heaven Seal, most of its power was neutralized, and only a small portion of its power was left untouched. He is courting death. The fiercer the giant's attack, the faster his energy and life force were consumed. As the giant's attack speed slowed down, his entire body began to age rapidly, and his flesh and blood were being plundered. Boom! The giant roared, and a magical seal was shot out from his eyes. Native, even if I die, the giant tribe will not let you go. Lin Fei did not care. Lin Fei was not worried about a giant tribe. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to kill powerful warriors with all his might and obtain more power. Good, not bad. I also have 2 billion energy points. Perhaps it was just the beginning. In the first half of the day, Lin Fei did not kill many warriors. Apart from the giant tribe that was relatively strong, some of the forces that followed seemed to be unaffiliated, and the strongest was only a 6- or 7-star battle emperor. Lin Fei also obtained more than 2 billion energy points. Warning: a 10-star battle emperor has been detected. In 10 seconds, the space of God Emperor Mountain will appear. The little devil warned again. This time, Lin Fei finally became spirited. Finally, a 10-star battle emperor is here. A giant warship with boundless power appeared in the middle of the vortex. This was an extraordinary warship. At first glance, Lin Fei could sense that this warship was different from the others. Good lord, this is a top-grade Battle Emperor level warship. This was what Lin Fei found out from Zhan Wuming. Compared to the space of God Emperor Mountain, the sealed world, and the level of the chakra wheel were far inferior to the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Such a warship was equivalent to a 10-star battle emperor. It had a terrifying impact, and a casual attack could destroy a world. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei activated the Blood Sky Seal. Endless Devour. Hua, hua, hua. There were many people standing on the warship, and each of them was of noble status. Once the Endless Devour was activated, many people on the warship bore the brunt of it. They screamed and vomited blood. Their faces were pale, and they looked at the Blood Sky Seal in the sky in disbelief. Be careful, there's an ambush. My life force is fading away. What the hell is this? These people revealed a trace of fear, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Open the defense. In the middle of the warship, there was a middle-aged man. He shouted, and the warship opened a layer of transparent light shield. His cold eyes shot over. You must be Tion. How dare you attack our sacred region family here? This middle-aged man came from a powerful family in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the Sacred Region family. The Sacred Region family was also a first-rate family, and it was very impressive that they had a giant in their family. You'd better think about whether you can leave this place alive. Lin Fei laughed, and the Blood Sky Seal was pushed to the limit. The powerful tearing force was unstoppable. Even if the warship's defense was activated, the Sacred Region disciples on the warship still died one by one. Some of the stronger ones took out their treasures to resist the devouring force. Crash! The middle-aged man saw that the situation was bad, and he was shocked. The warship of the Sacred Region family was refined by a giant, but it couldn't resist the tearing force. Chapter 2174. Swoosh! 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 Under the full power of the Blood Heaven Seal, all the disciples on the warship were sucked dry and turned into pieces of human skin. Except for a few, the rest couldn't withstand the terrifying, devouring power of the Blood Heaven Seal. Crash! Crash! The warship changed its direction and rammed into the Blood Heaven Seal. Bang! 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 Every time it crashed into the seal, most of its power was blocked. The remaining power couldn't cause any damage to the seal. What a powerful warship! It's as powerful as a 10-star Battle Emperor. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. No force in the 33 sacred heavens can be underestimated. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I have to use the third attack. Although the sacred warship was powerful, it could not threaten the Blood Sky Seal. It was made from 2 top-grade treasures. Suppress. Lin Fei came to the Blood Heaven Seal and activated the third attack. Boom! Boundless heavenly might descended. A blurry figure appeared and slammed down with a palm. Everyone on the warship sucked in a cold breath. Bang! The figure's palm slammed on the warship. The huge warship shook, and a few people on board vomited blood. Bang! 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 The illusionary figure continued to strike the warship, causing the warship to sway. The Saint Realm disciples who were barely holding on lost their composure, turning into human skins that floated down from the sky. Tion, my saint family will not rest until you are dead. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot. Most of the disciples on the warship had died. Even if there were some left, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Bang! the figure slammed down again. Each time, it attacked the same spot. The warship's defense was instantly broken. The last few disciples were sucked dry and turned into human skin. You won't have the chance. The Blood Heaven seal pressed down with boundless heavenly might. Even though the middle-aged man was a 10-star battle emperor, his combat power was greatly suppressed. Heavenly Tao confined. The middle-aged man suddenly realized something. His body slowed down, and the heavens' mandate energy in his body was temporarily stagnant, unable to gather together. Kill! Lin Fei flashed in front of the middle-aged man and punched him, his terrifying battle prowess exploding forth. It landed on the middle-aged man. A mysterious light emerged from the middle-aged man's body. So you're just a 9-stars combat emperor. You're dead meat. No one can kill a disciple of the sanctuary. Attack! The corners of Lin Fei's lips curled up. His 18 doppelgangers charged out, ready to attack. 18 attacks landed on the middle-aged man's body. Rumble. The middle-aged man was heavily injured. Even a 10-star battle emperor wouldn't be able to block 18 attacks, especially when the difference in strength wasn't too great. Die. The Blood Heaven seal plundered madly, and the middle-aged man's mind relaxed. His strength could no longer be maintained perfectly, and his life force and energy were constantly being plundered. In just a few breaths of time, the middle-aged man had aged considerably. Bang! The Blood Heaven seal smashed onto the middle-aged man's body, and his flesh and blood body were torn apart. The middle-aged man's flesh and blood were only half reconstructed when the endless devoured all of it. Ding! Killed the first 10-star battle emperor. Ding! The first person to become a 10-star battle emperor is 1/10 of his combat power. Ding! Obtained 35 billion additional strength. Lin Fei had yet to smile. A sharp sword streaked across the sky, and a phantom image appeared on the sword. The dense and terrifying sword intent tore apart a large part of the vortex. Someone from the Myriad Swords Villa. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, and the Blood Heaven seal landed in the sky. The power of his blood was released, and the boundless sword intent was blocked. What a good deed, Tian. You actually killed a 10-star battle emperor from a Sacred Region family. I never thought that a small sealed world could produce such a monstrous genius like you. Bai Wuyi carried a long sword on his back. His sword intent soared into the sky and kept slicing the void, leaving behind a terrifying sword intent. At the same time, every word he said contained sword intent. As soon as he spoke, the sword intent would kill. This was a 10-star battle emperor swordsman. Streaks of sword intent shot out in front of Lin Fei, and each of them had a certain impact on his body. This was a natural reaction to danger. This was the most powerful sword intent that Lin Fei had ever seen. The Myriad Swords Villa was one of the first-rate forces that Zhan Wuming had mentioned before. They were born with the cultivation of sword intent, and their combat power was extremely strong. This naturally made the people from the Myriad Swords Villa arrogant. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, no one dared to provoke the Myriad Swords Villa. A 10-star battle emperor is just the beginning. This God Emperor Mountain is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven seal and activated the endless devouring technique. At the same time, boundless heavenly might came crashing down. Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on an expert of this level. He went all out from the start, and an invisible aura crushed down. What a good treasure, I wanted. Bai Wuyi was a 10-star battle emperor of the Myriad Swords Villa, and he was only a step away from becoming a giant. His sword art was sharp, and he could kill a battle emperor with a single strike. Sword intent, single strike kill. The long sword stabbed into Lin Fei's forehead, and the sword intent exploded. Damn, this is too fast. Lin Fei thought that he was fast enough. However, his opponent's sword art was unimaginably fast, and the sword landed on his forehead in one strike. Nothing happened. Bai Wuyi frowned slightly. His sword art specialized in speed, and it was rare to see someone block it. No matter how good the treasure is, it can't block my sword art. The sword intent in Bai Wuyi's eyes intensified, and numerous long swords condensed behind him. 10,000 swords attack. This was also a secret sword art of the Myriad Swords Villa, and it used the sword intent as the foundation to condense tens of thousands of swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei was glad that he had activated his invincible defense. Suppress. The energy in the Blood Heaven seal burned crazily, and with a loud rumble, the void collapsed, and the tens of thousands of swords fell to the ground. The power of this attack was extraordinary. After blocking Bai Wuyi's attack, it was now Lin Fei's turn to attack. The Blood Heaven seal crazily rushed forward, and at the same time, it engulfed Bai Wuyi's body. Even if his defense was perfect and he didn't reveal his true body, he couldn't stop the loss of life force and energy. What treasure is this? It can actually steal my life force and energy. Bai Wuyi's sword intent landed on the Blood Heaven seal, but it didn't move at all. How can there be such a terrifying treasure in this sealed world? This is equivalent to a magnate-grade treasure. With every collision, Bai Wuyi's expression became more serious, and his sword intent attacks became less effective. Against Di Tian, a terrifying domain appeared around him, and his sword art's element of surprise also lost its effect. Bai Wuyi started to retreat again and again. The Blood Heaven seal's attacks were extremely tyrannical, and he didn't dare to take a head-on. Especially when he was touched, his life force would be stolen even faster. Ha ha, Bai Wuyi, I didn't think that there would be a time when you would be defeated. How rare. Another figure appeared in the vortex, and an even more tyrannical saber intent appeared. The saber intent tore through the air and slashed at the Blood Heaven seal. Someone from the Holy Saber Gate. Chapter 2175. Both of these forces were a cut above the rest in terms of battle prowess, and they could fight those of a higher level than them. The moment Lin Fei saw the sword intent and saber intent, he knew which force they were from. Merciless Saber, don't be too happy. If you have the ability, go and deal with him yourself. Bai Wuyi shouted harshly. His sword intent protected his body, but he still couldn't stop his life force from flowing away. I'm afraid that you will only amount to this much when the time comes. Compared to Bai Wuyi's white robes, Saber Heartless formed a stark contrast. He was dressed entirely in black. A mere native of a sealed world can force you to this extent. You've really thrown the face of the 33 holy heavens all the way to your grandmother's house. Merciless Saber laughed coldly. As a genius of the Holy Saber Gate, he naturally viewed the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa as his enemy. He wanted to suppress the other party. Seeing Bai Wuyi's defeated appearance, Merciless Saber naturally had to mock him. As for that Di Tian native, he had never thought much of him. He came from the Holy Blade sect, which made him look down on a small native. Such a small native, he could kill him with a single slash. Go ahead and try. It wasn't that Bai Wuyi was afraid of Di Tian. It was just that the treasures in Di Tian's hands were too mysterious and bizarre. Even the treasures he had on him could not withstand the devouring power. This was a gigantic treasure. Only a giant treasure could unleash such power. Watch me kill this native. Merciless Dao glanced at Di Tian as he pulled out a black saber. One with the saber slash. The black torrent of saber light burst forth. In an instant, Lin Fei felt as if he had fallen into a densely packed world of saber intents. Tens of thousands of saber intense attacks were transformed into mental and physical attacks. Open. In terms of saber technique, the other party's was not bad. It could trap people in a world of saber intent. However, compared to Lin Fei's basic energy saber technique, it was far inferior. In Lin Fei's eyes, the saber technique was full of flaws. The energy saber slashed at one of the positions, and the saber intent world collapsed. Your saber skills are no good. Lin Fei shook his head. He pointed with his saber. Try taking a saber strike from me. Lin Fei unleashed a very ordinary slash. This slash looked very easy to counter. However, when Merciless Blade saw it, he felt a chill run down his spine. A solemn expression appeared on his face. What the hell? His saber technique is very ordinary. Why does it give off such a chilling feeling? This was a peerless saber technique created by the system after much analysis and deduction. It was not something that the other party could break easily. 18 Dragon's Saber. The sword Severance lover became even more serious. His saber technique changed accordingly, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Bai Wuyi no longer dared to treat this native lightly, especially after seeing this scene. The 18 Dragon Saber technique was a saber technique left behind by a powerhouse, and it was extremely domineering. Ordinary people would not be able to block its attacks. Who would have thought that merciless saber would be forced to use its full power in less than a single exchange? This was simply unbelievable. Voila! Even a tyrannical saber technique could not block this ordinary saber attack. A mysterious light appeared on Dao Merciless' chest. The saber light landed on his chest, leaving behind a terrifying saber intent. I actually failed to block this saber. Dao Merciless considered himself to be a genius in the saber Dao. He had even changed his name to Dao Merciless, wanting to become a powerhouse in the saber Dao and create his own glory. But now, in the sealed world, a native saber technique had already caused him to suffer a great loss. If it was not for the battle armor left behind by a powerhouse, he would have been severely injured. Dao Merciless, you are about the same as me. Why don't we work together and snatch this fellow's treasures? Bai Wuyi sent a voice transmission to Dao Merciless. The two of them were prepared to work together. I will not work together. Dao Merciless rejected. His saber intent was locked onto Lin Fei. I do not believe that there is someone in this sealed world whose saber technique is better than mine. Dao Merciless attacked again. It was still the 18 Dragon Saber technique. This was Dao Merciless' most powerful saber technique, and it was also the most domineering. The first saber technique, break. The second saber technique, break. The third saber technique, break. As long as Dao Merciless attacked, Lin Fei would only need one saber technique to break his opponent's attack. At the same time, he would leave marks on Dao Merciless' body. After the 18 saber techniques, Dao Merciless' body was left with 18 saber scars. You are not my match. With the invincibility system, no matter how domineering his opponent was, he was not as domineering as Lin Fei's saber technique. More importantly, Lin Fei's saber technique was the best at breaking all saber techniques. It was the bane of all saber techniques. You win. Dao Merciless' body was torn apart. He left behind a sentence. I will wait for you in the 33 Sage Heavens. It turned out that this was just a clone of Dao Merciless. It had a bit of the original's battle prowess, but it was killed by Lin Fei after 18 saber techniques. It's your turn now. Lin Fei pointed with his saber and sent a straight saber attack. Bai Wuyi was indeed prepared to take advantage of Dao Merciless. If he fought with Dao Merciless, his chances of winning were only 50-50. As long as Di Tian was injured, he might be able to kill Di Tian. The only thing he didn't expect was that Dao Merciless' tyrannical saber technique was no match for Di Tian. He was killed after 18 saber techniques. Bai Wuyi cursed Dao Merciless in his heart for being so useless. Now, he was killed by Di Tian and needed some time to recover his strength. You're not qualified. I don't believe that you still have the confidence to kill me after killing Dao Merciless. Bai Wuyi brandished his sword and charged forward. The sword intent and saber light clashed. The shockwave spread out. With just one slash, Bai Wuyi realized that although his opponent was not as strong as him, his saber technique was more domineering. The worst part was that his life force would be plundered the moment they clashed. If Bai Wuyi knew that his opponent's attack came from his own life force and Heaven's Mandate energy, he would probably cry. One saber technique broke the first sword technique. A second saber technique followed by a third. One saber technique followed after another. The saber light was as vast as the sea. Bai Wuyi's battle prowess was very strong. It was just that he had encountered an extraordinary opponent like Lin Fei. Di Tian, if you have the ability, then don't use treasures to suppress me. After more than 10 saber techniques, Bai Wuyi was panting like a withered corpse. He couldn't hold on any longer. Shameless? Who's shameless? With a loud bang, the Blood Heaven seal slammed into Bai Wui's body. Bai Wui's body was torn into pieces while the Blood Heaven seal took the opportunity to devour his flesh. The Blood Heaven seal came from a part of the blood sacrificial altar. It possessed a terrifying devouring ability. Once Bai Wui's body was destroyed, his flesh and blood became nourishment for the Blood Heaven seal. Another 10-star combat emperor. Bai Wui's combat prowess was very strong. However, after being suppressed by the Blood Heaven seal, his combat prowess was naturally at a disadvantage. Once Bai Wui died, the Blood Heaven seal also devoured his opponent's sword. Lin Fei sent a notification from the system. The evolution of the Blood Heaven seal had increased by a lot. Chapter 2176. Other than the expert from the Myriad Swords Villa and the Holy Blade sect, which piqued Lin Fei's interest, none of the other forces were able to withstand the Blood Heaven seal's endless devouring. As the amount of flesh and blood it devoured increased, the Blood Heaven seal's power increased as well. Its quality surpassed the Battle Emperor level and reached the legendary level that only giants could possess. In just a moment, the endless devouring would be able to plunder everything. After that, Lin Fei learned from the little devil that the Blood Heaven seal was a treasure that could grow. As long as it could plunder all living things and energy, the Blood Heaven seal would continue to grow until it reached an unimaginable level. Most importantly, the Blood Heaven seal was too domineering. This was something that Lin Fei had experienced personally. On the Blood Heaven seal, Lin Fei sat cross-legged. Wave after wave of forces became experience points for the Blood Heaven seal to level up. Master, you are now a 10-star Battle Emperor. At the same time, the system has obtained a 10-star Battle Emperor genetic map. Do you want to clone a 10-star Battle Emperor? While Lin Fei was pondering, the little devil's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Fei was startled at first. Is that possible? Ever since the Godhead lost its effect, the army in Lin Fei's hands became dispensable. Cannon fodder? Their power was no longer sufficient. They could only be placed in the Invincible Palace and do the most ordinary security work. Lin Fei was still very concerned about the affairs of the army. Upon hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei began to feel restless again. A 10-star Battle Emperor wasn't something that an ordinary God Emperor could compare to. Their combat power was extraordinary. Yes, this is another function of the Invincible system. It will only be activated in the advanced mode, the little devil said seriously. May I ask if Master is willing to activate this mode? I am willing. Lin Fei agreed to activate the new mode without hesitation. In the face of increasingly powerful enemies, Lin Fei had to make use of whatever power he had at hand to strengthen his own. Without a doubt, this new mode was very tempting to Lin Fei. Player Lin Fei agrees to activate the new mode. Ding. New mode activated. Ding. Initializing. There was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about now. Outside the vortex, once the Blood Heaven seal was activated, the power of space and time would envelop the area. Both of them would be able to catch the opponent off guard. Only 10-star Battle Emperors would be difficult to deal with. The rest of the experts couldn't stop the Blood Heaven seal from devouring them. Lin Fei had never thought that the Invincible system was an ordinary system. The more time passed, the more Lin Fei felt that the Invincible system had some secrets that he did not know. Without a doubt, this time, Lin Fei would see a new secret of the Invincible system. This made Lin Fei look forward to it even more. Cloning? It was probably even more impressive than the exchange for Godhead back then. Right now, Lin Fei lacked capable subordinates, although his 18 doppelgangers were very powerful. Especially after killing the doppelganger of the 10-star Battle Emperor, his combat power soared. He finally took the last step and reached the level of a 10-star Battle Emperor. It could be said that Lin Fei wouldn't even care about a few 10-star Battle Emperors. Ding. Initialization successful. Ding. Cloning mode begins. A piece of information regarding cloning immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind. With one look, Lin Fei was shocked. This cloning mode was too impressive. It was ridiculously impressive. This is too powerful. Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. After understanding the information about cloning, Lin Fei didn't know what to say. This was even more impressive than the army he had exchanged for godhood. After all, at that time, the Divine Emperor army was an existence that could only be used once. However, the clone army was different. They were living humans. Once they were cloned, they would be able to grasp all the secret arts and abilities of their previous owners. At the same time, the clone could also devour flesh and blood to grow. Anyone could imagine how horrifying that would be. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was so shocked. That means I can clone the two 10-star battle emperors from the Myriad Swords Villa and the Holy Blade sect? Lin Fei had witnessed Bai Wui endow merciless strength with his own eyes. The little devil nodded. In theory, there should be no problem. However, Master will need a large amount of materials and a certain amount of mysterious energy. Mysterious energy? What is that? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Where did this mysterious energy come from? Mysterious energy is actually a unit of energy that is converted from the heavens will energy. Master, if you want to clone experts, you will need to convert the mysterious energy. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it's heavens will energy, it doesn't make any difference. I wonder how much mysterious energy will I have after converting the heavens will energy? Master, please wait a moment. Now that the entire God Emperor Mountain was under his control, the amount of heavens will energy he could obtain every day was astronomical. Lin Fei wasn't worried that he wouldn't have enough heavens will energy. Replying Master, after converting, Master will have a total of 500 million units of mysterious energy. Lin Fei blinked his eyes, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. F***, that's impossible. Why is it only 500 million units of mysterious energy? Isn't this too ridiculous? Did you make a mistake? The little devil shook his head. I didn't calculate wrongly. The conversion of mysterious energy will have a certain consumption rate. Lin Fei was speechless. Isn't this consumption rate too high? I can't imagine it. Lin Fei could only accept his fate. Then I wonder if the clone subordinates will have any changes in their fighting strength. Also, what materials are needed for the cloning? Now, Lin Fei couldn't wait to clone a batch of subordinates. All kinds of materials can be cloned with the mysterious energy. If Master wants to gain terrifying strength, he will need to plunder and plunder. Lin Fei thought of a question. I really want to know the invincible system. Am I the first master or the lucky one? This question, if it was any other time, Lin Fei wouldn't even think about it. But today was different. Master's question is within the authority to answer. You can answer. The little devil didn't reject this time. Master is not the first master, but the 9th lucky one. Then can I know, what kind of existence is the invincible system? Lin Fei asked. Where is the end of the system? Master's question. Answer beyond the authority. The system won't answer. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. My question isn't that deep. It's better to clone a few subordinates. Lin Fei plundered most of the materials in the God Emperor Mountain and stored them in the system storage. A 3D image appeared in front of Lin Fei. Gene analysis diagrams appeared in front of him. The DNA that appeared in front of Lin Fei was analyzed to be the DNA of the War Emperor that had been killed earlier. These should be Bai Wui's genes. They are indeed powerful. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If Bai Wui knows that his genes have become my cloning target, his expression will be very ugly. His complexion must be very ugly. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Gene analysis diagrams appeared one after another. Some were strong, and some were weak. Let's clone 100 Bai Wui first. Oh right, can I change their appearance during the cloning? Lin Fei didn't want his clone subordinates to look like Bai Wui. That would be very unpleasant. Yes, Master. The little devil said, Master can change them however you want. As long as it's set, all the clone subordinates will look like this. That's great. Lin Fei pondered. Let's do it this way. As long as it's a male, he has to look fierce and fierce. At the same time, he has to be tall and sturdy. One look at him will make people shiver. The more terrifying, the better. Lin Fei didn't want to be surrounded by a group of handsome men. What would he be then? If he was ugly, he would definitely be a handsome man. Even Lin Fei felt a little proud of himself for coming up with this idea. Master, you better give this type of slave a name. Lin Fei didn't even think about it. Sword slave then. Ding. Cloning 100 sword slaves will consume 100,000 units of mysterious energy and a certain amount of materials. Do you want to clone? Yes. Ding. Cloning begins. Reminder, because Master is a 10-star combat emperor, the clone sword slave can only be a 9-star combat emperor. The cloning will be completed in an hour. Soon, Lin Fei was sent out by the system. 9-star combat emperor will do as well. Lin Fei was very satisfied with 100 sword slaves. Their combat prowess could rival a 10-star combat emperor. What else could he be dissatisfied with? I don't have to worry about the mysterious energy, but the consumption of various materials is too high. Lin Fei was worried. Old Fu, Supreme Devil Emperor, go to the sealed world and collect all kinds of materials for me. Send them to me in the shortest time possible. Old Fu and the Supreme Devil Emperor were puzzled, but they immediately left the God Emperor Mountain and headed to the sealed world to collect materials. The destiny energy is still a weakness. Now, there was another cloning mode. This was equivalent to having another mouth to feed. Lin Fei couldn't help but worry about the collection of the destiny energy. Is there any large-scale collection mode? Lin Fei asked the little devil. If this problem wasn't solved, it would be a huge problem. It might not be a problem now, but once he created a large number of subordinates, the mysterious energy would be indispensable. Although there were still 500 million units of mysterious energy, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to last long. There is. Master can exchange for a high-grade energy tower. It can cover a certain range and increase the absorption rate by 50 times. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Increasing the absorption rate by 50 times was simply plundering. Master, you didn't ask. After hearing the price of the high-grade energy tower, Lin Fei couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Damn it, this is too much. It turned out that the price of the high-grade energy tower wasn't the destiny energy, but the mysterious energy. Every high-grade energy tower required 10 million units of mysterious energy. 500 million units of mysterious energy wasn't a big deal anymore. After all, 10 high-grade energy towers required 100 million units of mysterious energy. This was indeed a headache. The only good thing was that the clone sword slaves didn't need to consume the destiny energy from the system. They could absorb the destiny energy from heaven and earth. Boom! Chapter 2177. Lin Fei didn't have time to think. He pushed the Blood Heaven seal to its limit, and the power of space and time formed a strange space below him. 6 10-star battle emperors appeared in the sky-piercing whirlpool. Their tyrannical auras attacked the sky-piercing whirlpool, and the remaining power kept hitting the Blood Heaven seal. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure in the Mountain of God Emperor. It's comparable to a supreme treasure. Among the 6 10-star battle emperors, a skinny old man shot out a sharp light from his eyes. His skinny palm grabbed forward, and with a loud rumbling sound, the power of space and time was forcibly torn apart. The skinny palm turned, and Lin Fei, who was standing on the Blood Heaven seal, suddenly felt that the whole world was falling into his palm. This is a great divine ability that can capture the stars and the moon. It wasn't the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a divine ability, but this was the most powerful one he had ever seen. This didn't scare Lin Fei. From the moment his opponent displayed his divine ability, Lin Fei knew that his opponent was stronger than him. He opened the little devil to analyze his opponent's combat power. Bang! The Blood Heaven seal was of a high grade, and its divine ability was terrifying, but it still couldn't suppress it. Bang! Bang! The Blood Heaven seal collided with the palm, and a terrifying force spread out, sending the skinny palm flying. Cracks were left on the palm. 18 doppelgangers move out. These 6 10-star battle emperors were stronger than him. After all, he had just entered this level, and his strength was inferior to them. Boom! 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 The 18 doppelgangers rushed into the sky-piercing whirlpool, and the Blood Heaven Seal's endless devouring ability was activated, plundering their life force and energy. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 10-star Battle Emperors had an additional armor on their bodies, and their faces were flickering with mysterious light. Leave this place quickly. He's Tion, and these are his 18 doppelgangers. With regard to this generation's God Emperor of the Sealed World, they had all understood him. After truly witnessing his prowess, they wanted to say something. What a scam. The news that circulated in the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens didn't take Tion seriously, so their evaluation of him naturally wasn't good. At this moment, they all wanted to curse those people. This was obviously a 10-star Battle Emperor, who said that he was an ordinary Battle Emperor. Wasn't this a blatant lie? With the help of the Blood Sky Seal, there were 6 10-star Combat Emperors. Those who weren't peak 10-star Battle Emperors naturally couldn't withstand the siege. After a round of siege, they were all killed and contributed 2 to 3 billion energy points to Lin Fei. This kind of speed was insignificant compared to the power boost of 100 billion points. If other Combat Emperors were to find out about this, they would probably cry their hearts out. Many a little makes a mickle, and it wouldn't take a long time. He would be able to break through to the peak of the 10-star Battle Emperor realm. The news of me killing a 10-star Battle Emperor should spread quickly. It will be much more difficult to kill them after that. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Killing 6 10-star Battle Emperors wasn't too difficult. If the next wave of 10-star Battle Emperors increased in number, or if they had some powerful treasures that could withstand the endless devouring power of the Blood Sky Seal, Lin Fei believed that they would soon be able to withstand his attack. When that time came, they really wouldn't be able to withstand it. The origin fruit still needs some time to ripen. Let me clone a batch of subordinates first. Lin Fei wasn't an idiot. He didn't want to act violently here. If he used tactics to attack, 9-star Battle Emperors would consume their energy, and then he could attack them. It would be much easier, and at the same time, he could preserve his energy. Lin Fei's biggest advantage now was that he had control over a large amount of destiny energy. At the same time, this was also a big disadvantage. Once the destiny energy was consumed too much, it couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. He would be in danger. Cloning a batch of subordinates meant that he would have the power to resist. Lin Fei was very decisive. He kept the Blood Sky Seal and left the Mountain of God Emperor. He believed that at this time, those fellows from the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens wouldn't blindly rush in. It was time. After leaving the Mountain of God Emperor, Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. Is there a defensive energy tower to protect the Invincible Palace? The Mountain of God Emperor and the Sealed World were in 2 different locations, but Lin Fei believed that those people had the power to enter. Lin Fei had to prepare for a rainy day. For example, building a defense. Even though he had built it before, Lin Fei felt that it wasn't too safe. With the support of time and space, it would be easily destroyed by a 10-star Battle Emperor. For the sake of safety, Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to strengthen it. Master can exchange for a defensive energy tower. This type of energy tower can withstand the attack of a 10-star Battle Emperor. Every defensive energy tower can automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth and convert it according to a certain ratio. Master need not worry. It can't be that every defensive energy tower also needs 10 million units of mysterious energy, right? It only needs 3 million. According to the size of the Invincible Palace, Master only needs to buy 6 of them, and you can set up a perfect defensive energy tower formation. 6. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This required 18 million units of mysterious energy. 6 it is. Help me exchange for them. Ding. Consumed 18 million units of mysterious energy. Within Lin Fei's system space, there were 6 marked defensive energy towers. At the same time, there was also a route for deployment. 6 defensive energy towers. Each one was 1,000 zhong tall. Once they were set up, the black defensive energy towers began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. As the 6 towers were set up, the 6 defensive energy towers formed a cycle, enveloping the entire city around the Invincible Palace. This is great. Through his divine sense, Lin Fei clearly found out that 3 million units of defensive energy towers was a good deal. After the 6 defensive energy towers formed a cycle, they could use the energy of heaven and earth to defend in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the towering defensive energy towers, even though it cost more than 10 million units of mysterious energy. When the fight for the origin fruit is over, I must buy a high-grade energy tower and plunder all the heavens mandate energy in the Mountain of God Emperor. Lin Fei now knew that the Mountain of God Emperor space was formed from a fragment of the wildland world, and at the same time, it contained origin energy. Lin Fei was even more excited to see how much mysterious energy he could get from the origin fruit. Ding! Cloning complete. An hour wasn't long. Lin Fei heard the voice that he wanted to hear the most. At this moment, the cold voice of the system was no longer unpleasant to the ears, but pleasant to the ears instead. Release them all. 100 hideous and ferocious sword slaves appeared before Lin Fei, emitting a murderous aura. F***K, this is too scary. Lin Fei had no doubt that these sword slaves would give people quite a fright if they were to go outside. For those who were timid, a single glance from them would leave behind an indelible nightmare, and their cultivation would come to a halt. They would no longer have the chance to advance. Lin Fei didn't feel anything about this, but he felt that the system's modification of the sword slaves was far beyond his imagination. Who would know that these sword slaves were cloned from Bai Wui's genes? 100 sword slaves soared intense, soared into the sky. 9-star combat emperors were extremely ferocious, and their sword intents interweaved together, cutting through the void. 100 sword slaves are already so terrifying. If there are 10,000 or 100,000 sword slaves, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Let's clone 50,000 sword slaves and 50,000 saber slaves first. Lin Fei gave the order to clone. Let's clone 100,000 combat emperors first. Lin Fei also kept all the ores. In any case, these materials were useless to him, but they were extremely useful for cloning a war emperor powerhouse. The divine world also started to move. Lin Fei didn't let any of the ores go. Every ore mine was confiscated, and a steady stream of ores was sent over. Although 100,000 combat emperors wasn't a lot, it would consume 100 million units of mysterious energy. At the same time, it would require a huge amount of ores. Otherwise, it would be impossible to clone them. Lin Fei had no choice but to risk it. Since all the superpowers had yet to arrive, he had to clone enough underlings. At the same time, a piece of news spread across the world of the Sage. The Sacred Clans, the Thousand Swords Villa, and the Holy Blade Gate were some of the superpowers that were attacked by Tion in the Mountain of God Emperor. They were all annihilated. At the same time, there was another piece of shocking news. That Tion had a magnate-grade treasure that could absorb all life force and energy. At first, no one believed it. How could a mere Mountain of God Emperor have a magnate-grade treasure? Who didn't know that the sealed world was sealed by an unparalleled expert? Moreover, it was the strongest expert. One could imagine how strong the sealed world was. It was impossible for a magnate-grade treasure to be left behind in a place like this. Soon, news came back one after another. They were all images sent back by the clones before they died. They had seen the true appearance of the magnate-grade treasure, especially the Thousand Swords Villa and the Holy Blade Gate. The magnate experts in their sects had personally inspected the treasure and confirmed that it was indeed a magnate-grade treasure. No matter what, it was undoubtedly a magnate-grade treasure. This was going to be interesting. Giant-level treasures had appeared in the sealed world, and all the forces were tempted. Even the Lord of the Holy Heaven was tempted. In the entire world of the 33 holy heavens, any giant-level treasure was worth fighting over. It would set off a bloodbath. Wui, you have done a great job. This is a mixed energy pearl. It can help you recover the energy that your clones lost. Inside the Thousand Swords Villa, Bai Wui was overjoyed. The mixed energy pearl was a special treasure. It contained a large amount of energy and could recover the energy that the clones lost. Thank you, Ancestor. At the front, There was a blurry figure with a strong will that surpassed all the combat emperors. Everyone subconsciously retracted their aura in front of this blurry figure. This was a magnate great ancestor. Any magnate great ancestor had boundless power. The Thousand Swords Villa also had a magnate great expert. On top of that, the sword puppets were naturally strong. Their combat power could transcend levels. The magnate great ancestor, the Thousand Swords Villa, also had a certain status among the magnate great experts. Chapter 2178. Boom, boom, boom. After confirming that there was a magnate grade treasure in the sealed world, the various forces in the 33 sacred heavens started to deploy their strongest experts into the mountain of God Emperors. On this day, a few powerful auras tore through the void and appeared in the mountain of God Emperors. The auras of these figures were so powerful that the surrounding space was distorted. As soon as they appeared, beams of profound light burst forth, and a rare solemn look appeared on their faces. Why aren't there any attacks? Did we come to the wrong place? No, we must have come to the mountain of God Emperors. This is different from what we expected. The few of them looked at each other. Clearly, they did not expect this to happen. It was just a false alarm. The native of the sealed world had a magnate-grade treasure in his hands. Once the treasure appeared, it would plunder everything. The few vanguards were still wary of it. Search the surroundings. The few figures dispersed. After a short while, they gathered together again. No one. There are no living beings in the entire mountain of God Emperors. We can report now. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei smiled. Vanguards? Interesting. Currently, Lin Fei had set up a large number of surveillance devices in the entire mountain of God Emperors. As long as he wanted to see something, the system would immediately send it to the corresponding location. Even in the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei knew the situation of the mountain of God Emperors like the back of his hand. Wait until I cloned 50,000 sword slaves and saber slaves, then hua hua hua. After confirming that there was no danger, waves of forces arrived in the mountain of God Emperors. Powerful divine senses covered the entire mountain of God Emperors. More than 10 powerful auras stood in the sky and covered the entire mountain of God Emperors with their divine senses. When they saw the situation of the mountain of God Emperors, their faces turned ugly. That bastard Dtion is too shameless. An old man yelled. That bastard should die. He actually moved the monarch beasts in the mountain of God Emperors, and even the people in the cities away. He left a barren mountain of God Emperors for us. All the Heaven Yuan spirits underground have been plundered. All the good stuff is gone. These experts felt that they were too shameless. Now, when compared to Dtion, they simply paled into insignificance. I didn't expect the sealed world to produce such a bastard. Interesting. A woman dressed in black had a voluptuous figure. She was extremely hot, and a single glance from her was enough to turn the world upside down. He said with a smile, "Little slut, put away your great sky demon technique. Be careful that I don't get angry and kill you. Don't think that I will be polite to you just because you are from the Sky Demon Palace. The Sky Demon Palace is useless in front of me." The burly man, who had a stocky build and a stocky waist, wore an animal skin battle suit, coldly stared at the black-clothed woman not far away. Barbarian bears, you're all brawn and no brains. If you have the ability, then come and kill me. I'd like to experience the secret techniques of your demon sect. The black-clothed woman continued to smile. Her chilling, killing intent caused people to be secretly afraid. Some of the people at the side were silent, while others were gloating. Heavenly Devil Palace? I didn't expect them to come. Lin Fei was lying on the sofa with a pile of delicious food in front of him. They watched while eating. Everything was as expected. The detection device didn't carry any aura. Even if these people were 10-star battle emperors, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. Such surveillance equipment was not cheap. Fortunately, Lin Fei could afford it. Senior Zhan Wuming once said that. The Sky Demon Palace was the strongest force in the 9th Holy Heaven. Their Sky Demon Palace had one of the 10 great ultimate skills, the 18 heavens of the Sky Demon. It was rumored that the Sky Demon Palace once had an unparalleled genius who cultivated this technique to the 18th heaven and became the strongest person in the 33 holy heavens. I didn't expect the heavenly devil palace's disciple to be a female. The other burly man should be an expert from the demon sect, one of the major forces in the world of the 11th sage. Their true forms are all ferocious immortal beasts. They are not a simple force. Lin Fei had some understanding of them, so when he compared them one by one, he immediately had a vague outline. "Little bitch, you're courting death," Barbarian Bear bellowed. His voice was like a great bell. A few tall mountains not far away rumbled and split into pieces. Dust flew everywhere. With a slap of his thick palm, black tornadoes were set off. The wind howled violently. The surrounding people retreated one after another. Barbarian Bear is indeed the pride of the demon sect. I heard that not long ago, Barbarian Bear killed a 10-star battle emperor from the world of the 28th sage. Although Barbarian Bear is powerful, he may not be a match for the Sky Demon Rainbow. After all, the Sky Demon Palace has the 10 great ultimate skills. Barbarian Bear's attack was very domineering. Tornadoes whistled through the air. Everywhere they passed, whether it was the space or the earth, everything was turned to dust. This was the combat power of a 10-star battle emperor. Your power is fierce, but it depends on who you're dealing with. The Sky Demon Rainbow snickered. Without any movement, it went straight for Barbarian Bear. Someone immediately exclaimed, "This is the Sky Demon Shadow." I didn't expect him to cultivate the Sky Demon Shadow to this level. The whistling tornadoes came one after another. With gentle steps, the black-clad heavenly demon Rainbow dress dodged all of them. When she arrived before the Barbarian Bear, her slender fingers curled and shot out 3 gusts of wind. Sky Demon Finger. Barbarian Bear's face turned serious. He took out a mace and used it to block in front of him. The figure of a giant bear appeared behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The Sky Demon Rainbow landed on the mace 3 times. "Little bear, you can't do it." The Sky Demon Rainbow laughed. Barbarian Bear crashed into a huge mountain, causing it to split into pieces. There was a hint of fear on his fierce face. Only he knew how terrifying the Sky Demon Finger was. "Little bitch, you're the best today. Let's wait and see." Barbarian Bear turned and left. In a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. "Miss Sky Demon, you're still as elegant as ever." "They're just barbarians from the demon sect. Why bother with them?" Many people chimed in. The Sky Demon Rainbow still had a smile on her face. "I heard that the natives of the sealed world are quite interesting. I'll take my leave first and meet this native." Leaving behind a graceful figure, the Sky Demon Rainbow left the crowd. There were a few people who subconsciously swallowed their saliva. I'm afraid that this native has become their main target. Lin Fei was not interested in being labeled as a native. Of course, he was not interested in these city people either. Chapter 2179. This was not the only group of people that appeared under the spatial whirlpool. After confirming that there was no danger in the mountain of God Emperor, the forces of the 33 sacred heavens descended one after another. Even the master of sacred heaven arranged for his capable subordinates to enter the mountain of God Emperor. The forces that entered all cursed because the resources in the mountain of God Emperor had all been plundered. They were all angered to death after entering. There was nothing more despicable than this. Ditian, this aboriginal, was truly outrageous. The mountain of God Emperor was formed from a fragment of the wasteland world. The quality of the resources that grew inside was extremely high. They had originally come for the origin fruit, but who didn't want to bring more back. After all, it was rare for the mountain of God Emperor to open. Who would have thought that the shameless aboriginal would plunder all the resources? Other than the useless trees, there was not a single living thing. For a moment, the crowd was filled with complaints. Lin Fei had attracted a lot of hatred. After confirming that there were no more resources, these forces prepared to head to the sealed world, divine realm. In reality, as the ruler of this unified place, Emperor Lin Fei did not really manage it. After all, Lin Fei had no interest in management. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Divine Realm was just a place to obtain resources. He really didn't care about population. Hua, a black figure landed in the Divine Realm. The sealed world is the sealed world. There's not a trace of destiny energy. No one is interested in this place. If not for the origin fruit's appearance, no one would be willing to come here. The demonic rainbow was dressed in black. She stood in the sky above the Divine Realm. She had an indescribable resistance towards this sealed world. The absence of destiny energy made her dislike it even more. Hua, the demonic rainbow headed towards the nearest city. From the big forces in the city, the demonic rainbow got the information she wanted and returned to the sky above the Divine Realm. She couldn't help but be interested in this Tion aboriginal. This Tion is really interesting. After conquering the Divine Realm, he cleaned up all the hostile forces. He actually didn't build a divine palace in the Divine Realm. To the demonic rainbow, this was extremely unbelievable, especially after knowing that Tion lived in the profound sky world. The demonic rainbow became even more interested. He advanced to the Divine Lord realm with the body of a mortal, and then later on, he grasped what was suspected to be a giant-level treasure, the War Emperor realm. This native exuded a mysterious aura. The demonic rainbow dress moved very quickly. In a few breaths' time, they traversed the void and arrived outside the profound sky world. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the profound sky world. Miss Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to be here too. Not far away, a figure came to the side of the demonic rainbow dress and said politely, "Actually, I also didn't want to come, but it's a pity that I don't have that life." The heavenly devil Nikhang said pitifully. He couldn't help but want to protect her. Beside him was a white-robed young master who gave off a scholarly aura. He said with a smile, "Your great sky demon art is becoming more and more exquisite. Even I can't block it. Is that so?" The demonic rainbow dress winked at him. The man in white smiled bitterly. "All right, what do you think of this Tion? Extremely shameless, and at the same time, his origins are extremely mysterious." The heavenly devil rainbow said indifferently. It was a complete change from her previous flirtatious demeanor. "This is an interesting person. What do you think?" "Ha ha." When a tyrannical aura descended upon the profound sky world, the people of the profound sky world were already used to it. In front of the invincible Lord God Emperor, no matter how powerful the outsiders were, they would still be defeated. Thus, everyone did what they had to do. They didn't panic. This also made those who came in click their tongues in wonder. The only thing that they couldn't understand was that these people's eyes were very strange. The invincible palace is in front. The profound sky world wasn't big. The invincible palace was easier to find. Thus, a group of people appeared outside the invincible palace, in groups of 3 to 5, staring at the invincible palace. Their eyes flickered. Through the information they obtained, they could confirm that the native god emperor was living in the invincible palace. Humph, such arrogance. Even in the 33 sacred heavens, no force would dare to call themselves invincible. A native of the sealed world dares to call himself the invincible palace. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man in a gray robe had a gloomy face, giving off a very cold feeling. His eyes flickered. "I haven't seen any force that dares to call themselves invincible. Let me try." The middle-aged man in the gray robe was an early-stage 10-star battle emperor. At the same time, he was also a guest of a force. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to appear in the space of the God Emperor Mountain, let alone the invincible palace. Heaven's shrouding seal. The middle-aged man in the gray robe flipped his hand, and a huge seal landed on the sky above the invincible palace. It expanded infinitely, like a tall mountain, at the same time emitting a terrifying aura that covered the sky. The rest of the people weren't in a hurry to act. It was just right for a guest to test the waters. After all, everyone had received the news that this native was suspected to have a magnate-level treasure. Because of this, they had to be careful. It would be best if they could confirm that the other party had a magnate-level treasure. The attack of an early-stage 10-star Battle Emperor isn't worth my time. In the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei still had a smile on his face. Hua, hua, hua. Just as the heaven-shrouding seal was about to land on the sky above the Invincible Palace, a transparent glass cover appeared below the heaven-shrouding seal. A few glass covers appeared and quickly linked together, blocking the attack of the heaven-shrouding seal. This black tower actually has such a function. Many people had a look of surprise on their faces. Soon they saw some clues. In the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to the black tower, thinking that it was something not worth mentioning. When streams of energy shot out and formed a protective shield, they came to a sudden realization. What kind of formation is this? It can actually block the attack of an early-stage 10-star Battle Emperor. This Deiteon isn't simple. Many people exclaimed. It was unbelievable for a sealed world to have a formation that could block the attack of a 10-star Battle Emperor. The middle-aged man in the gray robe's face turned gloomy. He couldn't even destroy a mere invincible palace. When he returned, he would definitely become a laughingstock. His hatred for Deiteon grew. Heaven-shrouding seal, attack. The heaven-shrouding seal was activated once again. The treasure that was like a mountain kept bombarding the protective cover above the invincible palace. The power of each attack was enough to make one's soul tremble, but the transparent cover was able to block all the attacks. Something's wrong. It's very strange. The energy of heaven and earth is gathering rapidly. There's something wrong with the Black Tower. Everyone's eyes fell on the Black Tower. Chapter 2180. It's really incredible. There's actually such an incredible formation in the sealed world. This is definitely a magnate-level formation. Apart from a magnate-level formation, no other formation can withstand the attack of a 10-star Battle Emperor. A suspected magnate-level treasure is enough to make people go crazy. Now, another suspected magnate-level formation has appeared. Could it be that this indigenous Deiteon has obtained the inheritance treasure left behind by a magnate? In a short period of time, various thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Most of them wanted to take the treasure for themselves. In the face of benefits, everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. Fellow Lianxing, let me help you. A suspected magnate-level formation was enough to make people go crazy. Among the crowd, another middle-aged man came out and called out Deiteon's name. Without waiting for him to reply, he took out a treasure in his hand and blasted it at the Black Tower not far away. Let me help you too. A mere native dares to call himself an invincible force. In a short period of time, more than 10 experts attacked one after another. The Black Towers joined together and blocked wave after wave of attacks. They didn't show any signs of exhaustion from beginning to end, which made everyone quite angry. Miss Heavenly Demon, what do you think? The Heavenly Demon Rainbow felt that this Deiteon was very interesting. If others had good things, they would hide them in their hands and not take them out until the right time. On the other hand, this Deiteon seemed to be afraid that others did not know about it. Going against the flow? Even the intelligent Heavenly Demon Rainbow could not figure out what the other party was trying to do. This formation is not bad. It absorbs the power of heaven and earth to form a special defense. This level of formation can only be refined by a magnate-level expert. Yes, I think so too. The white-robed man smiled. This should be a magnate expert who is good at setting up formations, but I can't think of who it is. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow from the Heavenly Demon Palace. His experience was extraordinary, so he could naturally tell that this Black Tower was the crux of the formation. If he wanted to break through the formation of a big shot level elite, he would have to be extremely powerful. If he wanted to break the formation, he must be a magnate level expert. The indigenous people of the sealed world may give us many surprises. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow laughed. This trip was not in vain. It was indeed not in vain. Not bad, not bad. The Black Tower's defense is really awesome. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the Black Tower's defense. You really get what you pay for. The absorption of energy between heaven and earth can form a special defensive power. Unless it's a giant level elite, it's impossible to break through the Black Tower's defense. With a free test subject to test the Black Tower's defense, Lin Fei was more satisfied than anyone else. There was no worry in his heart. According to what Senior Zhang Wuming said, the sealed world was sealed by the joint efforts of peerless experts. The power that descended here was at most a 10-star battle emperor. The giant-level energy fluctuations were too great, and the sealed world was unable to withstand the energy fluctuations. In the end, the sealed world began to become unstable. The number of people besieging him kept increasing. In each of the 33 sacred heavens, there were powers that had entered. It was not difficult to come to the profound sky world from the mountain of God Emperor space. Furthermore, the treasure of the heavenly law ancestor had been refined, and the power restriction had been lifted, allowing the power of the war emperor to descend. Initially, there were more than 10 people fighting, but as time passed, more and more people joined in. The 10 people turned into 100 people, then 300 to 400 people. Each attack was filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. However, the Black Tower's divine might was invincible, blocking all the power. We can't attack anymore. There's something strange about the Black Tower. It seems to be able to absorb the power of our attacks. What the hell? The sharp-eyed people exclaimed in shock. Logically, there was no formation that could block the joint attacks of hundreds of elites. But in the sealed world, it really appeared. No matter how everyone attacked, the Black Tower's defense was as stable as Mount Tai, immovable and stable. After the exclamations, some of them stopped and cursed loudly. It's a giant-level formation, there's no doubt about it. The native Dtion must have obtained the inheritance of a giant-level elite. Charge in, kill this native, and seize the inheritance of the giant-level elite in his hands. After the torrential attacks were ineffective, everyone understood one thing. This native Dtion undoubtedly had the treasure of a giant-level elite in his hands, and it was even more abundant than they had imagined. Anyone, including forces, would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step if they obtained the treasure. Their desires were endless, especially when facing a sealed world and a native elite. Their desires were magnified infinitely. No matter how big or small the forces were, they couldn't sit still. Everyone attacked the Black Tower together. As long as one of the Black Towers is broken, the defense will definitely be greatly reduced, and then we'll definitely be able to break through the invincible palace. A formation Grandmaster elite pointed at the Black Tower and shouted, summoning a set of formation flags. The formation flags landed in the void near the Black Tower, suppressing the void. Grandmaster Feng is making a move. Everyone, let's attack together. Little Demon, are you alright? When Lin Fei saw a formation Grandmaster make a move, he subconsciously wanted to go out and kill him to avoid destroying the Black Tower. Master, don't worry. The Black Tower was exchanged for 10 million units of mysterious energy. This is a foundation that surpasses normal formations and belongs to a completely new type of defense tower. How can a few conceited formation Grandmasters understand it? They're destined to work for nothing. The little demon said disdainfully. As long as their attacks are fierce, it'll be equivalent to providing energy to the Black Tower. The Black Tower can transform all kinds of attacks into special energy that can be used to support the Black Tower's defense. Lin Fei was completely relieved. As long as the Black Tower wouldn't be broken, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. I'll let you show off a little more. Since there was nothing to worry about, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to go out and deal with them. Even a tycoon couldn't afford to waste his destiny points. Lin Fei had learned his lesson. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the invincible palace, the number of people gradually increased. More and more people joined in the attack, especially after the news spread, especially after everyone saw the Black Tower's terrifying defense. They couldn't stop and all joined in the attack. This attack lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the Black Tower didn't move an inch. There were more than 3,000 people surrounding it, including almost all the top forces in the 33 holy heavens. At the start, everyone was aggressive, ready to break through the invincible palace. After a long period of time, all of the elites were quite tired. They consumed alchemical pills one after another. Yet the Black Tower was still as stable as Mount Tai. However, everyone was greatly angered. The few formation masters who had been highly respected before were all dumbfounded and shook their heads vigorously. Sealing the void and isolating the energy fluctuations, was this still not enough? The formation grandmasters were so angry they wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 2181. The formation master was infuriated. The besieging battle emperors were also filled with anger. 3 days of attacks had no effect at all. The Black Tower was still the Black Tower without any damage. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face, but it also made them want to break the Black Tower and capture that indigenous Dtion. Such a defensive treasure would make even first-rate forces jealous. If they had such a treasure, the sect would be as stable as Mount Tai. Of course, if they could decipher the manufacturing method, it could completely set off a new craze of refining weapons, especially for the formation masters, who could not wait to decipher the secret of the Black Tower. In the world of the 33 saintly heavens, there had never been such a treasure worthy of their attention. 3 days until now, they still had very little understanding of the Black Tower. They had not even figured out the simplest structure, which was simply intolerable. A bunch of trash. Can't even break a mere invincible palace. Let me do it. A disdainful voice came from the mysterious sky world. In the distance, a stream of light sped over. Bastard, who is trash? An 8-star battle emperor said sternly, extremely dissatisfied. Pung. Everyone saw the opponent's head explode, his whole body turning into a pool of blood. The killing method was unimaginable. This is a curse. Everyone be careful. Immediately, someone cried out. Even some of the first-rate forces geniuses who had been watching from the sidelines revealed a trace of seriousness and fear. They knew this person. He was a direct disciple from the world of the 6 saintly heavens, young Master Curse. No one knew young Master Curse's specific name, but no one dared to look down on him. He was a direct disciple, and at the same time his father was a giant expert, and a giant expert who made people tremble in fear. Because he cultivated the evil curse technique, although not as famous as the top 10 cultivation techniques, it was not far from the top 10 cultivation techniques. Some even said that if the top 10 cultivation techniques were not ranked early, the curse technique would very likely become one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Pung pung pung. More than 10 people in the crowd exploded one after another. Every death was very ugly, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Some were cursed to death by a mysterious force, and their bodies turned into a pool of blood. The rest were not much different. A bunch of reckless trash, even daring to curse me. Do you really think this young master doesn't know? The stream of light quickly appeared in front of everyone. It was a black-clothed young man with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He looked at everyone and said, "Miss Heavenly Demon, long time no see. You become more and more beautiful." Young Master Chu really knows how to speak. I wonder how many girls' hearts you have deceived with these words. The heavenly devil Nikhang said with a smile. Every frown and every smile was filled with infinite charm. No matter how beautiful those girls are, how can they compare to Miss Heavenly Demon? Young Master Curse was also very good at talking. His gaze landed on the demonic rainbow dress and almost never moved away. There was even a trace of lust in his eyes. However, if you continue to stare at me, perhaps I won't be able to stop myself from making a move. The heavenly devil Nikhang laughed lightly and flicked her jade-like hand. It was the sky demon finger. He flicked it 3 times in a row. Bang, bang, bang. 3 figures exploded, and young Master Curse stopped not far away. Miss Heavenly Demon, I like your temperament. Young Master Curse said even though he had mastered the supreme incantation. However, he was also more afraid of the demonic rainbow dress. After all, every disciple of the demonic palace was not easy to deal with. The demonic rainbow dress in front of him was one of them. I believe that sooner or later, you will believe that I am the most powerful. The 2 of them exchanged blows. Everyone could see that young Master Curse's strength had increased a lot since the beginning. He had successfully cultivated the incantation doppelganger. He was even more difficult to deal with. The demonic rainbow dress was also very afraid of young Master Curse. After all, this was a cultivation technique that was cast with special energy. It was very difficult to defend against. Then I'll wait and see. Incantation. It should be the top force of the fifth sage that Wu Mingzhan mentioned. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Analyze the incantation for me. Lin Fei was very interested in this incantation. Although he was not far away, he did not see how young Master Curse killed his opponent. Analyzing incantation. The system immediately began to analyze. Lin Fei went to check the time of the cloning of the slaves. He found that it would not take too long before the cloning was completed. It was equivalent to having a group of powerful subordinates. Young Master Curse, anyone can brag. I heard that your incantation is a top-notch cultivation technique. I wonder if you can kill the indigenous Dtion? At this time, a young man in a brocade robe lightly waved his folding fan. He was not afraid of young Master Curse's gaze. So it's the saint of the ninth sage, Chun Hao. I was wondering who had the guts to say that to me. Young Master Curse said coldly. Chun Hao said calmly. I've long heard of young Master Curse's incantation techniques. I believe that it will not be difficult for young Master Curse to deal with a small indigenous. It's also good to let everyone see the power of the incantation Dao. Otherwise, don't brag in front of Lady Demonic Rainbow Dress. Many people were amused. Chun Hao and young Master Curse were both pursuing Lady Demonic Rainbow Dress. One was the son of the Master of the Sage Sky. The other was the son of a powerful figure. They were about the same in terms of power. Both of them were publicly recognized as geniuses. Now that the two of them were facing each other, ordinary people did not dare to interrupt. Everyone knew that young Master Curse was narrow-minded and could kill without leaving a trace. No one was willing to offend him. Chun Hao, don't think that you're great just because you have a powerful father. In my eyes, you are just SOSO. Young Master Curse laughed. Since you want to see how powerful this young master is, this young master will fulfill your wish. If I kill this native Dtion from now on, wherever this young master goes, you'll have to stay far away. How about it? Okay, I agree, Chun Hao said, unwilling to be outdone. As a saint, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Straightforward enough. Young Master Curse came to the sky above the invincible palace. A small indigenous. Today I will let you see the power of the incantation Dao. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei was speechless. F***, you guys are fighting over a girl. What has that got to do with me? This made Lin Fei extremely unhappy. However, this young Master Curse does not look simple. I better activate the invincible defense to prevent myself from getting hit. Lin Fei activated the invincible defense and used the Blood Sky Seal to protect himself. Actually, Lin Fei also wanted to see the power of the incantation Dao. Chapter 2182. Lin Fei was really looking forward to facing young Master Curse. This was a good target to capture. If he was cloned, he would definitely be a powerful long-range attack team. From the moment young Master Curse appeared, Lin Fei listed him as one of his targets to kill. Even if he couldn't kill him, as long as he obtained a drop of his blood essence, he could still use the system to clone him. It's time to go out and meet the geniuses. Lin Fei smiled. In the next second, he arrived above the invincible palace. Immediately, divine senses shot over, but they were blocked by the Black Tower's defense. He's the indigenous Dtion. Dtion is out. What a young guy. Is he Dtion? The strongest indigenous of this sealed world? The treasure is in his hands? The forces outside the invincible palace all stared at Dtion. Greed flashed in their eyes. Dtion was a guy with a giant-level treasure. Moreover, he was an indigenous from the sealed world. In their eyes, he was as insignificant as an ant. They could kill him with a finger. He was like a doll hugging a gold brick. Everyone, you came uninvited and attacked the invincible palace. I am very unhappy. Lin Fei was expressionless. His majestic gaze swept across everyone present. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. At the same time, it emitted endless heavenly might. The geniuses and other forces outside the invincible palace trembled. A wave of heavenly might enveloped them. They even had a feeling that they couldn't resist it. What a heavenly might! The man in white shouted. A black tower appeared above his head, blocking the heavenly might outside. The other geniuses also used their basic treasures to block the attack of heavenly might. Just this one move alone made everyone secretly fearful of Dition, who was a native. They couldn't imagine that such heavenly might would appear on an indigenous person. It was simply unbelievable. You are Dition? You have a giant-level treasure? Young Master Curse was surrounded by black fog. Once the heavenly might entered, it was completely invaded. He stared at Dition not far away with a vicious gaze. Lin Fei's move established his dominance. My name is not something you can call out. Lin Fei's eyes widened, and two rays of light shot out. A sharp light flashed as the two sabers slashed out. The saber intent sliced through the boundless void, leaving behind saber scars. What big words! You're just a native. How dare you call yourself emperor? Young Master Curse laughed sinisterly. It's good that you came out now. This young master will kill a little native like you in front of everyone. White Knight, between young Master Curse and Dition, who do you think will win? The demonic rainbow asked White Knight. The name of the man in white was Bai Yi, and he was a member of the Bai clan. As for the Bai clan, their background was even more illustrious. He was also one of the top existences. Bai's countenance grew heavier. Initially, I didn't think much of Dition. He's just a small country bumpkin from Sealed World. Even if he's strong, he can't be that strong. However, Dition's grasp of heavenly might to such an extent is truly impressive. It's rumored that there was an old ancestor of the heavenly Tao in the past. He condensed boundless heavenly might. Once the heavenly might was released, corpses were strewn everywhere. No one was a match for him. I'm wondering if this Dition native is related to that old ancestor of the heavenly Tao. The demonic rainbow frowned slightly. If it really is the old ancestor of the heavenly Tao, then the battle between young Master Curse and Dition will be a good show to watch. Her gaze landed on Dition with a complicated expression. At this moment, it wasn't just the two of them who were discussing young Master Curse and Dition. Curse Tao God Altar. Young Master Curse opened his mouth and spat out a black altar. The black altar swelled with the wind. In an instant, it became an existence that was 100 zhang in size. Boundless evil aura swept out, causing everyone to reveal a solemn expression on the spot. It's rumored that this is a treasure personally refined by a magnate-level expert. It contains supreme Curse Tao techniques and can unleash extraordinary attributes. At the same time, it has a powerful defense. I didn't expect this treasure to be passed down to young Master Curse. Young Master Curse is indeed worthy of being one of the most beloved sons of an unparalleled expert. He even passed down such a treasure. Young Master Curse landed on the black altar. Curse Tao collapsed. The black altar rotated, and the black mist turned into tornadoes, engulfing the two saber lights and destroying them completely. You dare to take out this kind of power and disgrace yourself. On the altar, young Master Curse's long hair fluttered as he laughed sinisterly. Now, I will let you experience a true Curse Tao killer move. Curse Tao Corrosion. Lin Fei instantly felt a sense of danger enveloping him. Hua hua hua. System notification. An unknown power has descended on your body. Once the system notification ended, Lin Fei felt a terrifying cold aura on his body. The moment the cold aura landed on his body, the dark green poison wanted to drill into his body. What a terrifying poison. If it was an ordinary person, their body would have been corroded. Lin Fei could clearly see that his heaven's mandate points were being consumed at an extremely fast speed, constantly corroding his body. This was definitely a terrifying energy corrosion. I am the son of heaven. Even if this corrosion is my defense, You won't be able to break it. Lin Fei laughed loudly, allowing the dark green poison to invade his body back and forth. Young Master Curse's first move failed, so he activated the Curse Dao God Altar again. Curse Dao Curse Dao, Great Prophecy Technique. Young Master Curse once again cast a Curse Dao attack. I don't believe that you can withstand this double curse attack. Ding. Player has been paralyzed by a mysterious energy attack. Ding. Attacked by Great Prophecy Technique. The two terrifying energies came one after the other. Although Lin Fei had activated his invincible defense, the numbing effect still invaded his body. Half of his body was almost unable to move. Immediately, a deathly aura enveloped him. This was a power that Lin Fei had never encountered before. It was a formless killing move. Boom! When this power enveloped his body, Lin Fei felt as if everything was dissipating. It was extremely overbearing. Get rid of the mysterious energy. Lin Fei did not panic. He activated the mysterious energy. The moment the mysterious energy appeared, the death energy surrounding his body was cleansed. The mysterious energy was also Lin Fei's trump card. Although this kind of death energy was tyrannical and could kill all life cells, it was almost impossible to defend against it. That was why the Curse Dao was famous. Young Master Curse is truly ruthless. His first move was a numbing and Great Prophecy Technique attack. Even I don't dare to be careless. Bai Yi said solemnly, Di Tian, this country bumpkin, is probably going to be killed. The Great Prophecy Technique is indeed terrifying, especially when used in the form of a Curse Dao. The demonic rainbow nodded. It is truly impossible to defend against. Unless there is a Curse Dao treasure, only then can one block the Curse Dao attack. This Di Tian is probably very powerful. Chapter 2184. Whether it was the paralysis of the curse path or the Great Curse Prophecy Technique, they were all extremely domineering attacks. The curse path itself was beyond ordinary combat methods, and it was naturally very frightening to deal with it. Only the forces of the 33 sacred heavens would be afraid of this young Master Curse, especially when he had a giant expert who was infinitely close to being an unparalleled expert backing him. Young Master Curse was also very proud. To be able to kill the strongest native expert of the sealed world wasn't something to be proud of, but the other party had a magnate-level treasure in his hands. Di Tian, in front of my Great Curse Prophecy Technique, you will experience the true taste of death. As long as you are willing to hand over the magnate-level treasure and these defensive black towers, I am willing to spare your life and even allow you to become my servant. No one can blame you for anything. Young Master Curse was full of heroism and ignored all the forces around him. Young Master Curse had his own confidence. In front of his powerful father and the powerful forces created by him, ordinary forces would be prepared to be destroyed if they didn't lower their heads. As expected, when young Master Curse's words fell, many people revealed angry expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything. At the same time, there was a trace of fear on their faces. How about it? You only have one chance. I'm not willing to be an ordinary person. Young Master Curse continued with an attitude, as if he had the other party in his grasp. Swear loyalty to me. Offer your treasure, and I'll guarantee your safety. Lin Fei's thoughts were all on the mysterious energy, and he was amazed at how magical this power was. The Curse Path combined with a treasure like the Curse Path Divine Altar can be said to be an invincible existence. Its power is indeed extraordinary. This also made Lin Fei even more determined to obtain young Master Curse's blood essence and clone a batch of Curse Path subordinates. Ha ha ha! Lin Fei looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter spread throughout the mysterious sky world, loud and clear. Servant, you are thinking too much. One step. Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of young Master Curse and threw a punch. The power of time enveloped young Master Curse. 18 doppelgangers kill. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 18 doppelgangers moved out. Each of them was comparable to a 10-star battle emperor. The terrifying aura pierced through the clouds and shook the earth. Curse path, refraction. Young Master Curse shouted, and black fog curled up. A barrier appeared, and rays of profound light refracted the clone's attacks. None of the attacks managed to break through the black mist. The onlookers instantly suffered a calamity. The power of the counterattack did not diminish. Everyone hurriedly dodged. The experts who were slightly slower were heavily injured by the reflected force, and some were even killed on the spot, turning into clouds of blood mist. Blood Heaven Seal. Lin Fei had never thought of heavily injuring a 10-star Battle Emperor with his 18 clones. This was his trump card. The huge Blood Heaven Seal had been hidden in the void for a long time. It suddenly descended and collided with the Cursed Dao Divine Altar. The huge impact sent the Cursed Dao Divine Altar flying. A few experts nearby were smashed in a blood mist. With a snort, young Master Cursed, who was on the altar, couldn't stand still. He stared at the treasure that had emerged. A giant-level treasure. I can feel it. Young Master Curse could see that this treasure was extraordinary. This young master wants this treasure. Young Master Curse's eyes became sharp and terrifying. As long as he could get his hands on this giant-level treasure, his strength would definitely improve. He might even have the chance to reach the giant level and look down on the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The onlookers' breathing quickened. They had finally seen a giant-level treasure. It was a treasure that was filled with an ancient aura. A giant-level treasure. The rumors are true. I must get my hands on it. This giant-level treasure must be mine. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, it was a giant-level treasure. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by bloody battles and massacres. It would be even more difficult to obtain a giant-level treasure. Now that a giant-level treasure had appeared in a sealed world, no one could sit still. It was definitely an existence that would make everyone's eyes red with envy. Snatch it. Greed could drive people crazy and cause them to lose their rationality. Not to mention that it was a giant-level treasure. After confirming that there was no doubt about it, some battle emperors immediately moved to snatch it. The sky-covering palm slammed down from the sky, causing the space to tremble. The entire world seemed to have turned black. Courting death, young Master Curse coldly snorted. Cursed Dao, raging flames burned the heavens. In the void, black flames appeared. The first Battle Emperor expert was burned into nothingness by the black flames. The moment he touched the black flames, he was also burned into nothingness. Everyone, be careful. This is the curse fire. A sharp-eyed person immediately recognized it and was shocked. Countless experts from all sides had suddenly been attacked by the curse fire. All of them were burned into nothingness. Their eyes were filled with shock. A bunch of idiots. What a joke. The demonic Nick Hang laughed delicately. Young Master Curse is famous for his narrow-mindedness. You dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. You're courting death. Even if you go to the Yellow Springs, you won't be wronged. Young Master Curse is indeed impressive. He has cultivated the Cursed Dao to such a level in such a short time, and even cultivated the curse fire. No wonder that person values young Master Curse so much. Bai Yi said indifferently, I heard that the cultivation of the curse fire is extremely difficult. If you're not a genius, don't even think about cultivating it. Once you succeed, your battle power will increase greatly. Once the curse fire is released, it will burn all living things. In the sky, figures were burned into nothingness. Everyone who saw it felt their scalps go numb. It was a ghastly sight. Even if they used treasures, it would still be difficult to resist the attack of the curse fire. This young Master Curse was unbelievably cruel. Dtion's treasures belong to me. Whoever dares to snatch them, I'll kill them. Young Master Curse coldly threw down a sentence. The coldness caused people to tremble. Inescapable net. A huge black net suddenly appeared in the sky. Once the net appeared, the whole world seemed to have fallen into it. Treasures belong to those who are fated. I'm that fated person. A tit-for-tat voice rang out. Chen Hao, how dare you? Young Master Curse glared at him. The one who attacked just now was Chunhao, the son of a certain sacred sky master. He was also a saint's son. Cursed Dao cut. The black mist turned into a blade aura and slashed at the black net. As the target of the attack, Lin Fei felt the gazes directed at him. His 18 clones were the first to be attacked by the curse fire, and a huge amount of destiny points were consumed. This also made Lin Fei want to get young Master Curse's essence blood even more. Return. Lin Fei recalled his 18 clones. He couldn't continue to waste destiny points. He activated the Blood Heaven seal and crashed into the inescapable net. The net was indeed powerful, but it still had a huge hole in it. Young Master Curse, take this. The Blood Heaven seal left an afterimage in the sky, crashing into young Master Curse's altar. Young Master Curse staggered on the spot, and the black mist in the sky disappeared. Again, the Blood Heaven seal was made from two kinds of treasures. Its power was not that simple. Bang, bang, bang. The whole space shook and shattered, forming invincible black holes. Astral winds howled, and all the attacks were destroyed in the void. Chapter 2185. You guys can't do it. The strength of the Blood Heaven seal was unimaginable. Wave after wave of collisions landed on the cursed Dao divine altar every time. Young Master Curse's expression instantly turned ugly as he consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, it was not an ordinary treasure. Otherwise, he would have long been smashed into a pile of scrap metal. Even so, he still could not endure it. Even though young Master Curse's face was ugly, he wanted to get his hands on this giant treasure. Young Master Curse wasn't the only one with an ugly expression. The others all had similar expressions. As Lin Fei attacked, he activated Endless Devour to plunder everything. Those who surrounded him were in trouble. Unless they were much stronger, they would all be devoured. Pieces of human skin fell off. Blood, flesh, and other life essences were all plundered. All that was left was a piece of human skin. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. This indigenous DTon was unbelievably cruel. Saint Chunhao and young Master Curse quickly put down their grudges and attacked DTon together. Indigenous DTon, let me fight you too. In the air, another black figure appeared. His aura was exceptionally strong. A long saber slashed through the air. The saber light was like a torrent, surging and surging, containing endless tyrannical saber intent. The divine Sabermanner's elder is here. On the Blood Heaven seal, Lin Fei didn't even frown. He continued to attack the cursed Dao God altar. He also activated his invincible defense, ignoring the tyrannical saber light behind him. Young Master Curse's treasure is really extraordinary. My Blood Heaven seal is made from two top-grade treasures. Even though its quality can't reach its former glory, it's still a giant-level existence. The world of the 33 sacred heavens isn't as simple as I thought. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had attacked. However, the opponent's cursed Dao God altar wasn't an ordinary treasure either. Lin Fei was confident that he could shatter the opponent's cursed Dao God altar and obtain young Master Curse's blood essence. What an arrogant DTon. He actually withstood divine Sabermanner's tyrannical saber intent. Chunhao's eyes flashed coldly. Could it be that this treasure has an invincible defense? Chunhao kept guessing at its profundities. His fist didn't stop, raising supreme fist intent. Each punch could destroy a world. Pung! Another strike landed on the cursed Dao divine altar. Young Master Curse's face sank. He was crying bitterly in his heart. Damnable DTon, damnable native. There are so many of them. Why are you only attacking this young master? This isn't fair. Young Master Curse stubbornly held on to the cursed Dao God altar. Curse flames burned the heavens, and a destructive aura pervaded the air. However, he was still able to block the attacks of the opponent's treasures. Although it looked fine on the surface, it was actually starting to suffer damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Young Master Curse took out a pill and swallowed more than half of it in one gulp, turning it into Heaven's Will energy. His curse attacks didn't stop, but he couldn't stop the boundlessly ferocious attacks. Every strike consumed a terrifying amount of heaven's mandate energy. Young Master Cursed also realized how difficult it was to deal with the other party. This native was even more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder he could control a sealed world. Dition, you are very powerful. This young master still has something to do today. I won't spar with you. Young Master Curse made a feint and controlled the cursed Tao God altar to leave. You want to leave? I won't allow it. Lin Fei hollered. The blood sky seal once again smashed onto the cursed Tao God altar. Aren't you very amazing? Continue being amazing. How could Lin Fei not know that the other party couldn't continue to exhaust him? The blood sky seal plundered all energy. It was tyrannical and terrifying. The energy it converted was enough to support an attack. However, the other party wasn't so lucky. On the cursed Tao God altar, young Master Curse's body shook. This is the time. A flaw finally appeared in the cursed Tao God altar's defense. Open. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and used his hand to wield his blade. Space teleportation was activated. He suddenly appeared in front of the cursed Tao God altar and slashed at this flaw. This was the position that the system had calculated. Gotcha! The defense collapsed. Lin Fei's attacks were all for this flaw to appear so that he could seize a drop of essence blood from young Master Curse. The moment the defense collapsed, young Master Curse was shocked. Lin Fei punched over. His strength was pushed to the limit as it heavily landed on young Master Curse's body. Cursed Tao, Curse Row Protection. The black fog on the cursed Tao God altar transformed into incantations. They jumped in the air and formed a robe filled with incantations. An ancient aura also spread out. When Lin Fei's punch landed on young Master Curse's body, the densely packed incantation shattered. It actually blocked all the power of this attack. Even he himself was shocked. Cursed Tao Seal. Young Master Curse laughed sinisterly. You actually dared to barge in. This time, no one could save you. 18 clones attack. Lin Fei's first attack failed. His second punch blasted out. The 18 clones also charged out. They had long prepared their attacks. They turned into a terrifying aura of destruction that blasted on young Master Curse. Bang! The Blood Sky seal followed up. More than half of the curse robe on young Master Curse's body was destroyed. His defense was greatly reduced. The 18 clones took the opportunity to attack. 18 attacks blasted on young Master Curse's body, destroying most of the runes on the curse robe. Cough, cough, cough. Young Master Curse finally vomited blood. The key was that the Blood Sky seal followed up. In addition, his defense was not fully activated. This gave young Master Curse a chance to attack. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, and young Master Curse's blood droplets landed on his hand. Thank you. Voila! Lin Fei left the cursed Tao God altar. When he appeared again, he was in the Invincible Palace. Young Master Curse stared. A thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that he kept attacking me for the essence blood? This was definitely something that he could not accept. Saint Chun Hao and some other geniuses also stared with their eyes wide open. Dition left too quickly. They couldn't help but have different thoughts. What's going on? Damn it, I don't have the mood to continue fighting with you guys. Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. He started nagging in his heart. Who would be willing to waste their destiny points? Did they really think that he was a fool? Analyze young Master Curse's essence blood for me. Lin Fei was very jealous of such a long-range attack with attribute support. If he could clone it, it would be like a magic army. Discovered essence blood. Initiating analysis. I've seen many geniuses and many famous people. But this Dition, this is the first time I feel like I can't see through him. The demonic rainbow frowned and shook her head. White Knight had a strange look on his face. He couldn't guess what this indigenous Dition was trying to do. I only know one thing. The more outstanding Dition's performance is, the faster his death will come. White Knight smiled. It's a pity that I didn't make a move just now. Now I have the urge to make a move. That's rare. The demonic rainbow knew that this young Master White Knight was a famous battle maniac in the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens. He just didn't have such thoughts about ordinary people. She didn't expect to meet someone worthy of making a move here. If a battle maniac like you makes a move, DTon won't have it easy. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2186. P.S. I'm finally married. Updates will resume today. Roar, roar. Everyone was confused by DTon's actions. What was DTon trying to do? Young Master Curse coughed out blood as he stared at the invincible palace. At the same time, he took out a large number of elixirs and swallowed them. As for DTon's ridiculous idea of taking his blood essence, he had long suppressed it. Ladies and gentlemen, DTon is just a country bumpkin. He owns a magnate-grade treasure and doesn't respect us at all. This is unacceptable. I'm willing to join hands with all of you to blast open the gates of the invincible palace. Is everyone willing? Young Master Curse was also a smart person. After suffering a loss once, he immediately had an idea. Everyone had clearly seen the battle between Lin Fei and young Master Curse. They had witnessed the dominance of a magnate-level treasure. They already had the idea of taking it for themselves. Everyone agreed with young Master Curse's suggestion. With young Master Curse taking the lead, we are naturally willing. DTon is a native of the sealed world. How can he possess the treasure? The treasure should belong to us. We are willing. It had to be said that young Master Curse was very capable. With just a few words, he had convinced everyone. Saint Chun Hao, are you interested in trying together? Saint Chun Hao was the son of the Master of Sacred Sky. Although he was unhappy with young Master Curse's overbearing attitude, he knew that DTon was not easy to deal with. How can I reject young Master Curse's invitation? Saint Chun Hao laughed. Let's compete to see who can capture DTon first. With two prodigies taking the lead, the rest did not have any other thoughts and joined in. Where's Miss Heavenly Demon? Young Master Curse turned his head again, not at all embarrassed about losing. A small sealed world actually produced such a prodigy. I am very interested to try too. The Heavenly Demon, Nick Hang, smiled. Miss Heavenly Demon has joined in. How can I not? Bai also smiled. Once everyone joined forces, they could not be underestimated. Curse Dao Great Seal. Young Master Curse wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. The Great Seal of the Curse Dao surrounded the invincible palace from top to bottom. I have already used a secret technique to completely seal the energy of heaven and earth. Everyone attacked together, and we can break through the defense of Invincible Palace. Young Master Curse shouted, and the black fog on the Curse Dao, divine altar surged. Disciples of the 10,000 Swords Villa, attack with me. Once the Great Seal sealed the entire Invincible Palace, the elders of the 10,000 Sword Mountain Villa immediately responded. He led the disciples to attack one of the positions. Sacred Fist Technique. Saint Child Chun Hao bellowed. His aura rose to a peak, and a flickering phantom of a Jingguang appeared behind him. The phantom was majestic and invincible, and it couldn't be seen clearly. As soon as this phantom appeared, everyone revealed a look of dread. What a saint, Chun Hao! I can't believe he's cultivated the holiness fist art to such a level. He's already condensed the shadow of the Lord of the Holiness. With the help of this shadow, his fist art has reached a terrifying level. No wonder he was able to stand out among all the saints and occupy a spot. He cannot be underestimated. Bai narrowed his eyes as a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim. Saint Chun Hao was quite pleased with himself. There were many prodigies present, and in terms of status, they were not inferior to him. He had used his most powerful saintly fist technique right from the start, suppressing everyone and taking the lead. A mere invincible palace. Break! Boom, boom, boom. The three streaks of light shot out in a wide and open manner. The huge invincible palace began to tremble unknowingly. The saintly fist technique had reached such a terrifying level. What a group of prodigies! Their battle prowess is not to be underestimated. Lin Fei could not help but sigh, especially young Master Cursed, who had been attacked by the 18 doppelgangers. His injuries were not light, and he had recovered in such a short time. This young Master Cursed had become even more extraordinary. This is Miss Heavenly Demon Nikhang. She actually came in the sky above the invincible palace. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang stepped forward and entered the invincible palace. Your defense is not bad, but in front of the Sky Demon Palace's Sky Demon Dance, it is still full of flaws. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's eyes wandered, and she laughed delicately. Ditian, I'm here. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed delicately and went straight for one of the positions. The disciples of the Invincible Palace did not make a move. In front of such a powerful cultivator, it was useless to block. Whoosh! The Heavenly Demon Nichang's mysterious footwork broke through layers of space, came to the depths of the Invincible Palace, and saw Ditian sitting on the throne. What a great successor of the Heavenly Demonic Palace. This ability is really shocking. No wonder everyone says that none of the disciples of the Heavenly Demonic Palace are simple. Lin Fei said proudly. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed lightly. Thank you for your praise, Taoist Ditian. If you say too much, I will become arrogant. Actually, I would like to experience Taoist Ditian skills. Young Master Cursed is an elite among the prodigies, but he also suffered a loss in your hands. I am just a weak woman. Please show mercy. As the last word fell, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang moved, flicked her jade-like hand, and the Heavenly Demon Finger attacked. The Heavenly Demon Finger was a cultivation technique of the Sky Demon Palace. The seemingly weak finger actually contained a domineering power. The Heavenly Demon Raiment also began to dance. Her movements were graceful, and she created many afterimages. This was the other ultimate technique of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Heavenly Demon Dance. It was specially used to charm the enemy, and they fell for it unknowingly. Lin Fei sat on the throne, his mind slightly rippling, and immediately recovered. Heavenly Demon Dance is indeed powerful. I unknowingly fell for it. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's jade-like finger was in front of him, almost touching the center of his eyebrows. Killing intent exploded, and the temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped. This was another auxiliary effect of the Heavenly Demon Finger. Girls, it is better to learn embroidery. Fighting and killing are not suitable for you. Facing this finger, Lin Fei laughed, two fingers clamped up, clamping on the Heavenly Demon Nichang's jade-like finger. The explosive power was suppressed. If you want to kill me with this strength, it is still too light. This little girl still feels that this is suitable for me. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang laughed again. No need for you to worry. The jade-like finger was clamped. The Heavenly Demon Nikhang did not panic. The power of the Heavenly Demon burst out, and an even thicker jade-like finger shot over, its power not decreasing, as if it wanted to force Lin Fei to let go. I feel that you are not bad. Why not be my personal maid? Lin Fei borrowed the momentum. The huge force attacked, and his entire body was stuck to the Heavenly Demon Nikhang, forcibly crashing into the Heavenly Demon Nichang's bosom. With a single hand, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang fell into Lin Fei's embrace. Your figure's really not bad. I am quite satisfied. Lin Fei took a deep breath, beaming. The Heavenly Demon Nichang's beautiful eyes revealed killing intent. Then I will have to ask you if you have the ability. In reality, in her heart, the Heavenly Demon Nikhang had killing intent towards this frivolous Ditian. She was one of the candidates for the Holy Maiden of the Sky Demon Palace. When did she let a man get close to her? Chapter 2187. Facing Ditian's teasing, the Heavenly Fiend Rainbow was completely enraged. Although it was infuriated, there wasn't much anger on the Sky Demon Raiment's body. Instead, it was replaced by boundless killing intent. The killing intent was released along with the Sky Demon art. The surrounding temperature became cold, and this cold was formed by the killing intent. The demonic rainbow had never seen such a shameless person before. In the world of the 33 holy heavens, the influence of the Heavenly Devil Palace resounded throughout the entire world of the 33 holy heavens. No one had ever dared to say such things to her, but Ditian had. Demonic Finger Demonic Dance. The Heavenly Devil Raiment changed its attack methods several times, but it was still unable to leave a mark on the opponent's body. There was a formless energy on Tion's body that blocked the attacks of the Sky Devil Raiment. He couldn't find a way to break through it, and he ended up expending a large amount of energy. This Tion is quite mysterious. To be able to cultivate such a defense, no wonder he dares to fight against all the geniuses. The Heavenly Devil Rainbow pointed out again. You fell for it. The Sky Demon Raiment changed its position, and a Sky Demon blade appeared in its hand. A cold light flashed, and it slashed towards the other party's neck. The Sky Demon blade was a magnate-grade treasure. Once the Sky Devil blade appeared, the Sky Devil Raiment became extremely confident. No matter how good Tion's defense was, it would be impossible for him to block the sharpness of the Sky Devil blade. It would definitely leave an injury, and at that time, it would be able to break through Tion's undefeatable defense. In terms of strength, the Sky Devil Raiment was much stronger than Tion. It was only Tion's undefeatable defense that could not be broken. This was the first time it had encountered such a defense. You have a magnate-level treasure, but so do I. Lin Fei didn't dodge or evade. The Blood Sky seal pressed down, and the blood mist whistled. The Heavenly Devil Raiment naturally wouldn't take it head-on. She knew how powerful this treasure was, so she helplessly retracted her attack. I have to admit, it's not easy for you to have such achievements in the sealed world. The Demonic Rainbow held the demonic blade in her hand. However, he was unable to leave a single wound on the other party's body. This was the first time the Heavenly Devil Rainbow had encountered someone that it had no idea where to start. Beautiful lady, praising me like this? I'm embarrassed, Lin Fei said with a smile, standing with his hands behind his back. If you don't have any other abilities, I'm going to make a move. The Sky Devil Raiment didn't think much of it. No matter how powerful Tion was, there was still a gap between him and her in terms of strength. She was not afraid because she was from a Heavenly Devil Palace. I really want to see how powerful fellow Taoist Tion is. Me too. Just as the Demonic Rainbow finished speaking, a stream of light rushed in. It was Bai Yi, dressed in white. And this young master. In an instant, a few more people appeared in the palace. All of them were geniuses, and all of them were battle emperors. Lin Fei did not think that he could block them out. It would be enough if he could block most of them out. As for these geniuses, they would definitely have some special methods. Entering the Invincible Palace was not a difficult task. He knew this better than anyone else. These few Heaven's Prides were the strongest people here. At the same time, their backgrounds were shocking. They could be said to be extremely talented people. Their combined strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Lin Fei was overjoyed. Since the few of you were able to barge in from the outside, you must have some pretty good treasures on you. If I like them, hand them over obediently. Lin Fei waved his hand. The saber intent on the left spread out and sliced the void open. It was a clone Dao slave. The Dao slave, dressed in black armor, had a ferocious look on his face. His saber intent soared into the sky. If there was only one of them, it might not be a big deal. However, there were too many of them. When they gathered together, it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. On the other side, there was the sword slave. He was also ferocious. He carried a long sword on his back, and his sword intent soared into the sky. He was not inferior to the Dao slave at the side. Now that he had gathered together, it was quite a terrifying scene. The Dao slave and the sword slave appeared on the left and right respectively. The expressions of the geniuses on the opposite side changed. These ferocious-looking Dao slaves and sword slaves were all battle emperors. At the same time, they were also the strongest swordsmen and swordsmen in combat. They were the most difficult opponents to deal with. This is my gift to all of you. Enjoy it. Lin Fei sat on the throne again. Kill. The Dao slave pulled out his long sword. The saber intent exploded and covered the sky. The entire Invincible Palace was covered in the saber intent, especially when it had reached the Battle Emperor level. Swish, swish, swish. 50,000 Dao slaves attacked at the same time. What scene it was. Damn it. Why are the saber techniques of these swordsmen so similar to those of the divine saber manner? Young Master Curse cast a curse technique and put on the Curse Dao divine robe. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. The saber techniques of the divine saber manner. Could they have colluded with Tion? Yes, that must be it. They did not have time to think. They each took out their treasures to block the domineering saber intent. 50,000 Dao slaves. How terrifying was that? Crush. Any attack would not be able to block the attack of the Dao slaves. Although they were geniuses, they had no choice but to go all out against so many Dao slaves. They did not hide any of their ultimate techniques. Kill! The sword slaves shouted in unison. They also joined the battle with a terrifying sword intent. The few geniuses felt a headache coming on. 50,000 Dao slaves and 50,000 sword slaves. They really cannot block them. The most terrifying thing was that the Dao slaves and sword slaves were using extremely powerful saber and sword techniques. At the same time, they were not afraid of death. They did not dare to be surrounded. Be careful. This is the Myriad Swords Manor's sword technique. The Sky Devil robe stepped on the Sky Devil dance. The Sky Devil blades turned into streaks of afterimages that landed on the Dao slaves and sword slaves. They were unable to block the attacks. The clone Dao slaves and sword slaves are indeed not just for show. Now, I just need to clone a batch of cursed Dao slaves. With their cooperation, I can attack from both inside and outside. Whatever Bullsh * T Dao slaves are going to be eliminated. The more Lin Fei watched, the more satisfied he was. He had forced the few geniuses into a dangerous situation. They did not have Lin Fei's invincible defense. At the same time, they had a large number of destiny points to spend. It was reasonable for them to be in a dangerous situation. My gift is not bad, right? You're the first to enjoy it. Ordinary people do not have this kind of treatment. Lin Fei looked at the wind and clouds with a smile. The Dao slaves and sword slaves surrounded the battle circle. The number of enemies they killed was not very high. Tion, you actually joined forces with the Divine Saber Manor and the Myriad Swords Manor. Everyone has underestimated you. Bai Yu was also quite surprised. The pressure of 100,000 enemies was very taxing on him. His treasured clothes were left with many scars, which would normally not appear. The cannon fodder that he had exchanged godheads for was too different from the Dao slaves and sword slaves. It was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison. I'm in a good mood today. If you don't want to die, it is better for you to surrender. In the entire palace, the power of space and time shrouded the heads of the geniuses, limiting their speed. Dense Dao slaves and sword chi attacked. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. Chapter 2188. Invincible Palace. None of the powerhouses had expected Tion to have another trick up his sleeve. He had secretly colluded with the Divine Knife sect and the 10,000 Swords Villa. There are too many people from Tion. I can't hold them back anymore. I'll retreat first. Young Master Curse was very unwilling, but he couldn't handle so many people. Even the cursed Dao god Alter couldn't handle it. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have another chance. Curse Gate open. Now that young Master Curse couldn't hang on to his teammates, he decided to retreat first. A black door opened, and young Master Curse pushed away the sword and saber slaves before diving in. Lin Fei had never thought of killing off these heaven's favorites with powerful backgrounds. After all, these fellows all had treasures in their hands. It wouldn't be difficult for them to escape from the encirclement. Miss Heavenly Demon, let's go. This was the first time White Knight had met such an opponent. Even though the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Saber Gate weren't top-tier forces, they weren't forces that could be underestimated. Tion's capabilities weren't simple to be able to hide this from everyone. All right, the Demonic Rainbow also had a headache. Tion had hidden himself too deeply, and she had almost fallen for his trap. Young Master Bai called out, and the demonic blade brought out streaks of silver light, sending more than 10 enemies flying. Eternal Divine Boat. Bai Yi released a battleship, and they boarded it one after another. The battleship erupted with boundless might, smashing the enemies into pieces. There's no need to chase. From young Master Curse's departure to Baez breaking out of the encirclement, all happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the saber slave and the sword slave stopped. However, the sword and saber intents on their bodies continued to soar into the sky, continuously slicing the void and forming a land of death. This curse worship is also a giant treasure. I won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei secretly held back against these disciples with powerful backgrounds. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Fei didn't want to go against those veteran forces for the time being. You may have left, but the people outside won't be so lucky. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly. He had to kill a portion of them to intimidate the rest. Outside, the Invincible Palace. The defense formed by the Black Tower was still not something that could be broken by everyone, apart from a limited number of prodigies who used secret techniques to enter. The rest could only resort to violence. After young Master Curse killed his way in, everyone was full of confidence. As long as they killed or captured Ditian alive, their defenses were nothing to be afraid of. It's opening. Ha, great. The Invincible Palace's defenses have been breached. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. So the defense was gone. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Before they could celebrate for too long, a sword was shot over and hit the forehead of a combat emperor. His eyes were wide open as he fell from the sky. In an instant, everyone's scalp went numb. The sword intent and the saber intent continued to attack, covering the sky and covering the earth. The entire world seemed to have darkened. Pu. The densely packed attacks had become a nightmare for the combat emperors present. No matter what power it was, no one was able to withstand the continuous attacks. Damn it. Why are there so many experts in the Invincible Palace? A 7-star combat emperor said sternly. The long sword in his hand danced in an airtight manner, and his expression became extraordinarily serious. Before anyone appeared, everyone felt an endless sense of danger shrouding them. This was definitely not normal. The first wave of sword intent and saber intent severely injured the group of people at the front. One by one, the combat emperors were shot dead on the spot. At this moment, at the place closest to the Invincible Palace, there was no one. They're out. Everyone was on guard, their eyes fixed on the Invincible Palace. Hua, hua, hua. Sound of breaking air could be heard. Everyone saw figures appearing in the sky above the Invincible Palace. All of them were ferocious, with sharp sword intent and saber intent. How is this possible? How can a small Invincible Palace have such domineering sword intent and saber intent? This must be fake. Everyone was completely unable to remain calm. The densely packed black figures emitted an imposing aura. Even the 10-star battle emperors felt a chill run down their spines. Isn't this the sword intent of the 10,000 Swords Villa? Suddenly, someone cried out involuntarily. Yes, it's the sword intent of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Back then, I fought with the people of the 10,000 Swords Villa. They had the same sword intent. It's definitely the same. And this saber intent, it's obviously from the Godly Knife sect. There were constant exclamations of shock. At the same time, angry gazes were shot at the elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect. The leader of the 10,000 Swords Villa was at a loss and couldn't speak. The elder of the Godly Knife sect had the same expression as the elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Why would the saber intent of our Godly Knife sect appear here? Moreover, all of them are of the same realm. This is unbelievable. The most unacceptable thing was that the number of combat emperors in the entire Godly Knife sect and the 10,000 Swords Villa couldn't be compared to the number of people in front of them. Listen to our explanation. These aren't people from the 10,000 Swords Villa. There must be a mistake. Seeing the angry gazes of everyone, the elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa quickly explained. If this was true, the 10,000 Swords Villa wouldn't be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. At this moment, everyone couldn't believe it. If there was only one person, it would still be fine. However, the auras they sensed clearly belonged to the sword and saber intents of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect. How could this be fake? 10,000 Swords Villa, Godly Knife Sect. Thank you for attracting them here. Now leave the rest to me. Lin Fei appeared in front of everyone, surrounded by the saber slaves and the sword slaves. Tian, you are talking nonsense. The elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The rest of the people's expressions changed. You are slandering us. You're just a small country bumpkin. You are nothing in the 10,000-year villa. Lin Fei smiled and said, How dare you besiege my sleeping quarters? Kill without mercy. Explanation? Lin Fei wouldn't bother to explain himself. I am slandering you all. The moment the saber slaves and the sword slaves attacked, they used the saber art and sword art of the two great forces. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger. A saber slave rushed to the front of a combat emperor and slashed at his body. The combat emperor forcefully resisted the attack, and a few sword slaves took advantage of the situation and killed the combat emperor. 50,000 sword slaves and saber slaves. How terrifying was that? In this sealed world, they were like a meat grinder. No matter how many of them came, they would be killed. Lin Fei needed them to increase his strength so that he could break through the combat emperor realm and become a powerhouse. Elder, our 10,000 Swords Villa is finished. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Villa were dumbfounded. Even the heavens chosen at this moment didn't know what to say. Those gazes of death were not something that could be ignored by anyone. The hatred and resentment in those gazes were deeply etched into their hearts. It wasn't something that could be erased so easily. The black mass of saber slaves and sword slaves didn't attack them. In fact, they didn't have the intention to attack. Each of them was a 9-star combat Emperor Realm expert. At the same time, they weren't afraid of death. How terrifying was that? They saw with their own eyes that a saber slave didn't retreat even half a step when half of his body was destroyed. Instead, he charged forward and severely injured his opponent. After witnessing this scene, they didn't have the confidence to attack. Chapter 2189. The sword and saber slaves had inherited the saber and sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect. Their battle prowess was extraordinary, and at the same time, they were combat emperors. When they attacked together, their aura was shocking, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Sword intent and saber intent filled the air. Coupled with the fearlessness of the sword and saber slaves, the combat emperors fell one after another. Those low-level combat emperors who came out to see the world were instantly turned into beehives by the sword intent and saber intent. Run, we can't hold them anymore. 10,000 Swords Villa and Godly Blade sect betrayed us. The murderous experts of the 33 sacred heavens were swept away by Lin Fei's subordinates in less than a moment. Almost none of the combat emperors could withstand the attacks. Only Lin Fei could use such a brutal method of attack. Clone subordinates could do it. They were more death warriors than death warriors, without any changes in their thinking. Human wave tactics are really terrifying. Lin Fei sighed. From the start to the end, Lin Fei did not make a move. After a battle, Lin Fei's sword and saber slaves were less than 5% lost. No one was willing to be entangled with such a fearless method of attack. It would mean death. In order to clone 50,000 sword and saber slaves, I plundered a large amount of ores and materials. Finally, it was worth it. When the cursed slaves are cloned, almost no one will be able to leave. Lin Fei observed. The sword and saber slaves were strong, but they still had some flaws. The cursed slaves would form a special support, and their lethality would increase. Tian, what are you trying to do to us? 10,000 Swords Villa's elder one Sheng tried his best to suppress his anger. Today's matter could not be washed clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Right now, he wanted to know what Tian wanted to do to them. Yes, you slandered us, and killed the forces of the 33 sacred heavens. They will flatten your invincible palace sooner or later. Godly Blade Sect's elder, Dao Wufeng, said coldly. Right now, the ones who hated Tian the most were the two elders in front of him. When this matter spread back to the 33 sacred heavens, it would be hard for them to defend themselves. That was the sword will and blade will that belonged to the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They were the real deal. Aside from them, no one else could master them. They would never know that Lin Fei had a system in his hands. Through a drop of blood analysis, the clone was exactly the same, and no one could see through the mystery behind it. Keeping you here was actually for the sake of acting. Now, I can send you to hell. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath and snapped his fingers. The saber intent and sword intent that filled the sky blasted towards the people from the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Saber faction. Without any struggle, these people were all killed in the blink of an eye. Even if there were peak-level war Emperor rankers among them, they would not be able to withstand the familiar attack method. The increase in power is too little. Lin Fei shook his head. After becoming a 10-star combat queen, the increase in strength began to decrease. Although he had killed over 1,000 experts, the increase in strength he had obtained was still not enough to satisfy Lin Fei. For others, this little bit of strength was enough to make them laugh. I believe they won't come after killing such a huge wave of enemies. I can also clone a batch of curse mages first. In front of the Invincible Palace, the news of the heavy casualties of the various forces spread. The demonic rainbow opened a screen in the sky and reported the news to a phantom. Master, the situation is like this. We were caught off guard. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction have collaborated with DTon. All of us have underestimated this DTon. After the demonic rainbow left, it first sent the news back. This was a huge matter. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were not top forces. But with their strong attack power, they were very popular in the 33 Sacred Heavens. But who would have thought that DTon, who was in the sealed world, would secretly collude with these two forces? What was even more terrifying was that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction had hidden themselves deeper than expected. In that case, we have really underestimated this DTon and the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They want to snatch the biggest share of the origin fruit this time. The Phantom's voice was emotionless, as if it was above the mortal world. Master, then what should I do? You don't have to do anything for now. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction actually plotted against our demonic palace. Master will definitely avenge you. Moreover, the two forces have hidden themselves so deeply. I believe that the other forces will not allow them to rise to the next level. The demonic rainbow was not satisfied, but I am not satisfied. The demonic rainbow, who had always been competitive, really could not accept that it had suffered a loss at the hands of an aboriginal. Wait a few days. This young man DTon has shown off his abilities. The other forces will definitely see him as their #1 competitor. At that time, someone will naturally come out to suppress him. Young Master Curse, Bai Yi, Chun Hao, and other prodigies all sent the news back. This concerned the situation in the 33 Sacred Heavens. And this aboriginal DTon had once again displayed terrifying strength, becoming the strongest opponent in the fight for the origin fruit. The tens of thousands of sword and saber slaves were definitely a force that could not be ignored. And if they wanted to send experts down from above, without a certain number, they would definitely not be able to contend with DTon's people. At the same time, they bore a grudge against the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. They were now certain that the two forces were working with DTon. No wonder the news had spread so quickly. Perhaps the two forces had secretly manipulated it. After the 33 Sacred Heavens received the news, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Saber Gate, which did not seem to be very threatening on the surface, had actually secretly cultivated such a group of experts. Who knew how many more experts they had in their sects? This was very displeasing. In particular, the two masters of the sacred sky of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were both infuriated. Who would want to have two more ticking time bombs in their control? If they could work with DTon, who knew if they would have any thoughts about their own forces? They had to be taught a lesson. The two masters of the sacred sky met secretly to discuss how to teach the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction a lesson. The other forces that had been destroyed in the Invincible Palace also placed their hatred on the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction. If not for them, would their people have died? What kind of trouble could a mere aboriginal like Tion cause? Among them, the biggest culprits were these two forces. When the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction received news, the Master of the Sacred Sky personally paid them a visit and demanded that the two sects confess and be lenient. The two sects were dumbfounded. Someone recorded the saber intent and sword intent at the scene, including the sword techniques and saber techniques of the two sections. They were exactly the same, causing people to insist that the two sects were the ones who did it. Chapter 2190. The two Masters of the Sacred Sky personally came to the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. This was definitely a big deal. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect did not receive the news. After all, even the Master of the Sagely Sky was dissatisfied. Who would dare to inform them? The two forces were being suppressed by the Lord of the Sacred Sky. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect were dumbfounded. Many of their experts were killed on the spot. No one wanted to have an uncontrollable force under their command. The scariest thing was that the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Knife sect had such strength in secret. If he didn't know, he wouldn't even know when his lower part would be flipped over. This is unforgivable. The arrival of the two Masters of the Elysium had resulted in the deaths of many experts from the two superpowers. Even the sect leader was heavily injured by the Master of the Elysium. Colluding with Tion, a native of the lower realm, is unforgivable. With just one sentence, the Lord of the Sacred Sky had pushed the blame onto the two sect masters. The Master of the Sacred Sky was a powerful figure. The patriarchs of the two factions had no choice but to show themselves. However, they were no match for the Lord of Holoski's strength. After a fierce battle, they were completely defeated and their patriarchs were injured. Since they won, it was naturally time to split the spoils. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Blade sect were so angry that they spat out blood, especially after hearing the news. They cried out that they were innocent, but in front of the evidence, they were speechless, not knowing how to explain themselves. It was hard to explain. The saber art and the sword art were the secrets of the two factions. Only those with a certain status could learn them. How could outsiders learn them? The two Grandmasters wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even their old master did not know how to explain this. It was obvious that the Lord of the Sacred Sky wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take a bite out of the two forces. At the same time, the disciples of the forces that were killed also vented their anger on the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. These forces might not be afraid in a one-on-one fight, but once they joined forces, that was definitely a powerful force that could not be ignored. Even they would not be able to withstand it. Under the threat of the Lord of the Sacred Sky, he had to explain what was going on. Otherwise, they would be surrounded and attacked. The Lord of the Sacred Sky would definitely not interfere and would allow them to attack. This was the same as placing them on the stage and placing them in a dead end. Helpless. After the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber sect suffered great losses, they could only compromise. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei did not know that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect were being suppressed by the Master of the Sagely Heaven, who was a powerhouse. Invincible Palace quietened down after a round of cleaning. The prodigy had also disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei wasn't interested in where they were going as long as they didn't come up to harass him for the time being. In fact, after the Dao slaves and sword slaves were dispatched, the various factions stopped their actions and did not dare to act recklessly. The Dao slaves and sword slaves were extremely powerful. Once trapped, it would be a nightmare. Success. Under Lin Fei's anticipation, the Curse Mage was finally born. The first batch of Spellcaster was cloned. Lin Fei felt that the word wizard sounded better than slave, so he changed his name to Wizard of Incantations, which sounded more superior. The materials are too little. 5,000 Curse Mages, if used well, can be a deterrent. 5,000 Spellcasters. This was the first batch that Lin Fei had cloned. Initially, He thought that cloning a cursed mage wouldn't require too many materials. Later, he found out that it was much more deceptive than cloning a Dao slave or sword slave. Apart from the large amount of materials, the mysterious energy was also 3 times that of the Dao slave. Let me try the cursed mage's attack. Lin Fei pointed at one of the cursed mages. Although without young Master Curse's curse god altar, the power of the curse was limited. However, it was not something that an ordinary combat emperor could withstand. Curse mage numb. Curse mage, great prophecy technique. Curse mage, weak. The curse cast by the curse mage was almost the same as the one cast by young Master Curse. The only difference was the power. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. To be able to clone such a perfect curse mage, Lin Fei had to thank young Master Curse. If it was an ordinary curse mage, they would not have mastered many curse mage attacks. However, young Master Curse was different. His status was different, and he had mastered many curse mage attacks. This time, Lin Fei was lucky. All right, now that the first batch of curse mages has been cloned, with the help of the curse mage and the powerful Dao slave and sword slave, I should head to the mountain god emperor. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. There was a large amount of power waiting for him to reap. Mountain god emperor. This place was now occupied by various forces. After the various forces suffered losses, no one went to the profound sky world. Now, no one knew what Di Tian's trump card was. Di Tian is a shameless bastard. He caused our Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect to become the target of everyone. At a remote location in Mountain God Emperor, the disciples of Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect gathered together and scolded. Whenever Di Tian was mentioned, their resentment would soar and their killing intent would be revealed. Ever since Di Tian killed all the forces that surrounded them, once the news reached the Mountain God Emperor, Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect were immediately besieged. It was her fault for not being able to explain the origins of those combat emperors. More than half of the disciples of Myriad Swords Villa and Divine Blade sect were killed on the spot. The remaining ones fled in panic and hid in all directions. We can't continue to hide. Everyone, we have to think of a way. An elder of Myriad Swords Villa said with a frown. The remaining 4 elders all had a trace of exhaustion between their brows. Being chased here and there with their lives hanging by a thread was not an easy task. This is all because of that Di Tian. An elder of the godly Sabergate said sternly with a lot of resentment in his tone. If I see him, I'll torture him until he's hovering between life and death. I'll teach him the methods of the godly Sabergate. Now, they only knew that Di Tian had set them up and turned them into stray dogs. Those people were complimenting them before, but who would have thought that they would attack them from all directions? Is that so? As you wish. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. From the void, a man in black appeared and swaggered in front of them. Everyone, be careful. He is Di Tian. The remaining people stood up and stared at him angrily. Everyone knew that they had become stray dogs because of Di Tian, and they had almost died in the pursuit of Huayu Hao. Di Tian, come and die. The elder of the Divine Blade sect's eyes flickered coldly. He took out a black long saber and swung it. A saber radiance swept towards Lin Fei's family. It was the hand swing saber of the Divine Blade sect. Why are you so angry? You need to calm down. Lin Fei shook his head. The muscular elder of the Divine Blade sect screamed in pain. His entire body was set ablaze. In an instant, not even his bones were left. This is the curse fire. Impossible.